You might notice that this video is quite long, and that's because while I took my time with every single part of this was recorded over the course of like a week. I actually had the rare occurrence where I had a lot more time in the past week to record this. And it's something that happens like every once in a while where it's like, oh, I actually have like a lot more time. Let's like, do this and do that. I'm like way ahead of this stuff as well. And I actually got to record all of this before the time that the initial release of this video or the first part would be released. So you were getting the entire fake collab in one big video. This won't happen all the time. I want to make that clear because, of course, we take our time with everything, and I don't always have that time when it comes to that as well. But since I had it this time, I said I might as well do this. And since I was able to take my time and also have the time, it was like this one kind of like unnatural occurrence that made this possible. I hope you guys enjoy. It feels really strange to be on the other side of the Amphoreus story right now, to the point that we're doing an entirely different quest that I believe has nothing to do with Amphoreus, right? This is the Fate collab that I have been wanting to do for a bit, but obviously we're like deep into the story of Amphoreus, and now we're coming back to do this as well. By the way, hello baby gangsters, this is Calvin, also known as Wummer, and this is my first ever playthrough of Honkai Star Rail. And yes, this is the Fate collab, which again, I don't know a lot about Fate. I've seen like openings and stuff like that for the series and things like this, but I don't know like the meat of everything that goes on in the story. But it is really cool that we're going to get to do something like this today and see some characters like Robin from Penacony. It's really, really fun.
So this is the device for testing the Divergent Universe, huh?
Divergent Universe. You're interested in Divergent Universe too? Why didn't you leave me a message? So I did click on Robin to talk to her before because I thought it was part of like a thing in Penacony, like a post thing that I missed, but then we backed out of it really quickly and decided to come back later. So some of this stuff, like we might have seen like the first like 30 seconds of this.
Oh, you've got the wrong idea. I may have taken some history electives back at Paperfold University, but I'm hardly the right person for scientific research.
We love Paperfold. What a time.
I'm here today on someone's behalf. To bring you a gift.
Yeah, this golden chalice, by the way.
Do you still remember the Holy Grail War we had back in Penacony?
Not a clue?
Not surprising at all. This so-called Holy Grail curio is bizarre indeed.
Is this a thing where I was supposed to do something beforehand?
Even though I still recall that adventure we went through together, some of the details get a bit hazy when I think back on it.
Did I jump ahead?
Old Oti gave me this Holy Grail as a token of gratitude for everyone who participated in the war. I wanted to display it on the Radiant Feldspar. He agreed, wholeheartedly saying,
Did I miss out on something?
Ho 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 ho! What better decoration for the Radiant Feldspar than a cup set to grant any wish? Talk about grandeur!
The actual impression as well?
Mr. Screwlum was entrusted to neutralize the power of the Holy Grail. Now it's just an ordinary dream bubble, stripped of its wish-granting properties.
Yeah, like, I'm wondering if this just has something to do with the fact that, like, because, like, legitimately, like, I searched through my comments there just to see, like, the term Holy Grail to see if, like, it's one of those things that I just forgot about the actual story. I was like, Holy Grail. Like, because usually a comment will be like, oh, yeah, this part of the Holy Grail is really cool, whatever. And then I know it was a part of a video that we did before. But I was like, I don't remember a Holy Grail war. Is this just something, is this intentionally done, or is it like an event I missed or something?
I've always wondered, if the Grail really could grant you a wish, what would yours be?
To see your eternal happiness, Robin, always.
A wish, huh? Feels like someone asked me a similar question during the Holy Grail War.
I feel like I'm getting FOMO now. Wrong button. Your thoughts gradually rewind to the beginning of the Holy Grail War as many of the details gain clarity? It was okay, so I'm guessing it's intentional that it's supposed to be this thing where it's like, you don't remember what happened?
As Penacony's last festive superstar,
Okay.
she was once the center of everyone's attention.
Is she not the center still?
And now, with the unprecedented First Penaconian Holy Grail War about to kick off,
Okay.
she is back in the spotlight.
So okay, so like when I clicked, I'm pretty sure this probably happened before as well. But like when she started talking about the Holy Grail War, like I was literally just like, oh my god, I missed out on an event or something. And actually, I was actually gonna be like, oh my god, like that's a lot to do, because I was like, the events in Honkai Star Rail are great, but they're usually like, for me, like sometimes like 6 or 7 hours. Like I think we've only done like 1 or 2, maybe just 1 even. But like it was long, so I was like, okay, so we're actually gonna have to do like a lot more than I thought we would, which again wouldn't be an issue because again we just do it, but like it like changes your schedule in your mind, right? But it actually seems like it is one of those things where like because of like maybe like to do with memoria or memories in some ways, we don't remember it or at least like I don't remember it in some ways, and they're gonna just give us the memory, I guess. Which Penacony is a lot about memory, so maybe it's something to do with that as well.
Come on, girl. Show the audience that, what's it called? Tattoo on your hand?
It's the command spells.
Commands, what? See, you know what I mean? Like it's not surprising that like maybe they're giving us the Holy Grail story or Holy Grail War through a memory when Penacony is all about the idea of like different like bubbles of not I guess memories, but like, you know, memoria, right?
Right. Command spells. Proof of your selection to join the Holy Grail War. They say its power lets you command legendary figures from Penacony's history to fight for you.
Okay.
And now let's give up the floor to the star reporter of the Crystal Daily.
Who's that?
So, honorary member, if you win the Holy Grail, what wish would you want granted?
I wish to swim in money. I wish for peace across the universe. Is it time for me to become an Eon of Elation? I'd wish for 2 more wishes. That's a very Stelle thing to say.
Do you think you've got what it takes to win the Holy Grail War?
Sure. You betcha. There's no way I'm winning this. I'm not that eager to win, honestly. I don't want to win. I don't want anyone else to win either. Why are you acting as reporters? You betcha. Again, that's a very Stelle thing to say as well.
Right. So, honorary member, which legendary figure from history are you planning to summon? Oh, don't tell me you're as clueless about Penacony's history as I am.
I have no idea who he would summon. What's your deal anyway? Oh, it's Hook.
Come on, girl. It's a rare treat for us
What,
Belabogian
Saber?
folks to travel off-world. Running into an old friend on an alien planet.
Okay.
That's pure joy. Sure, the occasion might be a little weird, but don't tell me you don't recognize us.
I just saw, like, I didn't expect, again, I don't know Hook's voice off by heart, I just don't. But, like, it's so interesting to have Hook and Sampo here. I guess, like, you know, Hook does travel a lot more. Sampo also is known to be on Penacony many a time. This is such a, like, a nice surprise, though.
I promised Pitch Dark Hook the Great we'd record every thrilling moment of this trip to the planet of festivities for the folks back home. And here we are stumbling upon you being interviewed for the Penaconian Holy Grail.
Oh, wait, wasn't it? I
War.
think, are they saying that was Hook?
I see. I was just wondering why someone else was taking my job, considering our channel secured exclusive rights to this interview and broadcast. Security? Clear the area.
Just being completely honest with you now, if you want Stelle to stay here, Hook stays here as well. You're not. I'm not having this whole disrespect to Hook.
We can talk this out. How about a collaboration?
Don't worry, no, Hook. I will literally destroy everyone here before letting them take you off this planet.
Hey,
or this area.
Even the money-loving alfalfa family wouldn't charge such a cute kid a licensing fee,
Oh my God,
right?
Sampo.
Miss, consider it charity. Let this kid finish her social studies project. I mean, what's the harm in that?
He's so charmingly manipulative.
Assistant, get these two out of here.
I will literally not participate in this now. I'm running the quest. This isn't Surge forward without warning, escorting the 2 foreign visitors far from the scene.
The Alfalfa family
Why would we give her an
presents
interview
the
after
first
her being moved to
Penaconian
Hook?
Holy Grail War. We'll be following the masters every step of the way, bringing you the freshest, most exclusive coverage.
I'm gonna be rude in my answers if they let me be rude. Like, I understand Sampo, getting Sampo out of there because Sampo is like, you know, someone who probably is like, you know, knows better maybe in some ways. But Hook's like a little baby. Come on, like, you let Hook be there.
Before we continue our interview with the Nameless about the Penaconian Holy Grail War, let's cut to a quick commercial break.
Ladies and
Oh God, it's
gentlemen,
Oti.
I'm sure you've all heard the legend of the Holy Grail.
Cool
haven't you?
image though, right?
Across across the vast cosmos, such tales abound. Seekers embarking on grueling journeys in pursuit of a miracle capable of turning their deepest desires into reality.
Such a cool idea. Such a cool idea. It's something so simple. It's very like fantasy, right? The idea of like a holy grail that can grant one wish or whatever, you know?
Yet, only a rare few
Very
ever
cool.
have the privilege of witnessing its existence firsthand. But today, I bring you all that very opportunity.
Cool music. Really cool music. Very epic.
I have brought the omnipotent wish-granting chalice, the Holy Grail, to Penacony. Of course, the right to make a wish is a privilege beyond measure. And like most competitions in life, if you want to claim your reward, you'll have to fight for
Tournament
it.
arc incoming.
The Holy Grail will summon heroic spirits, legendary figures from Penacony's rich history, and bring them back to life. And you, daring dream chasers, will become masters, commanding these servants in battle until only one survivor remains.
I've talked about tournament arcs before. I love a tournament arc. I've talked about this so many times. Like, especially with the Luca tournament arc we had like a while back. I love a tournament arc because in animes, for example, the greatest tournament arc of all time to me is Battle City, right, of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the reason why that's so good is because it's not just like, oh, the competition or like the drama and the tension that a tournament arc brings, but it also brings out the best in characters, and it's also a great showcase of like smaller characters and bigger characters together. It improves the show so much to me in terms of character writing, if done right.
It sounds a bit violent. Afraid it might turn into another Tykean Robo-Ball competition with limbs flying and blood spattering everywhere?
I don't know. It sounds really interesting.
Fear not. Mark my words. In the sweet dream of Penacony, there is no such thing as death. Any violence you witness is nothing more than harmless spectacle. The only thing
Music is so good.
real is the prize of having your wish come true.
Okay, so what is going to be the catch in this, I wonder? Like, what is going to happen in this story that maybe changes this from being a safe environment to maybe more of a dangerous one?
After all, this is the planet of chasing dreams. Here in Penacony, anyone with a dream in their heart has a chance to make it a reality. Now, brought to you by the Alfalfa family and proudly sponsored by Soulglad, the high-stakes battlefield where dreams are on the line. The first ever Penaconian Holy Grail War. Let the games.
Yeah, it's a great presentation. Like, this is like, again, I don't know what this is going to be, because I imagine it's going to be like maybe like a kind of like a tournament thing, but then like things are probably going to go like haywire in some ways, which again, that's how you do a tournament arc, right? But like the way they presented this, like starting off, is great. You know what I mean? This again, I hope about Battle City. Kaiba standing on top of the helicopter proclaiming Battle City begins. That's the way you want it. That's the way you want it. At the same time, the host of Holy Grail is sitting elsewhere watching the advert with interest.
Terrific! I loved how you used the
Skott?
word survivor instead of victor to rally the contestants. Nothing stirs up a person's drive quite like the goal of simply staying alive.
Skott is here?
What an inspiring speech, Mr. Oti. Even Louis Fleming himself couldn't have done it better.
Louis Fleming, the founder of the IPC, by the way.
Easy on the sweet talk, kid. I'm not here for your flattery. I brought you in because I expect you to give it your all and become the survivor.
Wait, he wants Skott to be the winner at the end? Also, like, Oti, like, I don't like Oti. I don't like the family. The only person I kind of like in the family is Robin, but, like, obviously not everyone in the family. I think, painting a brush just the same as we don't, like, do that with the IPC, right? We don't paint them all with the exact same brush. But, like, I have a lot of issues about what happened with the whole Sunday thing, to be honest. So
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Oti. I'm honored you picked me, but I'm just a nobody, a bottom-tier cog in the IPC. And if the rumors are true, you're not exactly a fan of the IPC, so why me?
Yeah, didn't the IPC, like, you know, basically do like a hostile investment?
I sent invitations to Penacony's top shareholders and family heads, welcoming them to join this Holy Grail War. Some accepted. Others turned their noses up, dismissing my carefully orchestrated spectacle as just a marketing stunt.
I mean, you can't blame a lot of people for thinking that when Penacony, like, in a lot of ways is like one big marketing stunt, you know?
Seems like living in luxury has dulled the ambitions of the so-called elite. But underdogs like you, you're a whole different story. Now, remind me again, what wish would you make to the Grail?
Me, Scott?
Oh my god.
I'm just a lowly grunt trying to climb to a P45 corporate rank.
P45? Isn't that like a... What is a P... Your P45 is like a... I don't know if it's different in other... I don't know if it's different in other countries. But it's like a tax document in some ways, right? It like details like and talks about like your tax.
What a delightfully mundane wish. You aren't even dreaming of rubbing shoulders with legends like Diamond or something. But compared to lofty nonsense like world peace, your dream is refreshingly grounded.
So, the Holy Grail, can it really grant my wish?
His voice acting is so good.
Of course it can. Kid, the command spell branded onto your hand is proof of your qualification. You've also summoned a servant and witnessed their power for yourself.
Well, we are in a dream world where ice cream talks, wine bottles sing, and instruments play themselves.
True.
A grail that grants wishes and legendary figures resurrecting from history? Not so far-fetched here, I guess.
I think that's not wrong from Scott. The idea that, like, you know, the reason why this premise, like, already starts off not feeling weird or strange is because we've talked to people from the trailblazing past who lived in Penacony. We've, like, interacted with the history of Penacony through Memoria. You know what I mean? It's not, like, going to be so crazy that there's other type of, like, magic like this, you know?
But here's the bigger question. If the Grail is real, why are you sharing it?
Good question.
Why turn this into a show? Let's face it. If I were in your shoes, I'd keep it to myself, make my wish quietly, and get filthy
That's a good question. It's a really good question.
A sharp question, Scott. Let me put it this way. Picture an old man who survived 10 Amber Eras, navigated countless conspiracies and power struggles, accumulated an endless fortune, and climbed to the absolute pinnacle of Penacony.
Okay.
Now tell me, what's left for such a person to wish for?
Decency? Morals?
More money and power?
Honor?
No one ever thinks they've got too much of either.
Friendship?
Right? I don't know. You tell me, Mr. Oti.
Maybe, like, something that's besides just riches and fame and, you know, corruption?
You're already getting close, kid. But a single wish, that's far too small to satisfy me. I want to transform the Holy Grail War into an unprecedented form of entertainment in Penacony.
Whoa.
Imagine meeting historical legends, summoning them as servants to fight for you, and finally making your wildest dreams come true.
So it's all just like about like entertainment for him, and like maybe like again it's like, you know, making Penacony maybe more appealing in terms of like the fun factor, I guess.
This will be Penacony's next grand spectacle, standing alongside the Charmony Festival as a beacon for the universe's attention. Dreamers and wealth beyond measure will pour in, far more than ever before.
Because wasn't there a thing that if they found out, because Penacony relies so much actually on investment and people coming into Penacony and this stuff like as well, because it's like a hub world for a lot of people. Wasn't there a thing at the end of the actual Penacony quest where they were worried that if they told the truth to everybody, then like Penacony would just fail financially? It would just be gone. So it's interesting that he's like aiming to make more profits out of this as well, when he's lucky that he was even allowed to keep the, the other aspect of Penacony alive, to be honest,
And for the first ever Holy Grail War, what story could be more compelling than the wish of a nobody coming true? Understand now?
Well, I totally agree with what he's saying. Like, that is such an amazing concept, like the idea of like, oh my god, this person who like came from nothing getting something that's huge, right? But I think like, wouldn't the majority of the world see like an IPC worker getting that be like not be as like amazing, right? Wouldn't they see that as kind of being like, it's the equivalent of like someone who like works in like government getting it. It's like, okay, you're already like, set for life maybe in some ways. No, not that people in the IPC are literally not set for life, because they literally have to keep working. If they don't work, then they don't get their promotions, they have to get demoted and all this stuff. So you know what I'm saying? People have a very negative view of the IPC. Oh, they're like, look where they are. They're actually like in the theater area.
Ah, I get it now. Don't worry, Mr. Oti. I won't let you down. As a lone wolf, I've learned how to survive, no matter how desperate things are.
Like, we've seen people's negative reaction to the IPC. Even the most grounded of IPC members, like Topaz, like has got like a negative reaction at first as well, right?
But I'm not gonna lie, Mr. Oti. Just now, during that broadcast, I saw someone who's dragged me down to rock bottom more times than I can count. Funny how fate works.
Stelle?
She's here on this battlefield too.
Oh, is it because we made him bark?
Let me guess. You mean that Nameless from the Astral Express? A real showboat and a tough competitor, I'd say.
Oh yeah, in terms of pure strength, the old me couldn't compete with that monster and her crew. But the person I am today, I'm not the same man I was back then.
Okay, bring it on.
As a master, survival hinges on using your summoned heroic spirits, your servants, wisely, and utilizing their noble phantasms. Isn't that correct, Mr. Rekka?
Rekka?
While the Holy Grail War is ongoing, please address me as Greedy, producer.
By the way, so awesome to see Rekka again. Like, great design, great character, really good subversion of expectations within the story of the Peopleful University. Just wasn't expecting to see him right now, I guess, but we might be doing like a little bit of a reunion here with a bunch of characters if Rekka's showing up, right?
Actually, during this war, he should call you by the code name Assassin.
Wait, so is he using Rekka as his, like, stand-in?
You're right. In the current Penacony, the name Greedy carries no weight. Best not to bring it up.
Rekka has such a great design as well, by the way. The this kind of sepia beige tone of his character matching like sepia tone movies.
You got a chance at a second life. It's best to let go of fragile pride, old friend. Names tie you to your past. They also expose your weaknesses. A wise competitor hides their true self from the opposition. Listen up. I had to offer him film credits and the chance to experience a heroic spirit's memories just to convince that director to act as your vessel.
Wait, so when they said like people from history, they meant like any history, I guess? Rekka being his vessel?
You've always dreamed of creating a masterpiece that would shake the world and cement your name in history, haven't you? On that point, you and Mr. Rekka share the same goal. Don't waste the opportunity I've created for you. Go record the stories of the participants in this Holy Grail War, and help this ambitious young man by your side fulfill his wish.
And the thing is, like, him working with Skott, obviously, like, I think Skott is a less than reputable character. We go back and watch the event we did before he sucks, right? But I know Skott fans are not going to be too happy about that. But he genuinely was, like, a rude person and, like, very bad to, like, a lot of the characters we love as well. Or not even the characters we love, but, like, Stelle and stuff like that as well. But, like, and he was, very rude. But, like, you know, the same judgment that I can pass on Rekka for working with Skott is probably the same judgment someone could pass on me if I chose to work with Aventurine or Topaz, right? And probably put even more of a judgment on me for working with Topaz or Aventurine, because not because I think Aventurine and Topaz are like better, more polite people, but like, you know, the judgment of people doesn't just go with like, oh, Scott's the most polite or Aventurine's the most polite. They're like, you're working with a Stoneheart. You know what I mean? So it's like, how are you judging Rekka when, like, you know, Calvin, you would openly work with Aventurine, you know?
Following my master's command, my noble phantasm has already been trained on those you invited. I can show their movements to you both in real time.
That's a big advantage then, right?
Well done, assassin. With an ability like this, we're sure to stay ahead of the competition.
This is exciting. This is super exciting. Like, what a really cool, different idea. But like, seeing Rekka here is already great. Like, you know, really handsome character.
The participants who have accepted the invitation and plan to join the Holy Grail War are already under my noble phantasm's watch. So, producer, which one do you want to check out first?
We're
producer,
playing as
time's
Skott.
ticking. Let's hurry and check out the other participants.
We're playing as Skott. Wait, is that Boot Hill and Robin, which did become best buds? That's Aventurine and Jade. And these are like seem to be like all the stuff you have to do. Your cell seems to be the last. It seems Pom Pom is there too. I mean, let's go in order then, right? But this is exciting. Seeing Aventurine and Jade. Well, Aventurine more than Jade, right? Like, you know, I adore him. We saw Jade recently and Aventurine recently, but like. And we saw Boot Hill recently, technically, as well. We've seen Robin, technically, recently, also in another quest. But still, it's exciting, right? Oh my god, the way the movement is as well. It's actually, he moves like a PS2, like, RPG character.
Mr. Oti, summoning a servant this early, isn't that a little against the rules?
I didn't realize our producer cared so much about the rules.
So we're not allowed to summon someone this early, I guess?
You bet I care about the rules. It's fun to break them in the heat of the moment, but if trouble comes knocking afterward, we're the ones who get hurt.
Rest assured, for this Holy Grail War, I have the final say on all the rules.
It's so interesting because like he wants to create like a competition where everyone's excited and stuff like this as well. And again, since no one will know he's breaking the rules in front, you know, in front of the camera, like they're not gonna really know, right? That he's not breaking the rules, but he's making his own rules up, you know. But like, if you found out that he was like manipulating stuff to like give maybe Skott a little bit of an advantage, it would be less entertaining, right? It is like you know, because like the idea that like first of all like Skott being an underdog is like already crazy because again, you know, public perception of the IPC is definitely not perfect. Especially if like you're someone who like was in Xianzhou who knows Skott, you know, who's heard of Skott. You're probably gonna be like, man, that dude sucks, you know. But I'm really excited to see where this goes.
Using memory bubbles as invitations. A very Penaconian
These rooms are always so
do.
cool, man. Look at this room; it's so cool.
But what's even more Penaconian is this omnipotent wish-granting chalice.
Love his voice.
Oh, listen to that. Doesn't it sound like a cheap business scam? Only someone from a backwater place like Eurilo 6 could be fooled by a trick like that.
Old Oti is serving up the nectar. But what kind of poison is mixed into the cup?
I do love that the question is right, because again, these are two characters who like know about mischief, who know about secret plans. And to fool a fooler is hard. And these two characters right away being like, yeah, something's up here. It's great stuff.
Madam Jade. Oh, don't tell me you're actually trying to figure out what kind of game this old man is playing.
My hatred for the IPC draining from my body. No, it's always going to be like a dislike of the IPC 110%. Like, as you guys know, like, they are a company that has like 100%, you know, done stuff that is against my morals completely, and I've talked about this many, many times. You can go back in other videos and you can see exactly what I mean. This isn't undocumented. I've talked about this many, many times. But that doesn't mean that we also don't judge people on an individual basis as well, you know?
Why not? Penacony's biggest tycoon throws away his usual image of polite deal-making to invite the family heads and shareholders to participate in this dream contest, promising afterward to grant a wish that someone could never fulfill on their own. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, I love that they're picking this apart, being like, yeah, of course there's something going on here, you know?
Fascinating. Well, people with real power wouldn't waste a second of their time on something like this. I mean, who would lower themselves just to entertain him? And if this so-called Holy Grail turns out to be nothing but a marketing gimmick, and things are gonna get really interesting.
I love the idea of like people with real power won't care about this. So like the assumption is whoever like is kind of like joining this is either someone who just wants to join the game because of like the Holy Grail, and anyone who's in like in a prominent position of power probably isn't going to be like, unless they have a good reason joining this, right?
Old Oti knows that better than anyone. So what kind of return is big enough for him to risk the Alfalfa family's entire reputation?
Yep, and as he said here, if this turns out to be a big marketing gimmick is what they're saying. If this turns out to be something that's like not actually follows through on what like the big, you know, on the advertisement is, like, you know, the expectation, it becomes bigger than the actual payoff. In the future, the reputation's not done. It's the same thing if you like putting on an event, it's like a festival. The next time you do, and it turns out to be bad, the next time you do a festival, people aren't going to go.
So, you believe this omnipotent wish-granting chalice might actually be real?
Across the cosmos, ceremonies that tap into a path's power to create miracles aren't uncommon. The credit contracts I make with people, aren't they a form of wish fulfillment too?
No.
And even more so, are the cornerstones we received.
I disagree. I get what she's saying. She's saying like, hey, did me giving like people credit, does not create their wishes and stuff like this too? And it's like, well, no, that's like a tangible thing where it's like an exchange. And I think the IPC does that a lot, like with their logic, where like and like Topaz had the same mentality. And again, I adore Topaz, but we talked about this in like a very like multifaceted way, where I do think Topaz's mind is also like intentionally warped towards the IPC's methodology, even though she is a person who's nice as well, where like she also believed that like I was given a gift by my planet surviving, when in reality she was actually given an exchange. Right, where it's like, I gave you this, I gave you your life, and you're allowed to live, but you then work for me for the rest of your life. And she framed it as a gift, right? Whereas Jade here also saying, like, isn't it like a miracle that and a wish that I grant when I give someone credit? It's like, no, that is also an exchange. You give someone credit and they have to pay you back with interest, or they have to pay you back in some ways. Like, it is a very IPC mentality of like them being like this very like omnipotent kind of like deity, giving people this like whatever they wish and whatever they want, and like life and all this stuff too. And people should be almost like grateful in some ways, right? I'm not saying that's exactly what Jade is saying, but it is an IPC mentality. And again, it's not me like insulting Topaz or Aventurine or like I do insult Jade sometimes in her personality, obviously. But like I do think it's also like just factual to talk about the idea of like the IPC and their view on their granting of wishes, you know, quote unquote.
So does that mean you're interested in accepting the invitation?
And by the way, as I said, it makes Topaz a more interesting character. The fact that Topaz like is such a lovely character to us, and we actually had a really great time with her, but also like she does have like a part where like she was also a victim of the IPC as well, where she was like, you know, her life was exchanged for forever servitude. You know what I mean?
I am interested in the Holy Grail War, but not in the Grail itself. What intrigues me are the people who joined this war for a so-called miracle.
Very interesting answer, right?
Well, placing your hopes and dreams on some unknown Holy Grail. It's like dousing yourself in oil and diving straight through a ring of fire.
Interesting expression, Aventurine. I love his hair, by the way. I always love it so much. It reminds me of like Nicholas from Ant-Team.
Doesn't look promising, but it'll be one hell of a show.
Yeah. I do think it's interesting that they're interested more in like the idea of who would accept this, right?
And more than that, it's the perfect opportunity to watch and make connections.
Okay.
Only one lucky fool will walk away with the Grail. But the Bonajade Exchange, no, the IPC's Strategic Investment Department can grant everyone.
Love that idea. Again, it lines up with what they've done before. Like we saw that even during why am I is my brain okay? What just Amphoreus. Why did I forget that? Like, that's how, like, maybe there's something memory magic going on with Amphoreus. I can't believe for a second I forgot the term Amphoreus. We've been there for months, since December. But, like, it's, we found out that, like, again, the reason why they were doing it in a lot of ways was so that they could make stronger connections, and even Aventurine said himself, like, hey, remember that we helped out in the future, you know? whilst they, you know, they are not perfect as an entity, but they also will remind people like, hey, if we helped you out, you scratch our back in the future. They're all about connections and stuff like this too. Like, it lines up what they've done before.
Our future strategy calls for more allies. Aventurine, you're going to accept the invitation and join the Holy Grail War.
It's going to be Aventurine? I mean, that means more Aventurine. I'm happy with that.
I knew it. Penacony and I just can't seem to stay apart. But I have to say, the way they mark the participants, not exactly pleasant.
Especially for someone like Aventurine who, like, legitimately, like, has been marked as a, like, both figuratively and literally as, like, a slave, right? Like, the idea of having to, like, go into another thing as well, where, like, you were basically being forced into something and then, like, you're marked again as well.
Speaking of allies,
kind of sucks.
A certain someone has returned
Boot
to
Hill?
Penacony. Obviously, we can't have any official dealings with him. But since you've exchanged intel before, there's a little trust between you two.
Buddha was looking for that guy, right? I forget the name of him, but he was looking for that guy, and Aventurine was going to help.
I want you to use this Holy Grail War as a chance to strengthen
This is so well
that
written.
trust.
Because it's like, there's nothing out here that's out of place. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's obviously very good. Honkai Star Rail does that really well, where it's like they know their characters so well, they know their organization so well, they know their factions so well. The fact that I'm like nodding my head, going, not agreeing with everything, like in terms of morals, but being like, this lines up with the IPC. Like them trying to gain allies, them trying to like gain trust of people, make connections. Yeah,
As you
it
wish.
just makes sense. Oh my god, as you wish. The way he said that, he's so cool. I'm more Aventurine. Yeah, sure.
Wait, you're telling me the strategic investment department is joining
He's
too?
shivering. He's shivering.
What's wrong, Mr. Scott? As a member of the marketing development department, their reach shouldn't extend to you.
But obviously these are bigwigs, right?
That's right, Mr. Oti. Besides, with you backing me up, even Louis Fleming...
Let's just let Louis Fleming rest for now.
So he believes he's kind of safe from any IPC wrath because he's been backed up by the family.
Mr. Scott, the IPC is just one of many choices in this vast cosmos. Sometimes you need to fight for your own shot at greatness. I've got high hopes for you.
Right. I definitely think this is also a bit of manipulation from OT, right, for Scott, right? For sure. Because, like, with Scott, like, again, like, there's a desire, obviously, to climb up the ladder within the IPC, but there's also a desire to, like, get back at Stelle for what she has done to Scott. And I think he's definitely using that in the best way possible, you know what I mean? And again, it's so good when you see, like, the different narrative, like, why people are entering, why people are doing certain things. Why is Rekka working with the family in this way? He wants to make a movie. And it would be a great movie, this type of tournament. Why is Scott doing this? For revenge, and also so he can get his wish granted of, like, climbing up to the ranks. Why is Oti doing this? We don't know the full reason, but we do know that at the base level he wants to create some sort of form of entertainment. But it is a risky investment, as the IPC said. Why is Aventurine entering as well? To make connections with Boot Hill and make connections with other people within here too. Even if they don't win, they come out of here with like a stronger bond and stronger connections. It's just really well done. Really well done so far. Also, very interesting enough as well, if I can say. One thing I actually really like about this so far is that while like Amphoreus is like one of the, you know, as you saw the music tribute I made for it and all the stuff I've talked about it. Like, it's obviously like a really good thing that like we're doing a quest like this now, and then we're also gonna be doing like another continuance mission we're doing soon as well. The reason I think it's actually really fun is because like it's we were so locked into Amphoreus, and it's not that it was not even nearly a bad thing. My mind was so locked in on Amphoreus, and it was such a beautiful and crazy time that once we're outside of it and we're doing something that's not Amphoreus, it feels different, but also maybe like, you know, it's also weirdly like exciting too, because it's like, why, like you guys said, we loved Amphoreus. It was so absolutely incredible, so amazing. This is the first time we've done something outside of Amphoreus since December. So like it's like, you know, where you like have, the way I describe it is like we're eating these beautiful donuts all the time, and it's a beautiful flavor. I couldn't get enough of it. I loved it so much, and it's like, okay, that plate of donuts is gone, and it's like, ooh, look at this new flavor. Okay, let's have this. It's like, it's a nice thing, right? It's like a good pacing thing as well. The thing is, with Penacony, I could have gone for another act. I could have gone for 12 more acts. It was so incredible, but it's also nice to like do some new stuff too. It's really nice to do some new stuff. Okay, let's check in on Boot Hill and Robin, who are best buds now. Remember the paperfold stuff? So good.
Mr. Pom Pom, it's been a while.
Mr. Pom Pom?
Now that's forking hilarious. Girl.
Oh.
I know my identity's a little touchy, but here in Dreamflux Reef, just call me by my name.
That's awesome.
All right.
It's so fun now because we're so far removed from it. Like, it's so great to be nostalgic for Penacony, right? Because again, like, it'd be weird. Obviously, being nostalgic for Penacony instantly is like a really great thing, as we were. But like, it really was like 7 months ago now. Yeah, if you think about it.
It sure has been a while since we last saw each other. Not since that monkey raised hell here.
Wow.
How'd your agent even let a big-time star like you put on a street performance like this?
A true singer doesn't only perform for the ones who can afford front row seats.
Love that.
But you, Mr. Boothill, your appearance here means something big's about to go down
I love that as well.
in Dreamflux Reef.
The writing is so good. Robin understanding that like Boothill isn't just going to show up for some random, you know, meetup, you know?
Hey now, don't go making me sound like some kind of walking disaster siren. You've heard of the Holy Grail War, right? The ads are everywhere, and nobody in Penacony could have missed it.
And I don't think it's that he's a disaster siren. I think it's more just the fact that like Boothill walks with purpose. Even when he's being funny, he walks with purpose. His moment to moment has purpose in every step. You know what I mean? I feel like that's why he is like such a signifier of danger, not because he sort of happens to be around danger all the time, but more just because he's always like walking with reason.
Wait, are you telling me you're joining the Holy Grail War?
This is gonna be so sick, man. Boothill and Aventurine?
Oh, why do you sound so shocked? Am I not supposed to?
It just hits me like a wave. I'm so happy that I'm sitting here looking at a Robin and Boothill scene again. Like, how freaking fun is that? Like, that's... I freaking love Honkai Star Rail, man. Because again, as we said, like, we've had so long with Amphoreus characters, and it was such a beautiful experience. But it's also cool to now look at this scene where I'm looking at Boothill and Robin talking about something that's like so like wildly out of left field that it's like it's so, this game is beautiful. It's the same, you know, thing. It's just like seeing characters after a long time is so exciting. It really is. And while we did see like Boothill recently in like the memory, and we saw Robin in the story too in terms of connecting with her, like seeing them here talking about this event is so fun to me. And I feel like that's a feeling we're gonna get, like the same feeling I get when Genshin when I see characters I haven't seen in a bit and they show up for the story. The same feeling I'm getting now with Honkai Star Rail, which is like, oh my god, it's Robin and Boothill. It's exciting. It's so fun.
That's not what I meant. Or maybe that is what I meant. As far as I know, only the family heads, IPC execs, and the Astral Express crew received invitations to this Holy Grail War. Basically, the decision makers of Penacony.
This music as well, the freaking Penacony music, man. What a perfect region, honestly.
And ain't I Pom Pom, a member of the Astral Express?
True. It's documented. Look at the hotel records.
That's not what I'm saying.
I love that Robin and Boothill can talk to each other like they're old pals. It's so fun to me.
Relax. I'm just messing with you. For some reason, that old man went and sent an invitation to Dreamflux Reef, too. Micah figured things might go down the same way as they always do. The folks up top have their fun, and the people below take the hits.
Right, okay. So Micah obviously is the guy who lives here with the yellow beard. But I do love this, not love it, but the idea of like, yeah, when people up top have their fun, the people below have to take the hits. Especially that idea of exclusion as well from people like who are like lower down in the social ladder, even though the social ladder is like, you know, a load of crap that's made by people on the top. But it's a real thing that people get affected on the lower aspects of that quote unquote ladder when the people up top choose to do something that is out of the control of the people on the bottom rung, right?
So, he sent me the invite. Said I might be interested.
So cool. So cool of Micah. It was Micah who sent it, right? That's what he's saying. Yeah. Micah's saying, like, hey, like, when people up above start doing stuff, we're the ones that are affected. Boot Hill, do you want to help out? And it's like a great preventive measure.
I see.
Very cool.
Mr. Micah's asking for your help in his own way.
I cannot believe we're looking at Robin and Boot Hill right now. I'm so excited.
Makes sense. I mean, after all, I'm a two-time hero of Penacony. Sunday, the monkeys.
I mean, yeah. Like, do you remember he was like a big part of both those things? Oh, mentioning Sunday.
Gum my stupid mouth. Why'd I bring that up? Sorry.
Very considerate though, Boot Hill.
Listen, I don't care about any muddle-fudging Holy Grail, but a Holy Grail war. Now that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, and I love that he did correct himself when he said the name Sunday. Not that, like, Sunday's history isn't a part of this world. Like, you know, Sunday did something bad, right? And it deserves to be remembered in some ways. But he's also just being considerate of Robin, who that is her brother. And I said this before as well, like, in many stories where it's like, you know, I love Sunday. I want to make that clear before I go any further with saying this. And I love that he's making amends and he's moving forward with his life and becoming a better person for himself here. You know, not that I ever think he was like an evil person, but he was definitely on the wrong path. So I love that as well. But as always, it's one of those things where, like, even though, like, you know, we should always like talk about what Sunday did because we can prevent it in the future by mentioning it more. You know what I mean? Saying this was not a great thing to do or not a great idea. Like, I love that the game doesn't forget that it's like, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a painful feeling for Robin, right?
Yeah.
You know?
I get that feeling too.
Of course.
Summoning dead guys from their graves to duke it out. Winner takes all. That sounds like something those IPC shirtbags would come up with.
Shirtbags?
No heckin' way I vibe with that kind of setup. But since I took Micah's request, I gotta see this through. Make sure things don't spiral out of control.
He's like being a protector of the common people, right?
All right, time to get prepped. Up next, per the invite's instructions, summoning the heroic spirit.
He's like, I guess I gotta do this.
See ya.
Great stuff.
That guy, that's the wanted criminal Boot Hill.
You watch your mouth.
Mr. Oti, sir, can't you revoke his qualification? Letting a criminal join the Holy Grail War is way too dangerous. What if he wishes for every single IPC employee to drop dead? That'd be the end of us.
I'm just saying this right now. Like, the whole, again, this is like, you know, the difference between like white collar and blue collar stuff, right? Where it's like, who's to say that like the IPC is not a criminal organization on a whole? You know what I mean? But it's like, because you guys wear a white collar, you're not considered criminals. It's like, if you ask me who would I trust more, like a random IPC worker or Boot Hill, you know what I mean? I'm choosing Boot Hill every day.
Kid, you're basically admitting you think that cowboy is going to win the whole thing. Where's your confidence? You gotta keep your head in the game.
Yeah, that's High School Musical, right? Cool reference.
Once you accept the invitation and are branded with the command spells, your qualification as a master can't be revoked.
So he's already, Boot Hill is not, you can't take him out of it. It's impossible.
Then we should send out the Bloodhounds and take that criminal down immediately.
Buddy, he is 20 times more moral than you'll ever be.
But Mr. Boot Hill wasn't wrong, was he? He saved Penacony twice before.
Yep.
If we jumped the gun and hunt him down now,
Love
that
it.
wouldn't be very tactful.
Love this idea as well, because it is factually true. If you take down the person that people have seen helping Penacony before, like, that's not going to be a very good look. And, like, he didn't do it very publicly the first time, but the second time, like, when he saved people in the paperful stuff, he was right dead center in the middle.
Why are you so scared of this guy, Scott?
Let's just say there's some personal history. He's got a particularly brutal way of handling my department's people.
Deserved.
Oh, and isn't this your perfect shot at vengeance? Win this war, and you can bring that cocky cowboy crashing down yourself.
Don't worry, Mr. Oti. Forget a small fry like Boot Hill. If the traps are set right and the schemes are airtight, even Louis Fleming wouldn't be able to escape.
He's mentioned Louis Fleming.
Good. That ruthless streak of yours reminds me of my younger days.
And the thing is, like, with Boot Hill, and it was like the name. It's Oswaldo, right? Oswaldo was the name of the person he's looking for, right? But the thing is about Boot Hill and the whole thing of like the whole thing of like the criminal stuff that always like is really like crazy to me is like he is 100% more moral than 95 or 98% of the entire IPC. In fact, like you could argue that he's more moral than anyone in the IPC, I would say, because again, Galaxy Rangers their whole motto is if I'm not mistaken, their whole motto is like good. It's about being good to people. It's about like helping people. It's about being morally good. You can do whatever you want and you can have your own ideas, but they all follow this kind of like, path of righteousness in some ways, right? So like, to me, like the idea of like Boot Hill hating the IPC is just normal. Because they are like, and the game doesn't shy away from this, by the way. The game doesn't try to make you feel like the IPC are this morally good organization, but like Boot Hill hating the IPC is just like it's very good writing. Not because, of course, the personal history has with the IPC and all this stuff and the bounties and everything in between. It's also just because, like, if someone says that they are on the they're on the righteous side of good and they're about justice and making sure people are safe, which is what he's doing now, which lines up with his character, the idea of he wants to help the common people and helps things from spiraling out of control so people don't get hurt. That's a very Boot Hill thing to do, right? It's a very Galaxy Ranger thing to do. But it's also the fact that, like, on the baseline, then the IPC would be at odds with Boot Hill because of the moral implications. Because Scott can stand here and be like, oh, like, he's a criminal, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, like, what you guys do in the IPC is, like, not near... It's 20 million times more immoral than, like, if Boot Hill went in and shot, like, 12 IPC people right now, and I'd stand by that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like, oh, but we don't kill people. It's like, you kind of do. It's like if your organization, like, is responsible in some ways for, like, people, like, losing money or being hurt in any way, you are then responsible also for, like, their lives and their livelihood. And I know, like, saying, like, oh, they're responsible for death, people might be like, it's a bit harsh. But I'm saying, again, the morals of the IPC are not... going in and taking over planets, for themselves and all this stuff in between. Like, I just think Boot Hill is, like, more moral, and his character lines up perfectly with his hatred of the IPC. It's just good writing, right? To have Boot Hill be like, I don't like the IPC. To have also the IPC be like, he's a criminal, when, like, IPC members, like, again, the IPC is not as moral as Boot Hill. And also Boot Hill coming here to help out too lines up with the Galaxy Rangers and Boot Hill's character. It's all just good writing. All of it is. It all just works really well. Let's talk to Pom Pom.
Who the heck keeps tossing garbage around? The next passenger Pom Pom catches littering is going to have to write down the train's sanitation rules 100 times.
Make Pom Pom's life easier.
Huh? The first Penaconian Holy Grail War? Inviting the Astral Express to join? Sounds like the kind of spectacle that might interest you. Seems like she's not around. Maybe I should pass this to March and Don Hung instead.
Oh my god, could you imagine if Don Hung and March here too?
Why is there graffiti on Pom Pom's hand? It won't come off! Who's behind this prank?
Oh?
The world's turned upside down. Even the animals on the Astral Express can enter this tournament.
Mr. Oti, should I take care of this first?
What?
No need. Letting a contestant like them compete just makes things even more interesting.
So, am I wrong in saying that this came out during Amphoreus? Right? Because during Amphoreus... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it didn't come out during Amphoreus. But then, is that why they're doing it as kind of like a memory in some ways? Because then it's like, how would Stelle be here, right? So it's kind of like, it's kind of done as a form of memory, maybe? Or maybe it came out before Amphoreus. Maybe. I'm not sure. But it does make sense. I thought we were going to be talking to Stelle, but I guess we already saw that as well. But he's like, hey, do you want to take care of them?
The stage is set, and the characters are all in position.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But, Master, for you and me, this Holy Grail War comes with a few complications.
Yeah?
Yeah, the Competition this time is no joke.
No, what I mean is, if you look at the backstories of the participants, they generally fall into 3 categories. Those who are in direct competition with your department, those who have a personal grudge against your department, and those who see you as their sworn enemy.
Man, that's so cool. The referencing this, right? Like everyone's kind of like in a way against Skott. You know what I mean? Like a grudge, an enemy, someone who's dealt with in terms of Stelle, and then of course Aventurine, who's like, you know, gonna want to win and not gonna let another member of the IPC like take that win, you know?
In other words, from a narrative standpoint, every single participant we've identified so far is likely to target you first.
It's us. You call that a complication?
Jesus!
Like I didn't already know everyone here has a bone to pick with me?
The voice acting is so good for Skott.
A little personal wisdom. Not everyone is your enemy, kid. Learn to separate conflict of interest from personal vendetta.
Hmm.
And the key difference? The first one can be negotiated. The second? Not so much.
So,
if I were you...
Is he saying that like the idea like of if he's saying like the first to the idea of like a conflict of interest and personal vendetta? So like the conflict of interest is Aventurine, right? The personal vendetta is Boot Hill against the IPC, but then also I don't know if Stelle like the whole idea of Stelle being Skott's sworn enemy. I think that's one-sided. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I just can't see Stelle thinking of Skott as like her sworn enemy. He's more just like an annoyance. So maybe in some ways he's saying that Aventurine could be negotiated with?
You'd deal with the personal vendettas first. Much appreciated, Mr. Oti. I'll keep that in mind.
What a poetic twist. Old rivals, now destined to settle the score on the Holy Grail Wars stage.
And of course, Rekka loves this as well. He's so cool. Like, he's such a great design.
Lucky for me, I drew the best possible card. Assassin. With your noble phantasm, we should have the upper hand.
That said, knowing your opponent's next move isn't enough. It's like having a script but never actually shooting the film. Let me remind you, Master, your least favorite Nameless is preparing the ritual to summon a servant right now.
Nameless? I gotta take care of you first. Can't have any loose ends hanging around.
This is one of the most interesting starts to a quest ever. It's so cool, like how like they made a quest with like Skott be like the most intriguing. I'm so like excited to find out the dynamics and look at the dynamics. I'm actually like really like intrigued about how Scott's going to interact with this world. They've taken a character who like I've just wanted to get out of my face and made him into a character that I actually find like super interesting and like in a way like kind of pitiful in a way too, where it's like, again, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I like him. I'm saying that like in a way it's like, man, this dude like without Rekka would be in over his head. He's going against Boot Hill, Aventurine, and Stelle. You know what I mean? These are 3 people who like could flick their finger and Skott is destroyed. You know what I mean? Like there's no doubt about it. So that's what makes it interesting is like this character who like is kind of sniveling. He's you know down in his luck. He's not as powerful as the other characters, but in this tournament technically when you're summoning these people from history, you can make yourself kind of like on the same level as the other characters in some ways, and that's what makes it interesting. I'm so interested, man. This is so cool.
Next up is the moment we've all been waiting
Look at Stelle
for.
with the back turned to the camera.
Nameless will step into the summoning circle, chant the spell, and summon one of the greatest souls in Penaconian history.
Love this stuff, man. Love this stuff.
Who will it be?
Jesus.
The legendary Dreamweaver Glocks? Or perhaps the first Bloodhound?
Wait, Gallagher?
Let's find out!
The stage is set. Now step into the summoning circle and begin the ritual.
Maybe my son Misha's gonna come out of there, you know? Yeah, this is a really cool concept. I'm already like really into it. I'm already super into this idea. Let's check out who we get then.
All right, let's begin.
Imagine it was Misha.
Heed my words. My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny.
If you heed the Express's whistle and obey the crispy, crumbly pom-pom pie, then answer!
Oh, wait, this is everyone doing their... Wait, Pom Pom came here and also got someone else as well? Pom Pom's actually participating?
I have not come to bring all the good in the world, but I am fated to perish, defeating all evil in the world.
Oh, yeah?
7 souls flowing from the Amber Lord's stony heart.
This is so cool. It is like a tournament arc. Oh? Who are we summoning? I can't believe we're have to go against Pom Pom as well.
Come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales.
Who are we getting? Who are we getting? You waited for a while, but nothing happened?
So, where's the servant?
Did it just not work for us? There was no light pollution, no exciting music, and no soul that came down from the sky. There was only an awkward silence. That's...
Where's my servant?
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh, I wish I could capture this
Oh,
pathetic little
God.
moment of yours and pass it down as a family heirloom for generations.
The music they're playing as well, like he's like the cartoon villain in the 4th episode of that new Saturday morning cartoon.
I was actually worried you'd luck out and summon some terrifying servant. But turns out you're just plain cursed.
Is Oti not worried that this underdog thing is not going to work if, like, he's surrounded by IPC soldiers, you know?
Compared to you, even I seem less of a lone wolf now that I have a servant. Maybe I should let you borrow the title for a couple of days.
He's... Oh my god. His satisfaction at seeing Stelle be kicked down is so, like, strong. Skott, you again? Are you my servant? Even without a servant, you're no match for me. Are you my servant? Because I know that would probably piss off
Tell
Skott.
me, are you my servant?
What? Obviously not. I'm your opponent, fool. Do you seriously not recognize me?
I love that. I love the idea of just making Skott angry because I know that for a fact that like his whole thing is like, even if you can see Stella smile, she loves rage baiting him. Like Scott's whole thing is that he has this beef with Stelle. Like that's what's keeping him going.
Let's not waste time. Your summoning ritual just flopped. This is the perfect moment to serve you every ounce of humiliation you once dealt me, with interest.
Buddy, we made you bark like a dog. You can't ever humiliate Stelle in that way.
But hey, I'm a fair guy. Since you failed to summon a servant, I won't use mine to beat you either.
Ah, Jesus, come on.
Boys, go get him.
Scott, I just started talking about how like the only way you can sign up to Stelle, Boot Hill, or Aventurine is by using the servants, and now we're doing this. You're donezo.
Specialist Scott! You never said the enemy was this strong!
Yeah, exactly.
This is way out of our league! Don't forget to file my overtime pay!
But it's so true, like the whole like
You idiots! Hold the line!
unless he has some sort of plan, but it is a very Scott thing like to be like to jump the gun. Just not that I know Scott fully, but like his personality does seem like someone who is like trying to humiliate Stelle in any way, shape, or form to make his own self feel better. So like him like doing this, like he does like not. It adds to like what I would think the character would be like. Oh, you're donezo. Unless the music is like scripted.
Tonight, souls shall tonight.
The greatest song of all time.
Stars echo because of me.
Here we go. Okay. Lovely stuff. We haven't heard in a while. Because nearly every battle we've done has been like very much scripted music.
This won't take long.
Going all in.
Lovely
Taps
stuff.
on me.
Try this on for size.
Relax.
Just for our own sanity for a second. Let's go back for a second and look at something for a second here when we get the chance. Just when we get the chance, I think it's for our own sanity. I think we need to look at it. It's actually science, right?
All in.
I love the fact that like you don't have to do stuff sometimes and they just all start attacking. good stuff.
May as well kill them all.
How do we look at our characters again? There we go. It's the greatest thing of all time. It really is. I do like how the IPC soldiers were kind of like veering over ahead here, and Skott kind of sent them to their doom.
Mooks are even worse than I thought. Anyways, just fall back for now.
You gained confidence from having this idea of Rekka with you, and you bring these soldiers here that are not going to even stand up to Stelle even for a second? What's the game plan?
Skott, that's all you've got?
Yeah, like there must be something planned. Like he has something else planned here, for sure.
Guess it's my turn to hunt you down now.
Seriously, we're chasing after Skott? That's hilarious. Now, he could just be like maybe leading us into something right now. Or is it a situation where he would just get overzealous?
To chase me down, huh? What a shame. Your Holy Grail war ends right here.
This is like family stuff, right? This is Penacony soldiers.
Target is in position. Ready, assassin?
Oh, it is Rekka. It was a challenge. Sorry, it was obviously a trick. As we thought there, he was leading us into something as well.
A blood-splattered interstellar slasher comedy action.
But like Rekka, we go back a long way, man. Me and you were buds. Me and you were pals. I was in your movies.
Are these
oh,
things?
that's so cool.
Just some disposable extras. Nothing special.
Pretty cool.
Watch your mouth. They're very valuable to me.
They said they're very gorgeous to me.
Bust.
No, that's awesome. I love the. I love that. Oh my god, look at this. They have like Scott's face on them. That's so fun. Is that the first time they've done that, or have they done that in a request? I like the idea though. But it also like really, I like the idea that like again you can kind of pick up that it was like a little bit of a trick. You know what I mean? Who's trying to lure us into something? Because like why would Skott ever like
never last
attack us there? You know why would he think it was a good idea to attack Stelle?
Time to say bye.
Of all characters. Like especially just like with Stelle is like you know, known for being able to beat the living hell out of like the biggest of enemies. Like Stelle's fought against some of the craziest monsters in the history of Honkai Star Rail. Love the music.
Try this
so
on
cool.
for size.
I love the different faces. It's so cool.
Stand still.
And again, we talk about motivations. I love Rekka's motivation. I love the idea to be like, because again, like him wanting to make a big movie, I think outweighs his like. Obviously, like you know, for him, everyone's a star in this movie, right?
Time to say
but
bye.
He's gotten the rights to make a movie about this, and he can like observe everything in like a much better way. And he's got permission from the family to film wherever he wants. That's huge for like a filmmaker, right?
Cut! These extras will keep performing forever.
If I can't kill you, I'll exhaust you.
We're already on 3 out of 3.
Sounds like more business now.
Who the heck are you?
The what? That went by really fast. I didn't even get a hint of who that was. Wait, what? What was that?
That spear! What just happened?
Yeah, well, I don't remember seeing... Huh? Huh?
Don't tell me this guy's your servant!
What?
Assassin!
Is this one of the Fate characters?
Someone's crashed the set, producer. I'm not built for frontline combat, and that guy is bad news. So, how about we take the smart approach and run?
The only reason I say he's one of the Fate characters, by the way, is because he kind of lines up with like the Fate designs that I've seen in like anime openings and stuff, right? Even the hair, the music as well. No voice acting? So he put his master into spirit form too, assassin class. Oh, such a pain in the neck. Was this around the time that like there was the voice acting thing still going on? I'm guessing probably. We don't talk about this like on the channel, by the way. I don't like to like get into outside stuff. So like if anyone's wondering, like, oh, like, you know, we don't really talk, but you can obviously like give information like, hey, like, oh, this is why the voices aren't there and stuff like that too. But like I don't like getting into the whole like nitty gritty of it, not because it's not important, but because more just like, you know, I want to keep these videos as like time capsules sometimes, you know what I mean? Hope that makes sense. Yeah. This music as well. Do I look like it? I heard voice acting though for a second. Do they not have voice acting for this? You can call me Lancer. That's not my true name, of course. Oh, Stelle at the ready. But since you'll be out of the game soon, doesn't even matter. Wait, what? Oh, so wait. So I thought so they're not our servant. Wait, what? Wait, what? Now we know this character from the freaking banner as well, and from the openings I've seen of this show. Oh my god, the lack of voice acting is funny, but like still. So that, wait, her? What a terrible reunion. So they know each other from the Fate universe as well. So that's gonna be who's working with us? Again, as I said, I recognize like this character obviously from the banner, but also we've seen like anime openings in Roma Reacts where she's been there too. Saber. That's what I was thinking too, Lancer. But as long as I stand here, I won't let you lay a hand on my ass. Oh my god, our servant for this is Saber? Like the named character Saber. Well, okay, just hit the jackpot. This music. Is this Fate music as well? No, it's freaking awesome that like the fact that like again, you know, in a meta way, this has been built up in my mind in stuff that wasn't even technically the story, right? Where like I haven't seen Fate, but I have seen the anime openings in Roma Reacts. I have seen her on the banner for a long time, so it's like this thing where it's like, oh my god, it's her, you know? I love the way things like work out like that, where it's like, oh my god, that's who it is, you know? It's really cool. And they said reunion, so they know each other, right? It's safe now, Master. Are you hurt? Wait, you two know each other? Are you my servant? Oh my, I love the design. Love it. Because again, they might be designing him like a little bit differently, but like the way that like even it feels like the eyes are like a little bit lower down in the head. The black eyebrows with blonde hair, love it. Always. Love the design, man. So cool. We've crossed swords a few times in the past Holy Grail Wars. Our legions often clashed, but not as bad as but he's not a bad person. So it's like one of the things where it's like you know, almost like a friendly rivalry. It's almost like Yugi and Kaiba, where it's like Yugi and Kaiba like Kaiba's not a bad guy past like the first season. Like he is a bad guy when the show starts, but it's one of those situations where it's like he may be like rude and kind of like a bit abrasive, but like he has morals. You know what I mean? You don't seem to be from this world. This music's beautiful. Holy hell. I've noticed that as well. This is so cool. The Holy Grail granted me the knowledge you need to participate in this war, but it makes no sense. This world is completely foreign to me. Can I say this right now? The music doesn't really sound like the typical HSR music, which again, not good or bad. It just feels different. And if you're going to do a collab where like this character from another world comes in here, making everything feel much different and like making them feel like they're part of this world while also at the same time not, if that makes sense, where it's like, again, they fit in this world character design wise, but then like obviously visually and the feeling wise, it's like, oh, this person's not from this world. It's actually really effectively done. I forgot to introduce myself. You may call me by my servant class, Saber, or by my true name, Altria. Pendragon? I was once a knight in Camelot. I assume you know about this place. You know nothing about this place either? We do actually have a Camelot here, actually. Let's just say nothing about her Camelot. It seems that from the very foundation of our existence, we hail from two entirely different worlds. To help this servant understand this dream world bathing in memory, you go on a lecture about interstellar travel and cosmic geography. Love the back of the hair as well, so cool. This is such an interesting way of doing things. The music is gorgeous. The fact that again, it feels natural to have them standing in this world, which again is sometimes a problem. Aloy, for example, in Genshin. I know that wasn't a story thing, but still, doesn't look like they're a part of the world, right, at all when you see them. But this character is from a different universe and feels like they're firmly set on the ground here, while at the same time, too, they still keep that idea that they feel different in terms of, like, You know they're not from here. There's a feel, and it could be just because we know they're from the fake Collab that is like in our mentality too. But I like that they're firmly set in this world physically, and then like it's interesting to look at them and be like, oh, they're actually not, like, also we know they're not part of this world. Only suddenly hear thunder's rumble. Listen to the late night before you were starving. You hungry? We can get something. Oh my god, forgive me. I must seem rather undignified. No, not at all. Jesus Christ, we can get some food. You may not realize it, but the world has almost no magical energy. This music is so, like, medieval fantasy. It's so cool. And a heroic spirit from a completely unknown realm. I can't draw power from the fane of mystics, so to maintain my combat strength, I need a lot of energy. We can get some food. There's no problem whatsoever. Really pretty character design. Really pretty character design. Master, do anywhere where we can that serves large portions? Well, if you're not picky about the food. Not at all. I'm never particular about taste. Besides, hunger is the best seasoning. That is a really good phrase. I love the outfit. And Camelot is like King Arthur's, like... It's to do with King Arthur. So I wonder, like, is there a King Arthur in Fate?
Come on. I'll take you to try the local specialty. Halovian winged burgers.
Wow.
No way your world has that.
I love that. Again, Stella's such a well-traveled person now that, like, someone come from, like, a different world is just like, hell yeah, let's go get some food, you know? Because, like, any other game, you would have the character be like, who are you? You know, and it works. It works for that story, right? The idea of someone coming from a different world, different universe, you would be kind of on the ground, like, in a corner being like, how are you here? Right? But instead, because Stella's been to, like, Zansho, she's met Borison, she's met, people from, all over this world now, different planets, different types of people, different races, all the stuff in between. Like, she looks at, like, a character coming from this alternate reality, basically, it seems. And it's kind of like, let's get a bite to eat, right? And again, Stelle also has the personality of just, like, a lot of acceptance and love, so that helps too. And she's a trailblazer, which, the mentality of trailblazers is to accept people and help people. At the same time, in the Golden Hour, this is so cool. What a cool way of, like, introducing a new collab. Successfully summon your servant.
I've always been a gambler.
Oh my god, these two.
Teetering between bad luck and incredible fortune. But even for me, this draw of the cards is a bit...
I love that section with Saber. I do. And I think it's like one of those things where, like, I don't know who Saber is. I've seen them like a few times on the banner and obviously said in anime openings stuff like this too. But I think that's the whole point. It's like, not everyone's going to know about this as well, but I have trust in Honkai Star Rail already, I've seen here too, where, like, you don't have to have seen the show to understand, like, oh, this is a person from a different world. They are summoned here to help us in this battle. They're a fish out of water. They don't know about this world. And already you can focus on those aspects rather than focusing on, like, I don't know, like, the history of this character, you know what I mean? In fact, it makes it kind of like an interesting perspective, I think, as well, to see the difference between people who probably play the game versus who are played there's fake games. People who watch the animes and people who haven't, right? And then, of course, we get to see these two as well, which is, two interesting characters also. Yeah, really, really cool.
Still, I have to say, I kind of like your servant. A partner who plays by the rules and knows his boundaries. Oh? I'd take that over you schemers any day. At least he's trustworthy.
So who's his servant?
Oh, no doubt he's an incredible servant,
but... Aventurine! This is, I forget his name, but Archer? Is it Archer?
Who exactly are you in Penaconian history?
That's the thing, the whole idea, they're not from Penaconian history, are they? Master, they look like any ties to this bizarre world of yours. We got him as a free character, right?
Oh, looks like, just like your servant, he's from another world.
That's actually a relief. At least this nightmare of indulgence debauchery is in my world's future. He's like, I'm thankful that Penacony is not in my future as well. Again, I love the designs here. They look like they are like from a different game or a different world, right? And a different type of design. But at the same time, too, they are grounded in reality, where them setting foot in this world doesn't feel like it messes with our brain too much, right? The example I would give is like maybe like Skirk and Genshin, where it's like they're clearly made and designed to look like they're from a different reality. In fact, I think Skirk, in my opinion, would like almost fit more in Honkai Star Rail if you put them in Honkai Star Rail more than even Genshin. But they're still grounded, like foot on the floor. It doesn't mess with your brain, right?
Forking hell.
Look at his smile.
So, 2 outsiders. Summon 2 more outsiders. The Holy Grail War allergic to local talent now or something?
I love Aventurine's smile is so great because he's always like has a little squint. He's always like a little bit of a schemer, you know. Make that 3. There are 3 servants from another world here. So who's the third? Because we know Saber's here. Oh yes, the guy with the lance. Yes, there it is. Cuchulainn? I think I remember the name Cuchulainn from the openings. Maybe, I don't know. But like Cuchulainn is an Irish story. It's an Irish historical figure where Cuchulainn historically like defeated a wolf in battle. I don't know if like maybe that's what they're trying to like call upon. I don't know if this character is like trying to like call upon that. Like they don't obviously like look Irish, I guess, you know. But yeah, like Cuchulainn was like said to like have been like, you know, to use a very Irish traditional thing, like which is a hurl and a ball, to kill like this like gigantic like wolf or dog. And like it was like technically like obviously in self-defense as well. He didn't just go off looking for this as well, but like it was one of those things where like, you know, he was basically considered like this hero, this like kind of like champion, this person who like was considered like this powerful figure within Irish history and within like Ulster as well, which is a province or within Ireland as well at the same time too. Like I know it's one of those things where like rather than just being considered like a hero of some kind, he was more considered like this kind of like deity, this kind of figure that everyone's like, you know, looks upon like as a folk tale where like it's kind of supposed to be inspiring and like incredible and both a tragic tale and like an incredible tale as well, where it's like, oh my god, this heroic figure where people like, you know, I could talk about Irish folklore in another video if anyone wants to hear that stuff. It might be fun, but I wonder if it is trying to like, you know, call upon that in some ways as like maybe like a hero or a champion or like a warrior of like a specific location in some ways. Did you just say my true name out loud? Ever heard of Tact? What's the big deal? No one knows us here. No one's ever heard of what? He is from Ireland? So he's okay, that's so cool. We have an Irish character in Honkai Star Rail. That's so cool. I'm shocked because people use Irish mythology all the time and don't actually and culture all the time, but are actually calling upon like actually, you know, actually being from Ireland. You know what I mean? There's plenty of characters around history who are like, I have Irish ancestry or they use an Irish name. I mean, Halloween is celebrated throughout the entire world and that was an Irish thing, you know what I mean? But like to have an actual Irish character? I love the way no one's ever heard of Ireland. No one's ever heard of that place. I love wait. Guys, do I win? Because America is in canon in Honkai Star Rail. England is in canon. The majority of countries in the world are in canon in Honkai Star Rail. But Ireland is now technically canon in Honkai Star Rail. I win. It also means we use disadvantage or fighting against heroic spirits who get buffed by this world's power. This is crazy to me. We have an Irish character. That's so fun. Because I was like, oh, Cuchulainn? Oh, they're calling upon the idea of like Cuchulainn in some ways. Maybe I just thought they were doing a spiritual thing, like of like the name brings up the idea of like a hero or a warrior. No, he's from Ireland. So I guess we can do an Irish accent maybe for this guy.
Man, all I asked you to do was a little recon. How'd you end up looking this beat?
Did you tell me you attacked Stelle? Don't even start. I almost got 2 masters in one sweep, but then the assassin covered the master's escape, and the other one, that grey-haired kid summoned the grey-hair. There it is.
4 gray hair. That's one of ours. Why the heck were you finding
exactly,
her?
Good and sellers are so friendly with each other. You're the one who told me to go after the most annoying targets.
Guess we'll have to clear up that little misunderstanding when we meet. Huh? You said her heroic spirit is like you guys.
That's right. Master, the servant is A Saber we're very familiar with. Her, well, that is an unexpected reunion, so we're all familiar with her as well, of course.
Are you guys often summoned into worlds that aren't your own?
This is how you do a collab. Man, this is how you do it. Right? Because again, I haven't played those, watched those animes, but I'm still like, I don't feel lost. It's actually just really fun to have these characters, and you can tell from they're from another world. I'm actually having a great time. Aren't our own. Most of the time we're in situations that are foreign to us. Someone else's era, nation, war. But I've never seen a world so completely alien before. That said, a counter guardian, you don't need to know what that means. My job is to show up when the Holy Grail War goes wrong. Maybe the other two were pulled here for the same reason. So, a counter guardian, so if something goes wrong... So they're supposed to show up when something wrong happens, okay. I see, so it's your fault we're all stuck here. So they were all got drawn here just in case something goes wrong.
Okay, what do you mean by a wrong Holy Grail War? Do you mean that in your world, the Holy Grail War is a common ritual?
Okay.
But in our world, old Oti completely botched the process?
It's not that something is going wrong, it's that the fact that there's a baseline of this being wrong already. Like, it's not right what's happening here. It's not exactly normal in our world either, but you guys have definitely screwed it up. First off, the Grail is not a toy, and surely isn't something amateur mages like you should be messing with. And this time, our physical bodies weren't even constructed for magical energy. If I had to guess, the so-called Grail must have tapped into something similar to magecraft to create the pseudo-Holy Grail War. A corrupted ritual Holy Grail in the hands of someone who is the host of this war? Lancer, do you want me to spell it out? So, in their world, it's not exactly this like thing that's like all that happens all the time. It's they right now it's being considered as prize or a toy when that's not what it's supposed to be. Their physical bodies are usually constructed from magical energy, but here it seems that they were like, it's magecraft or something pseudo. Okay. Might as well slap Mastermind on their forehead. Or at least my master this time doesn't seem like the kind of idiot who would abuse their command spells.
Well, that makes things simple. We just find the muddle fudger behind this Holy Grail War and drag them out into the open.
Guess so? But what if they're waiting for us to come knocking so they can wipe us all out in one go? Oh, it's annoying, but unavoidable. I believe I'm the only one here with a formal training in magecraft. I'll try and analyze our enemy's setup to see if I can figure out the real goal. As for you guys, whether you hide or attack head on, you should be safe for now. So they're here to try and find out like who's messing with, like who's behind this war or who's behind using the Holy Grail for like, you know, incorrect means. But it's also like saying that they're worried that whoever created this is also trying to drag them into something where they can all be wiped out in one go. I'll screenshot all this too, by the way. Yeah, just to have it here. A breeze blows past the blue-haired man, and the blue-haired man disappears.
She's texting me now. What the fork? These lines. Did she just get possessed by the Night of Beauty? Whatever. Not the first time she's acted like this.
Wait, what's she saying?
What? Already hitting you up for revenge?
Nah, she wants us to meet at Clock Studios theme park. Says she wants to talk about an alliance.
I mean, that'll be good, right? That'll be really good.
I thought a heroic spirit would look... I don't know... more special?
Wait, I said, by the way... Oh, this is her spirit, okay. I said Ireland was canon in Honkai Star Rail, but what if this story isn't canon? And I'm gonna feel so bad. Right? But like, I'm gonna say that Ireland is technically at least the first country to be mentioned in Honkai Star Rail, right? Like the first real world country. I guess so. And honestly though, like I feel like Penacony like would do really well with like an Irish story with all the folk tales and folklore. You know what I mean? The Children of Lure is another example that would be really good for that as well. The Salmon of Knowledge. Stuff that like if I said like, oh, there's a Penacony story where like someone found a fish that makes you like infinitely intelligent, but like one of the characters by accident, you know, had a bubble burst on their finger and they licked their finger. The bubble came out of the fish and they licked their finger afterwards because it was so hot as it was cooking. And then the first person to taste the fish becomes the smartest person. So like this kid became the smartest person, you know what I mean, as well. Like if I told you that story, you might be like, that is an interesting like Penacony Memoria bubble. You know what I mean? It is, you know?
This isn't quite my true form. But I'm afraid this is the only way I can appear before you.
Dress whoever this is.
Summon at your request. I am...
Caster.
Caster.
Has a similar model to Canis, just like a little bit younger, so I had a bit of a fight or flight. Just for a second.
I would of course prefer to be honest with you. But every time I try to say my own true name, it turns into this.
Oh, so she can't say it?
Dissonance. But that's your name.
It was. But it's been trademarked.
What?
Copyrighted. Owned by someone else.
How does that work?
I'm sorry, Master.
That's awful. Someone copyrights your name, which again, by the way, like, I guarantee you it can happen sometimes in life that you can't use your own name for certain productions because it's being copyrighted by some people. No, I actually don't think it can, because even in America, like, if you call yourself, like, say, like, for example, like in wrestling, if you call yourself by your name and they can copyright your name for merchandise, but they legitimately cannot copyright your name, that you can't use it elsewhere because that's your physical name. It's like illegal to copyright a person's name, given name. Even though, like, you know, they've done stuff in the past which can be seen, like, you know, a little underhanded and stuff like that too. That's so interesting. Her name is copyrighted. Oh, yeah, by the way, on the canon thing again with the Irish thing, I know for a fact that someone's going to say, well, actually, Calvin, a mission you didn't do or a mission that you forgot about, like this other country's canon, probably. And I have vague memories of saying some country is canon as well, so maybe, like, you know, someone will correct me on that. But I'm just happy that Ireland is canon. That's kind of cool.
Just call me Robin. I'm not used to being called anything else.
Okay.
Miss Robin. I'm sorry if this isn't what you were hoping for. I'm just a faded star from the age of dreaming.
Faded star.
A piece of dead skin in an industry that sheds its past without a second thought.
Oh my god.
I was brilliant. Once. Who was I? Well, maybe you'd find the answer buried in some old, forgotten magazine. They used to call me the Eternal Silver Screen Beauty.
Oh man.
The golden note of Shipei's legacy.
Wait, so she was... So, the way they're saying this, like, she's saying, like, I'm a faded star from the second age of dreaming, a dead skin from an industry that sheds its past. So, like, is that, like, the movie industry? Because, like, legitimately, when you are, like, not useful to them, they will cast you aside. You know, we saw what happened with, obviously it's very different stuff, but I'm not going to name specific, because actually this probably might be traumatic to bring that type of stuff up, but there's some actors who, like, have went against the, acting industry, and when they don't need you anymore, they just cast you aside, and then you're kind of done. I was brilliant once, who was I? Old magazines, so she once was this, like, eternal silver screen beauty.
I've had even more names. But ever since I first stepped into the limelight, I've never had my own. Not even in death.
Whoa.
Not even now.
Jesus, man.
When I've been dragged from the grave to perform on this new world's old stage.
And Robin's probably going to feel terrible about this.
Every time I even try to speak my name, it gets drowned out by that cursed dissonance.
That's so brutal, man. Because she's saying even now, like, I can't even have that, like, you know, my own self. I can't even have my own peace. I can't even have my own name. I'm being dragged out to perform again.
But it's my name. My name.
Can we focus on getting this gal's name back? It's so brutal. And again, it's one of those things where, like, now, like, we're seeing another side of this, right? When we summoned other people, like, where it be, you know, like, Scott using Rekka or us summoning people from Fate, Robin has, like, a bit of, like, another side of this as well, where she summoned someone from history who, like, already went through pain and torment and emotionally in her life, and now is, like, has to go through it again with the knowledge that she's being used in some way for a battle that's not even hers.
I'm sorry.
And, like, for Robin to be the one that, like, summons her as well is really important, because I think that, like, you know, the ultimate person who has empathy would be Robin too, right?
It's okay. Let it out. I get it. Sometimes I want to lose control too. When we're on stage, under the spotlight, performers like us have to keep our composure. Since you can't use your real name, what should I call you?
Maybe give like a new beginning of some kind?
Caster. That's the title the Grail assigned me.
She's just given a title. The way the phrase it, right? A title.
No, I don't like that. I want a name you chose.
Yeah.
Not a name that was chosen for you.
I think that's a really great thing from Ramen. Again, as I said, the perfect person to interact with this character would be Robin, right? Again, as you talk about like perfect empathy.
Thank you, Miss
And look how much it means to her already.
Then, call me Miss Note. For now.
Yeah, man, that's painful. That's so painful.
Funny. I don't remember being this emotional when I was alive. Maybe my fractured spirit origin is affecting my personality. No true name. No noble phantasm. Just this ridiculous talent for theatrics. But I'll do what I can. However little that may be, I'll fight for you and myself to earn a chance to wish upon the Holy Grail.
Oh, man. Because again, this line even here as well, like, you know, I don't remember, yeah, I wasn't as emotional when I was alive. Maybe my fractured spirit is affecting my personality. Like, she's even being more emotional now, I guess, after, like, you know, this, you know, summoning, I guess, as well. I'd love to give her her wish and for Robin to win, and the wish be, like, that she gets her name back.
You want to win? To me, the only real victory is making this war disappear.
Interesting for Robin as well.
And that's something weapons can never achieve. Only song can do that.
I fucking love Robin's mentality, because like one of my least favorite things is like, oh, if you want peace, you prepare for war. When we know for a fact that like violence, in some ways, can bring, factually so, rebellions that are fought through violence have made peace for countries in terms of like fighting against an oppressor. But in terms of like, you know, two countries just fighting for land or religion or for soil or whatever it is, it just creates more violence down the line as well, you know what I mean? I love the way Robin has a very different mentality to the idea of if you want peace for war. She's always kind of like, you know, actually like love can like is more powerful than any type of hate, you know?
But people always remember the ones who win wars, never the ones who try and end them.
That's where this is going to be different then. It's going to be so different.
Whether you want to end this war or win it, you're going to need allies. No performance is complete with only the lead on stage.
Okay.
I know. I was just thinking the same thing. Out of everyone in this war, there are at least 2 people I can trust. I've already invited one of them, and I plan to lay everything on the table for her.
Oh, so maybe... Do you think Robin invited Stelle and then... Because I thought... Maybe I got it completely wrong. I thought Stella was inviting Boot Hill? But maybe I'm wrong. Penacony, cityscapes floating in the sky like clouds where ice cream and cotton candy just chirp and chirp straight into your mouth. This is incredible. Just like you said, Master, this world is steeped in dreams. Holy hell, man. Seeing this after all this time. But it wasn't until I arrived in this place, Dreamflux Reef, that I understood why the Holy Grail chose this world. Why? Because every shining palace has its forgotten corners, gathering dust ignored. And those places are people with countless unfulfilled wishes. That's why the Grail will come here. So it's like the idea of like maybe pent up, okay, wants and hopes, okay. The land proves Penacony isn't a dream kingdom, but an exaggerated reflection of reality.
All right, enough about that. Let's find something
It's so
to eat.
cool.
Listening to your stomach rumble is making me hungry too.
I love the idea of Stella just bringing her for food. It's such a nice thing. Servants don't bring money when they materialize in this world. Is your wallet good to go? Don't sweat it. I got it. Good. I'll make sure to pay you with a glorious victory. Thank you, Saber.
Almost there, Saber. Up ahead is the Dreamscape fast food restaurant.
Lovely stuff. So, we're going to be ending the episode here today. Which, you know, is like again, as I said, like when it came to like the stuff with like, you know, sometimes people ask like, what is there a time limit on the videos? Usually I design stuff like naturally and stuff I guess too. Like in today it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I don't have as much time to record. Usually I do this as well. It's one of those things where like I'm going to be taking everything as it comes, as we always do. I think when it came to like Amphoreus, one of the things that just happened naturally was that the stories were so like beefy and like constantly moving and constantly like, you know, it was cutscene after cutscene after cutscene after cutscene after cutscene. Not in a bad way. There was like battles too, there was combat too, and it was always like really great in that sense as well. I don't want to ever make it seem like I'm saying that it was bad, because like again, I know there was people that didn't like the pacing too much of Amphoreus, but for me I liked it because I was able to do it like bit by bit rather than just doing it all in one go. So I never felt the pacing was a bad thing. But I'm just saying like why episodes would become longer. And again, it never was like I was never like, I gotta do more goddamn Amphoreus. It was more like, oh my god, yes, there's more Amphoreus. So like before you know it, the episode would be like 3 hours just because of the way that like it was paced. It was paced in a way where it was just like, here's this scene that's sometimes like 20 minutes long. Then here's another scene that's kind of 20 minutes long. And by the time you get to like the 2 hour mark, which again, like usually was like the average time for like a Honkai Star Rail video. By the time you got to the 2 hour mark, like they were like, you're locked into a 20-minute cutscene now, you know what I mean? Which again, was never a thing where I complained about or was ever bad. I'm just trying to definitely reference why, like, Amphoreus episodes were chunky. They were chunky episodes for sure. But yeah, I think it's actually not a bad idea to kind of like pace yourself with this as well. We're coming into a whole different era of Honkai Star Rail as well. And we take everything naturally, as always. That's the way things go. We can definitely go up to the Astro Express and talk about this stuff as well. Really great stuff, honestly. And as I said, like when I heard about this fake collab, I wasn't worried one bit. Like, because I think sometimes when you don't understand what's happening with certain aspects of the story, there can kind of be a feeling sometimes of like, well, this isn't. I don't know the anime and I don't know the idea of the story. So like, is there a worry that I'm going to be left behind in that sense? And I didn't have that worry here. I never did, because I think Honkai Star Rail's storytelling is so strong that like I feel like they get introduced to you. And yes, by the way, there is confusion sometimes with Honkai Star Rail. Like there isn't any story, but I always like trust Honkai Star Rail in the end. Like I'm going to get there in the end in terms of like what I don't understand will be understandable by the end of it. That's just something I think is like really normal and always like something you should expect with Honkai Star Rail. And in this sense, that's exactly what I felt here as well, where it's like I came into this not thinking like, oh, what if I don't understand these new characters? What if I don't get it? I more came into it just being like, let's just go, you know? And I'm sure Honkai Star Rail will help us. And like I would think that's what they did here with the newer characters. There's Cuchulainn, there's Saber, and there's Archer. And I feel like even knowing nothing about these characters, the way they were introduced into the story felt more like a situation of like, if you don't know them, these are interesting characters from another world, right? And that's all you need to really like understand. They're interesting characters from another world that are here because the Holy Grail is something from their world that is calling them to this world. So simple, so normal. Obviously, there's more deeper aspects of their introduction as well. The way, like, you know, you see, like, there's, like, an honorable knight in terms of Saber, where she's, like, you know, from Camelot, and she's, like, you know, this brave warrior. You can tell from the first sentence that she's, like, this honorable knight, right? Willing to defend us in this battle. You can tell, like, the Cuchulainn is more of, like, a rogue hero. Like, this kind of, like, you know, more, like, I guess, like, you know, kind of cool, kind of, like, anti-hero, and not anti-hero, because he doesn't seem bad, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he's kind of, like, more of, like, a roaming kind of, like an Aragorn type of character, right? And then with Archer, he seems very, like, you know, stalwart and kind of like, you know, he's not stiff, but he's like, you know, very much like this stand straight, kind of maybe no funny business type of character in some ways. But then again, I could get that wrong as well, and that's just the impression we get the first time. But I think what they did so well with that is just making us quickly understand, like, what we have to understand. If you're somebody who watched the Fate anime, you're going to be like screaming at the idea of what's happening here. And that's awesome. Right, it's awesome that you get to be like screaming at this. For me, it's like one of those things that's like, oh, I understand what they're trying to go up with here. These are characters from another world that have cool designs, that feel grounded in this world, that are here for a specific reason to do with the Holy Grail, that are champions and servants of our characters. And that's all you need to know. We understand this, right? Because there's a Holy Grail championship going on. They're here because the Holy Grail has drawn them in. Simple. Right? It's so simple. It works so well. We don't need to know like this excess stuff. There is the excess stuff that we can learn for sure, maybe in the menus or something like that. I definitely wouldn't mind doing it. But it is like really cool that like they give us this kind of like introduction. And Honkai Star Rail was very smart to make this a collab that everybody can enjoy. Because there is a risk sometimes of doing a collab where if they give you like a SpongeBob collab, right, in a game, it works. It has to, the way it has to work is that like even the references that you don't get, should be funny to the people that get it, right? It's like, oh my god, this is so like cool. Like, you know, SpongeBob's interacting with Aventurine, you know what I mean? Or Mr. Krabs is like, you know, debating money with Jade, right? And it's like, oh, that's funny because I know Mr. Krabs' personality, right? But then for people that don't know SpongeBob, it should also be a thing. I know this is such a crazy example. People should also understand, like, from the get-go, oh, Mr. Krabs loves money, right? SpongeBob's getting along well with Robin because he wants to help people and wants to help Robin, you know what I mean? Squidward who would Squidward get along with? Squidward and Blade love like going off into the shadows together just to relax, you know. It's like they both want to die in that way, you know what I mean? It's like this really interesting thing where like you should understand the characters' motivations even if you don't understand who the characters are and the references are. It should be like this thing that's kind of plain as day to you even if you don't like fully get it. Does that make sense? Where it's like I don't know, like I'm not going to get all the references and I'm not going to be someone who's sitting there like feeling amazing going like, oh my god, Archer's interacting with Aventurine and like Boothill's interacting with Cucullin. Oh, I've dreamed of this interaction. But for me, it's more just a situation of like, oh, I understand their characters. I understand what they're going for here, and it works. That's all you need to know. And I think they've done that amazingly well. The fact that I can like be excited about these new characters. I already think Saber is really adorable in some ways too, and really nice at the same time. Cucullin's very interesting also. Archer we didn't get to know a lot as well here yet, but there's like interesting dynamics there, and I think they've done a really good job of like presenting the Fate world to us as well. I'm actually really impressed. But then again, it's one of the things that I said, like, I wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised that they introduced this in such a fantastic way. I wasn't surprised that like I'm coming away from this excited for more of this. The fact that it's a collab of stuff I don't even know and I'm excited is a big testament to how good Honkai Star Rail is and how good the writing in Honkai Star Rail is. To me, it just works really, really well. Yeah, it just works immaculately well. I love like Stelle's interaction with Saber, the way Stelle is so open to helping Saber, right? And it is a thing where like, you know, Stelle has that trailblazing spirit, so accepting someone in from another world so quickly is it just makes sense for Stelle, and especially like to bond over food. I love Boothill and Aventurine's kind of like, you know, dynamic with each other, the way they are like a little bit opposites to each other, but like they're both kind of reacting to these characters in their own way. And even like Boothill getting shocked that that Cucullin attacked Stelle as well. You know, she's on our side. Like there's these fun dynamics there too, and even like the stuff with Castro. I know probably isn't a Fate thing, but it's just probably a Honkai Star Rail thing. Having Robin be like the most empathetic person I've ever met, interacting with a character like Castro that clearly needs empathy or like deserves empathy, is a really strong idea as well for Honkai Star Rail 2. The story of this whole thing is like that there is a Holy Grail tournament that's being organized by Oti. He is organizing this thing as a competition where people can join this battle. They have these servants that they summon, and if they win this battle, then they get one wish from the Holy Grail. He is using Scott as like his champion, I guess, that he wants to win. He's even giving him Rekka as someone he like to be his like servant. So in that sense, he wants Scott to win because it is like this story of like this kind of like for the people, this is a story of like, oh, this like underdog or this person who's like a common person winning in this stuff way too. And I think that like from our perspective now, Oti's motivation is that he has everything he could want in this world. He's rich. He's got, you know, respect from people in Penacony. Again, it's one thing he does have respect. The family has respect, even if it's one of those things where we don't agree with the family or like the family too much. Which, by the way, my reason for not liking the family is always the same thing, where it's like, the Sunday problem was Sunday's problem. What Sunday did was wrong. But that doesn't change the fact that like all the family knew about this 100% and helped and turned a blind eye to it because they could get a benefit out of this. They knew it wouldn't affect them negatively. And even if Sunday failed, they could blame it on Sunday. So to me, it's one of those things where it's like this negligent and knowing negligence that I'm like totally like makes me not like the family too much. And Oti, for example, as a character is someone who like I'm not a big fan of. But regardless of that, I do think it's like a really good like dynamic having Oti like introduce this tournament. And for him, since he has all that he wants, he just wants like to put on this like amazing show, it seems, where he wants everyone to like from around the place to be like, oh my god, this is incredible, like and make more investors want to join Penacony, right? Because if they have this like affluent tournament or battle or whatever, all eyes then come to Penacony once again, and like then you get more people wanting to be a part of Penacony. And especially if there's a story about this up and comer who's like a nobody who wins the tournament, it becomes this thing where it's like, oh my god, incredible, right? Like, oh my, like this is such an amazing story. All eyes turn to Penacony as well. And I feel like it's one of those things where like while I don't like Oti, like, you can definitely understand his strategy, because that's been a strategy of the family already, which is like gaining more notoriety. And then, like, you have all these other motivations of people joining the tournament as well and joining this whole thing, this war, I should say. It makes perfect sense, right? It makes perfect sense. And I think that's why Honkai Star Rail always does really well with the writing too. Like having Boot Hill join, because he is he's someone who like fights for justice, and he's a Galaxy Ranger who wants to make sure everything's on the up and up. And for his perspective, he's going to like protect the people of Penacony and the people on the lower. And Micah wants him to protect the people who are on the lower rungs, because when people start playing on the top, it affects the people on the bottom. This is something that happens in real life too. So Boot Hill being here makes sense when he's already like, saved Penacony twice, and he would be willing to do it again, because that's just his whole motto. He's someone who fights for good and for more. He's really strong morals. On the other side of things, you have like the motivation of Aventurine for joining, which is not that he would join normally, but like Jade wants him to join because, again, it creates more of an advantage for the IPC. They've already established many, many times that the IPC creating relationships and partnerships and ownerships is something that strengthens the IPC for them too. So for Jade to be like, okay, I want you to join this tournament so we can like gain more of a foothold into this, makes perfect sense. It makes more than enough sense, because for the IPC, connections and power is everything, and to gain more connections is to gain more power and to gain more of a foothold into situations. That's why they wanted to make a connection with the Trailblazers in the first place. It's because that makes sense of like of having such a respected people, at least like working with you in some ways. It gets you more of a foothold into things. So sending Aventurine into this thing isn't about winning the Holy Grail. Jade doesn't care about winning the Holy Grail as much as she cares about the idea of gaining those connections, gaining that foothold, talking more to Boot Hill, talking more to the Trailblazer. Aventurine is the perfect person to do that, because he has already connection with Boot Hill, and he has a connection with Stelle in some ways too. He could be like that, and Robin. He has a perfect kind of like, as I said, foothold to get more of a foothold into that also. And I do like, again, the motivations as we have here, as I said, with Boot Hill and Aventurine, like, and Jade, because it makes sense. All of it makes perfect sense. Pom Pom seems to be joining it too, which is really fun. But I think just Pom Pom wanting to get involved in things is really a fun idea too. And of course, with Stelle joining this thing too, like in terms of like motivations, I think it's just like something Stelle would be wanting to be involved in, right? Like it's in her gremlin mode, like being involved in this large scale tournament of Penacony history, getting invited this by the Trailblazers, but the Trailblazers were invited. Stelle is kind of like this person who would be this person who would jump in head first into this stuff. Yeah, it's really interesting how they've done the motivations here. And then Scott's motivations are also important too, where for Scott, he wants a happy life and he wants to be like, move up to the ranks of the IPC. He wants to become more of a, I don't know if you call like someone who like works well in the IPC and someone who like has a like strong presence in the IPC and has and just retire. He wants to probably like retire happily and all this stuff too. And you know what I mean? He wants to gain through the ranks, but that's not his only motivation. His like distaste for Stelle is so perfect. Like it's a one-sided beef in my opinion. Obviously Stelle doesn't like Scott, but for Scott this is his whole life. The idea of getting revenge on Stelle is like so perfect for him, and he wants to get revenge on Stelle. And Stelle, like, of course, I think does remember him, of course, 100%. But the reason that the dialogue choice I chose was to kind of be like, to make fun of Scott. It gets under his skin even if we do remember him. And that's the whole point of it, is to get under his skin in some ways. Which again, I really like this idea. I really like the idea of the one-sided rivalry, but Stelle is also like kind of like, does know him and does dislike him, but is not like totally like, hateful of him in some ways too. And of course, as I said, like those motivations for Scott make sense too. And having him as like this sniveling character trying to go to this tournament as well with the backing of the family and Rekka, which again, Rekka's motivations also, we're talking about motivations of this tournament, perfect. Rekka's motivations make sense. Like Rekka being like, yeah, I'll join up with you to get the rights for this movie, to make a movie out of this. This is a perfect movie. And obviously it's one of those things where like Rekka, you could say, why doesn't Rekka just make the movie afterwards? But it's like, there's a total difference between making a movie about the Holy Grail War versus like being directly involved in it, seeing it on the ground floor, seeing all the motivations and the characters and the spirit and the breaking of spirits, and being like, I want to make a movie about this and understanding that. That's what he wants to do. It makes perfect sense that he would want to do this. Like, all of it makes 100% sense. Especially knowing Rekka as well, it makes perfect sense. And then, of course, Robin seems to want to end this idea of the war. And when she's talking to Castor, who now was a Note, was her name? She has this character who like has been dragged out of history, who got her name copyrighted, who never was like fully like, you know, someone who could be herself, this character Note. And she was like basically used as a commodity and then pushed to the side. And now you have this thing where like Robin, who is this unbelievably empathetic character, wants to end this war, and it seems like this lady will also help Robin do that too. So everyone has their like own motivations. And that was a beautiful scene as well, by the way. And I think, as I said, there's many characters who could be empathetic towards this character, but I feel like Robin being that character makes total sense as well. So yeah, all these motivations: Skott, revenge and moving up through the ranks; Boot Hill, protection and protecting the common people; Aventurine, working for Jade to get connections and information; Rekka, to make a movie; Robin, to end these battles; Stelle, probably just to get involved in it. Maybe I missed like exactly what her motivation is in this way too, but maybe also like to figure out like what's going on here as well. But then also like Oti to create this like big spectacle so more people want to get involved. Then you have the motivations of the Fate characters as well, where like it seems like Saber doesn't really know exactly why they've been brought here, but it seems like to do with, again, to be drawn in by the Holy Grail as well, and to protect Stelle in this fashion too. Cuchulainn and Archer clearly see something wrong that's happened with the Holy Grail, and that's another part of the story too, where they've seen that like the way the Holy Grail is being used as some toy is not the way it's supposed to be used. So that's why they've been drawn here into this world, to stop whatever wrong way this is being used. And then also they worry that it might be kind of like a trap as well, that they might be being drawn into this world as a way to like attack them or hurt them. So they have to find out exactly who's behind bringing the Holy Grail here, and how maybe Oti found the Holy Grail too. So there's also that aspect too with the Fate characters, that they also have their own motivations and their own fears and worries of why they're brought here also. It's all done so well, and I use the word the idea of motivations because motivations are what move you forward as a character in a story. Motivations are what keep you going as a character. Motivations are the reason you step forward in a story, right? I mean, it's even if it's like, you know, it's life as well, right? Motivations, because like for us as well, it's like, why did I get up in the morning? I had to go to work. Why did I eat? Because I was hungry. Why did I go downstairs to get an ice cream? I had a sweet tooth. All of like life goes through like motivations. Even if you don't feel, it's like, okay, why did I like? It's like I don't have much motivations. Like, but even on the base level, there's motivations to do like tiny things. Why did I play the game? To have fun. Why did I do this? To do that. You know, it's always that thing. So like, I think that like this is heavily based on motivations because it's people entering into a battle, a war. Why would people want to do this? And you could say, well, in the baseline, people wanting a wish. But I think it's so interesting that like, the wish is like a central part of this. It's like people, you know, like, and people believe it too because there's so many like magical things that have happened in Penacony that there being a wish makes total sense, and we believed it too, right? But I love that like the central idea is like this wish that people can wish for and get anything they want. But in reality, when you really think about it, there's only like one character out of everyone who's like in this tournament so far that is truly their motivations is just to get the wish, and that's kind of Skott, right? Now, you can say he also has the motivation for revenge, but he's plainly about the wish. And Stelle, too, I would say, too, right? I think Stelle, like, also, you know, Gremlin mode wants more wishes, too, but she wants, obviously, like, probably, like, for, you know, a different reason, too. So I say Stelle and Skott, too, but I love the way there's so many motivations that are outside the wish. And it turns, like, the idea of, like, a tournament on its head, right? Where, you know, I use Battle City as an example. Yugi enters Battle City, obviously, for, and Yugi enters Battle City, obviously, to, like, you know, win a tournament. But the motivation is also, like, if you enter Battle City, you're going to find more rare hunters. Kaiba starts Battle City, spoilers for Yu-Gi-Oh! Skipped 30 seconds ahead. Kaiba starts Battle City to draw in more of the Egyptian god cards. I love motivations for a tournament arc that aren't just, like, victory and winning and maybe more powerful. There's something there where you have to, like, join in and do something there as well. So to find the rare hunters, to find the Egyptian god cards, there's something there. And that's what happens here. There's like so many motivations for this story that just makes all those characters super strong, which is what we said from the start. A tournament arc in any ways, I know this is like not exactly a tournament arc, but it kind of is, strengthens individual characters within that tournament arc. And that's why that tournament arc is, great for combat, great for battles, great for, like, you know, animation and all this stuff too when you watch an anime, but it's also like to improve characters. During the Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City tournament arc, Joey becomes a different person. It's what you want to see from Joey, right? During the tournament arc, the first tournament arc in the real tournament arc in Hunter x Hunter, there's like changes of characters and newer characters being introduced and characters being solidified. It shows their determination and what they do under pressure and how they react to losing sometimes. It's like all these things that are really good about tournament arcs. And here we're doing that too, where we have these characters being more motivated and learning about stuff and maybe learning about themselves. And we've already almost instantly seen so many different dynamics that we've already understood, but they're being more solidified here on display. Like as I said, Aventurine doing this because he has to, right? That's a very Aventurine thing. It's like, okay, I guess I will. And then there's like Boot Hill is doing this because it's the right thing to do. Or as we said, you know, Scott is doing this to get back his Stelle and also get a wish for himself. Robin wants to end this up. There's all these different things where it's like, okay, we understand these characters even better now, or it's solidified stuff we've already known. And that's what I love about tournament arcs as well. I think it works really well too. Yeah, this is really awesome. And it's already like super, super interesting. It's already something that I'm really, really excited to see more of. In terms of like the last thing I'll say, the character designs are great. Like Saber looks awesome. Like I love the way her head is like a little bit smaller, looks a little bit different. The blue colors and like the very knightly outfit. Archer like isn't my favorite design in the world. It really isn't. But like I still think that like it looks really cool, like with the kind of like spiky white hair and the red jacket. Cuchulainn as well. It's like it's not like my favorite thing in the whole entire world, but I love that like it stands out, and that's my thing. But I love Saber's design. It's so freaking cool. It's like one of those things where like the designs are so striking, but again, as I said, they are grounded within this world. Like you can tell that they're part of this world, even if they're not part of this world. Walking that line is so tough to make a character that you want to seem like they're not part of Honkai Star Rail, but at the same time too, they have to feel like they're physically in this world, that they don't feel totally out of place. Because then what happens is if you take the characters and you make them like, you know, look one-to-one, just like Fate characters, or like another Fate game. The problem is that they're not like Honkai Star Rail characters, and it starts to look like just like a Fortnite collab. Which is nothing wrong with Fortnite, I want to make that clear, but that's not what Honkai Star Rail is. It's a story-based game that is about immersion and characters getting involved and stuff, and like, you know, characters being important and stuff like this as well. So it makes sense that there is like these characters that look like they're from a different universe, but at the same time too could be Honkai Star Rail characters that are grounded in this world in terms of their physical sense and their physical design. And I think they've done a really good job with that. They look great. Look at Kapka. We have to let her play. We have to let her play all the way to the end. This location's fantastic, man. And it's one of those things where before I start recording, I was just standing here as the character, not standing here in the real world, listening to this track here. And we left Penacony like, what, 7 months ago, maybe? But it's so crazy how this game has already made me feel so nostalgic for this place, this song, this track. Like, we will be catching up to Honkai Star Rail in the next few months, right? We have the Fate collab to do. We're going to be doing the interlude quest as well for, I think it's 3.8 is what it's called. It's what people have told me. And there's probably a few more things maybe we'll do in between that as well. But then, of course, we're going to be going to Arcadia. And I think we'll catch up to Arcadia like a lot quicker than we think we will. And yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel kind of weird, you know? It feels strange, but I still think it's a very powerful thing that even though we're about to catch up, coming back to a place like Penacony here right now feels so warm and so beautiful, so it's not making me worried. It's like, I know I'm going to be able to come back to these places whenever I want. And there's still going to be Honkai Star Rail updates all the time. So we're good. We're good. We're good.
My
Sorry
dear
for getting
guests,
sentimental already.
Welcome. What would you like to eat? Wait a minute. Isn't that our festive superstar? You're here for that Holy Grail War, right?
See, people obviously know us as well. You guys know all the gossip around here too?
Oh, please. This is Dreamflux Reef, and news spreads like wildfire in this place.
I bet.
And this must be the heroic spirit you summoned, huh? Dare I ask, miss, which famous person from Penaconian history do you represent?
The gold trim on the bow is elegant and really pretty. Sorry, but the Holy Grail War revealing my true name would be a major breach of security.
Gotcha. Like a secret recipe, huh?
Why don't you tell me this instead? What's the best dish on the menu?
If this is your first time in Dreamflux Reef, I highly recommend the Halovian Winged Burger.
Okay.
It's a burger you won't find anywhere else. Our store only uses pure organic ingredients sourced from the Memory Zones farms.
The Memory Zones
farms? The soil they're
farms?
cultivated in is free of harmful emotions.
Wait. They farm, like, cows that don't eat... Okay. I didn't know that was a possibility. That you'd have cows that would eat negative emotions. Thank you, but no need to explain. We'll go to the Halovian Wing Burger. I know they're saying that, like, the grass, the soil. But I guess it's Halovian winged burger, so maybe it's not exactly cow. Yeah, I'm just thinking burger, cow, but yeah, there's much more burgers. There's chicken burgers, you know, there's veggie burgers.
All right. We'd like 100 burgers.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait. Did you say 100? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm just giving these out to the homeless. You know those videos all the time? I'm just giving these out to the homeless. Wow, you can have them for free. I'm positive. Give me a minute, just in case some fly away. Wow, you look so serious and reliable, and yet you're now telling you're now telling bad jokes. That's Stelle, but her jokes are great.
With so many Halovian winged burgers, it'll take a little time to prepare.
Wait, we're actually gonna get 100
Please
burgers.
Be patient, folks.
I feel like it's like if we don't eat them all, that's pretty wasteful, right? I mean, I'm sure they're gonna be happy with the business.
Saber, what wish would you make to the Holy Grail?
I love Saber's design so much. If I'm lucky enough to win, I hope. Hold on, let's talk later, Master. I sense another servant approaching. Her design is so cool. It's so pretty. It's such a pretty design.
2 Halovian wing burgers, 2 bottles of Sousa juice. Miss Note, is that okay?
Oh my god. We're gonna get to have a Robin and Stelle interaction. I pray for this, because here's the thing. We had kind of a Robin and Stelle, excuse me, interaction in the last mission we just did. But the problem is that like, excuse me guys, they keep the Robin interactions for some reason, especially lately, very sparingly, which I understand because she wasn't part of the Amphoreus story. But whenever she would show up, it would be like, hey, it's me Robin, bye, it's me Robin, you know, and I'm glad she's like here for like a big chunk of the story, which again, you can't really do Penacony without Robin, right?
Of course. But I'm afraid this isn't exactly a quiet spot to dine. We have a rather noticeable servant in front of us.
Saber looking like she's prepped here. Oh my god! That sword's so cool. Exactly. Yeah, she softened. Yeah, she saw her look to Robin.
It's been a while.
How could you not? Oh my god.
Miss Note, this is the trustworthy friend I mentioned to you earlier.
This is so sweet. And again, what a way to like show the care between Robin and Stelle now by having like 2 people ready to fight each other, and then they see the kind of like the trust between their quote unquote masters, and they soften themselves. They're like, okay, that's fine. Oh, they're friends of yours, Master? This is so freaking cool. Oh, Kafka and Robin together. What a team. What a team.
Excuse me. Could you please put their meals on my tab as well?
No.
Also, make sure we have a quiet dining experience. No interruptions from the other guests. I'll leave an extra tip for that.
No, it's 100 burgers. It's 100 burgers.
All right, you can rest easy. No one's gonna bother you while you're eating.
So I think that's actually a fair thing to do, right? It's like, hey, like I'll leave extra money if like you make sure that like I have a space that is nicer. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially with, like if the worker who's giving you the food gets extra cash. Like if you give a waiter like, hey, here's an extra, you know, $100. Like, can you make sure that like I have like a really nice seat where like I have a good view maybe of the outside or whatever like that. Like I don't think that's like a bad thing, especially when the person who benefits the most from it actually is like the person working there, right? Obviously you don't take someone out of their table, but if the table's vacant, right?
Miss Servant, over there? Could you turn down the murderous look? If your hand's always on your sword, I'll have to step in to protect Miss Robin.
Man, it's so cool how like this concept is working, I guess, as well. Like, again, it is showcasing like this whole thing of like these 2 characters very much like on the, you know, the defense, while Robin and Stelle are very like warm to each other as well. Robin's design is so pretty. This is the Holy Grail War. Please forgive me, but I'll stay on my guard until I'm sure you don't mean any harm to my master. Relax, we're friends. Yeah, but I do love, again, that's what I'm saying. I love that it's like the idea. She clearly like took, like I said, put away her sword when she saw like the look that Stelle gave Robin. But I do think it's like a really interesting character detail to see Saber like still like, you know, at the ready if anything needs to be, like anything is gonna happen. It's appreciated though.
Sorry to interrupt, dear guest, but if you're gonna fight, maybe you should eat first. Your Halovian wing burgers are ready.
All 100?
So, let's eat first.
Oh my god, we're gonna have food, Robin.
Agreed.
This is so nice.
You two ordered all of this?
Robin, did retract your offer. With quiet poising grace, the two servants polish up the Holovian wing burgers on the table.
It seems they've all calmed down after eating. The dinner table really is the best place for diplomacy.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Thank you so much for treating us to Holovian wing burgers. For me personally, like I actually quite enjoy eating with people, not because I enjoy that. My favorite thing in the world is eating food, like watching like a YouTube video. I love that. It's so relaxing. But I think the reason why I like going for dinner with people or for like lunch with people or whatever is not because like, oh, I love like the eating of the food. It's what everyone else likes. It's what Robin's saying is here as well. It's like, it's really nice to just sit down with someone and like, you know, share some time over food, you know?
No problem at all. I love seeing people smile after they're full.
Hell yeah.
But your servant's appetite is truly impressive.
Hell yeah, Saber.
Miss Saber, I don't remember anyone like you in the history of Penacony.
Well, read a book, Miss Note. No, it's because she's like, obviously, like, I think they came here because of the Holy Grail, right? They said the last time that there was like something wrong that happened with the Holy Grail, and that's why they came here. That's because I don't come from Penacony history. In fact, I don't come from the history of the world at all.
I don't quite understand what you mean.
When you look at Robin here as well, by the way, can I say, like, the reason why, like, I want to point this out is because I said in my recent video, like last week's video, where I talked about how, like, Honkai Star Rail designs on the baseline go from just, like, good to, like, superb. There's no bad Honkai Star Rail designs. And I think, like, this is one of the perfect examples of this. It's just, like, how absolutely insanely incredible and perfect Robin's design is. But it's also one of those things as well that I think... I kind of have a cough. Do I have a cough again? I need to get checked out. I do think it's one of those things when you look at Robin, you go, okay, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, this is the example of like their superb design choices, which again, if you look at the superb design choices, you see that they can never really do something terrible or bad in terms of a design, right? They never truly can. She looks amazing. And it's even that, like the way they do shadows and lighting and everything, the way they do like, you know, eye makeup and all these things in between, it always looks so fantastic. I'm a king of knights who once ruled the kingdom of Britain. Now Britain's also canon in another world. I don't exist in Penaconian history, and thus I should have been summoned. I shouldn't have been summoned to this Holy Grail War. So Britain and Ireland is now canon. Which, if this is going from like a medieval history perspective, then it's not literally. At the time, England thought that they owned Ireland. Even though you can't own someone else's land just because you go in and take it. That's not how it works. Like, you know, by that logic, I can just go into your house and sit there and be like, it's mine now. It doesn't work like that. So when they say Britain, at the time, up until, you know, the 1920s and beyond, you would consider all of Ireland to be a part of, quote unquote, Britain, before we got our independence, through blood, bullets, fighting, and then eventually treaties. But in reality, there's at least one other heroic spirit in this war who also comes from another world.
Forgive me for asking such a naive question, but what exactly are you heroic spirits? Are you truly the souls of historical figures who have passed?
Let's put it like this. Heroic spirits are those who have been remembered by history. When summoned by the Holy Grail, they materialize in the form of bodies made of magical energy and use special abilities, noble phantasms, which are based on their famous deeds in life.
Magical energy, noble phantasms. Do these things really exist?
This is a great example of how your own view of like your reality, like still makes like even stuff that could be similar sound far-fetched, right? Like the idea that like, you know, in our world in Honkai Star Rail, like some characters can do some of the craziest stuff. You know what I mean? We've seen some of the most craziest powers and powerful moments. We've seen what Sunday's able to do with like Memory and all this stuff too. But still, you talk about the idea of magical energy and noble phantasms. You're like, wait, does that actually exist? Because again, we believe stuff in our world, right? It's the same thing if you have like a fantasy world where like it's a medieval fantasy world where there's wizards and stuff like this as well. If they see like a spaceship or something, they're not going to be like, oh my god, well this makes sense. I mean, you shoot lightning from our fingers. No, they're going to be like, lightning is normal for us. That's weird, you know? How should I explain this? This is a world where mystics are extremely rare. The magecraft I know likely can't function as usual. So many things in this Holy Grail are different from in the past. So the actual magical stuff that they use, the magecraft, can't function properly within our world. My body is no longer composed of magical energy, but of other fundamental elements. But you must note, being a caster, you should have a better idea than I do of what has happened.
In life, I wasn't anyone special, so I'm quite surprised to have been summoned as a heroic spirit.
I mean, it's interesting, like obviously, like why anyone would be chosen to be summoned, right?
I'm nothing like Miss Saber, who gives off such a sense of security and reassurance. I've even lost my true name.
Man.
I honestly don't know what a servant as weak as I am can do for my master.
This is so sad because like you can tell there actually is like so much like self-doubt and pain with the note, but like obviously Robin's like not gonna ever make her feel that way, you know?
Miss Note.
You know? Even so, the fact that you're summoned by the Holy Grail means you must have left behind your story and history. And in the Holy Grail War, the strength of a heroic spirit is not an absolute condition for victory. So it's not just about the idea of how powerful you are, it can be other things as well. But I love Saber kind of reassuring her, being like, hey, like the rules of the Holy Grail are that like, if you're here, that means you've done something in life to warrant you being here.
Well said. My brother once told me that Penacony is a land of empty legends and no true heroes. To him, the historical figures of Penacony, the legendary heroes, are all just half-truths. Images created by later generations.
Yep.
Like products in a store window.
Yes.
Even their dreams turn into reality TV prizes.
I mean, this is 100% true to all historical figures around in our world too. Like, you look at the way people talk about like a Winston Churchill, right? We acknowledge like every single fault nowadays, like of like what we believe, you know, what to be factual about, like how, you know, bad he was at times, right? But it's one of those things, if you know somebody who like praises the hell out of a Winston Churchill, like anyone who wrote a book in praising him, they talk about him as if he was like the greatest of all time. They talk about how like you could dodge bullets and all this stuff as well, even though like we look back and we're like, well, actually, like guys, like, you know, maybe praising him that much is really bad. And it's the same thing with like any historical figure throughout history, even like the ones that we praise like dearly, like the ones in the Irish Rebellion who like we look up to and we say they fought for us and they died for us. It's also 100% okay to like look back and see that like a lot of people do stretch the truth. I mean, the movie based on Michael Collins stretches the truth. They create new rivalries and arguments that made that, and because of those stories that have been passed down through like whether movies or books or whatever, people believe those to be like accurate portions of history now. Oh, this person hated this person during the rebellion. And it's like, well, there's no actually documented proof to show that they actually did hate each other. And no one has ever said they hate each other, but it was good for like the movie, for example. So then all of a sudden everyone goes like, well, that's the truth. Yeah, it's so interesting the way that works throughout history.
But at this moment, whether it's the otherworldly Miss Saber or the historical Miss Note, I'm certain you both are more real than that.
Hell yeah.
And not just some commercialized product.
Yeah. And again, to relate to Penacony, because I want to relate to Reward, in Penacony, it legitimately is like all the different heroes from the past have become commercialized products. That's what's happened. They sell them as toys, TV shows, all the things in between. So they're barely even like the same historical figures that they were in the past. They're like representations of them for marketing.
Master, thank you for your comforting words. But in my current state, with my true name sealed, and not to mention being an enemy of that Saber, I fear it would be difficult to protect you in front of other opponents, let alone help you achieve your dreams.
A lot of self-doubt here, but again, as I said last time, having Robin here as her quote-unquote master, the best possible outcome, right? So empathetic.
I'm the last remaining head of the Oak family, a chord master of harmony. I'm not as fragile as you think. And as of now, I no longer have a wish to entrust to the Holy Grail.
Master, what exactly are you saying? If you no longer have a wish to entrust to the Holy Grail, why did you accept the command spell, step into the summoning circle, and call me here?
I joined this game held by old Oti with mixed feelings. Because Yes, at first, I did have a vague idea in mind.
Okay.
My brother once summoned a higher power to intervene here for his own wishes. Hoping to turn Penacony into a utopia in dormancy. He failed.
Yes.
And now must walk the road of atonement.
Yes, and already he's already done really amazing things.
But the impact of his actions still lingers in the hearts of the people of Penacony. I wanted to use the Holy Grail to erase and heal those scars. To make up for my brother's mistakes. But now I realize I was wrong. Summoning Miss Note to the present world showed me that the Holy Grail does possess some sort of power. And entrusting my vague, unclear wish to an unknown entity would lead us down a very dangerous path.
I get what you, I think especially since like the idea of like any type of like powerful power like that's unknown would be kind of like especially when it's like to do with like people's hearts and minds and peace of mind, while like I'm sure like the Holy Grail power is impressive and incredible, I think Robin's right to like have pause here.
Regardless of my intentions, my wish is still selfish. It's no different from my brother's wish. I'm sorry, Miss Note. But the moment I summoned you, I realized my true feelings.
Probably because you were face to face with someone who actually had like real feelings. It wasn't just like this thing anymore that was like a game or like a competition. This is like a real person with emotions and you have empathy towards them. But yeah, the idea of it's not different from my brother's wish. Obviously, like it's not her bringing people into a utopia, into this world against her will, but I get what she's saying in saying that like, well, if I'm using this to heal everyone's hearts and make people more not forgiving of my brother, but make people like, his wrongdoings, like make up for his wrongdoings by healing people's hearts. In a way, I guess that is kind of also at the same time trying to like make people like maybe speed up the process of healing, maybe speed up the process of like their feelings towards Sunday, which does, I agree, it kind of is a way like it's not totally fair in a lot of ways. You have to let people kind of like, work through those feelings themselves. But also at the same time too, I think that if you saw what Sunday was doing now, like he's making a really strong effort, he's making an absolutely strong effort. So I think without magical powers, well, he technically is using Memoria, but still, without any like this Holy Grail stuff, he's doing really well.
The people of Penacony are not so weak that they need Enna's dream to save them. I shouldn't ask the Holy Grail for anything. What concerns me more is... what exactly does old Oti want to use the Holy Grail for?
His own words says that he wants to use it for like to create competition and make more people like invest in Penacony, right? The Holy Grail War is indeed suspicious. You may not know, but in my world, the Holy Grail War was originally a ritual for mages. One that needed to preserve its mysticism in order to obtain the power to create miracles. But if this old Oti, the host, is openly displaying the ritual to the public, this should have tainted it, making it impossible to carry out. Which, okay, sorry, wrong button. Which, if she's saying like this was originally like a ritual for mages, and it needs to preserve like what it was, right, for its power to create miracles, would that make sense in what Saber and Cucullin were saying as well, where Saber and Cucullin were like, hey, something's gone wrong, and maybe that's what's gone wrong because like it's open to the public. Maybe that's why it's like they were called here in some ways. By the way, what's the button here that just happened there? I pressed something to make something come up there, but it looked like it was doing like a story summary. What button was that? Here it is. Oh, interesting. So there's like a full-on... Okay. That's interesting. Again, it's one of those things where like, I don't mind more options. We're not going to skip through it, but yeah, okay. I've experienced many Holy Grail Wars and seen many different ritual forms, but this one is unlike anything before. In my view, it's best to proceed with caution, Master. What do you think? We should surrender and beg for mercy. Let's unite everyone. Let's beat them all.
No. We must unite everyone. Temporarily setting aside any fighting.
This isn't very good. we were at the table to bring suggestions, okay? We have to meet in the middle. How about we unite everyone and fight them?
From what I know of old Oti, he won't stop this game no matter what.
Yeah, he sucks.
So I want to form an alliance with as many participants as possible. Until we clearly understand the true nature of this Holy Grail war and the power of the Grail, we shouldn't make any wishes too hastily.
I think it's so fair to say this.
You're a worthy successor of the Oak family, Master. But I think your plan for alliances is a bit idealistic. Each participant and their servant have their own desires.
True, but like, I think genuinely, like, we could... we talked about motivations last time. This whole thing has so powerful motivations. I think that we could get Boot Hill on our side very easily, because he wants to protect people. And I think Aventurine getting people on would happily... Because he's not about winning. He'd happily be like, yeah, I'll join up with you guys because, like, you know, that means more connections. What do you mean I get to be closer to Robin?
And until the final winner is decided, no one can guarantee that your trusted friend and her Saber won't turn their blades on us.
Legitimately, you're upsetting Saber. Like, Stelle probably won't take too much offense. But look at Saber. Saber's ready to let you take out her sword right now.
But, for now, I'll follow your lead. However, if the situation changes when trying to form alliances with other servants, I'll make my own decisions.
And that's fair, but like also as well, like when it comes to like the stuff with Stelle and Robin, obviously she doesn't know Stelle and Robin's relationship, and she doesn't understand as well. Which I know it's not like we may overstate it in some ways, maybe like, but they obviously do get along well. Obviously, like I think you know the relationship of Penacony was Firefly and Stelle, right? That was the most important relationship of the whole story. But still, like Stelle and Robin like know each other well. They get along so well. They're friends. But obviously, like you know, Note isn't going to know that fully.
Huh? Boot Hill just sent me a really long text message.
I got one too. Was it a mass text?
So wait, was it a... So wait, is this before the text message was sent? Let's see what it says. Oh my god. To my dearest masters, greeting to you all. I'm Boot Hill, the Galaxy Ranger. As this evening breeze of Astana carries with it the tender whispers of approaching summer, I humbly pray that your noble selves remain in radiant health. Thank you so much, Peter. That's so lovely. Untouched by the vexations of seasonal ailments, so as not to miss the splendor of this midsummer's enchanting beauty. Though but a humble fugitive, it's my profound honor to stand alongside your esteemed selves in the pursuit of the Holy Grail. As such, with a heart brimming with reverence and gratitude, I extend you the most earnest invitation to Grace Clock Studios theme park with your presence. There I shall humbly offer a modest feast of wine and fare in your esteemed company. In this seasons of summer retreat, Clock Studios theme park was to transform into a real realm of poetic wonder and a paradise on earth that promises to etch unforgettable memories of you upon your hearts. Should you decide to accept my invitation, I would be overjoyed beyond measure. I shall eagerly wait your reply. May this humble gathering serve as a cherished statement to the bond we share, and may it bestow upon you a moment of delight and respite amidst your noblest endeavors. With the highest regards and deepest wishes to you, here's to you. Salutations, yours humbly, Boot Hill.
Is this a text from Mr. Boot Hill?
Robin and Boot Hill know each other very well. For the love of Akavili, he's cursing up a storm. This isn't from him at all, is it? I wonder, because last time Boot Hill got a text as well saying like something about a text too. And we have no evidence then of a text to Boot Hill then, right?
Putting the content aside, Boot Hill isn't exactly good at typing. Let alone this kind of formal letter format.
Yeah, because Boot Hill would be swearing a lot more maybe as well, but also like, I feel like if Boot Hill wanted to meet up with us, he would make it like short and sweet. And also, Boot Hill got a text message last time as well, right? Where it was kind of like, he was kind of confused by because I think he was even saying that like the person was like doing like a big text or a weird text. Looks like a mutual slaughter has already begun.
See? Peace is just the interlude in a war. That Boot Hill. He's probably already been taken down.
Well, I definitely would like to check on him because I love Boot Hill so much.
No, he's a seasoned warrior.
Yep.
There's no way he's out this early. But someone must have gotten their hands on his phone and is using his identity to lure us to Clock Studios theme park.
The invitation is written so earnestly, I guess we'll have to graciously accept, of course, Saber. Of course.
I was thinking the same. If we rush over now, there's still a chance to save Mr. Boothill. What do you all think?
I like diving right into the trap. To be honest, I'm a bit on edge. Boothill will be fine. Let's go. Yeah. The enemy set up a trap. If we pull back now, we avoid risk, but losing 2 allies would put us at an even greater disadvantage in later attacks.
Then let's head out.
I love that. Stell's so, like, rambunctious about this, too. So this is him arriving.
Aren't we supposed to meet up here?
Yeah.
Where did they go?
Yeah, so it was Stelle. Stelle sent a message and was like, and he was like, what is this text about?
Something's off. Maybe someone got the jump on him and took her and her servant out before we got here.
Who do you think is doing this? Do you think it might be Skott? With all due respect, if that hypothetical enemy could easily defeat your friend Saber, then none of us here will be walking away alive. That's so interesting to say, right? Hey, if this person could actually beat Saber, it's like, that's how powerful Saber is. Look at Aventurine, how pretty he is, right? I think that, like, you know, it should be acknowledged. Maybe put him in a museum.
Or maybe our old friend is concerned about an IPC employee showing up. So they're lurking in the shadows to assess us.
But I think that I would... You know what's so funny as well, though? Stelle and Aventurine as well, also, because we know that they had, like, crossovers, but they don't have, like, that deep connection that other characters do. Aventurine's, like, Chapter 2 story. Like, we always imagine their stories happening, like, incongruent nature with Stelle, like, alongside Stelle, like a Firefly did in some ways. Aventurine's Chapter 2 story is very lonely. It's very much him by himself, and that's why the message from Dr. Ratio is so important. Chapter 2 in Penacony is like mostly Aventurine. So, like, you know, I was about to be like, oh, but aren't they like really good buddies? Like, they're definitely acquaintances, like, by now, 110%. But to state that, like, they're, like, you know, as close as, like, other Penacony characters would be, you know, not entirely accurate, right? Were you enemies once?
Oh, past enemies can still become present-day allies. Am I right, cowboy?
Don't know why that did something to me there, man. My brain activated when he said cowboy.
Even with the IPC, she should at least trust me after we went through so much together.
Of course.
Hey, come on out. Let's chat about joining forces as a team. You ain't gonna get hurt.
No, the Stelle would trust Boothill, like, with her life.
Oh, they aren't coming. I went through a lot of possibilities in my head before we got here. But I never expected to face the most ridiculous of them all.
A sharp bag pulled off a scam on a Galaxy Ranger.
100%. And they're pulling the same trick on Stelle, it seems, too. Which, again, it might not even be a stolen phone. It could be, but, like, you can spoof stuff like that as well, right? You definitely can. Once again, guys, this is, like, the shading and the lighting on these characters. I think, like, they do such a good job with the lighting in this game that, like... and here's the thing. It's one of those things where, I'm not, like, you know, with Genshin, they don't have this type of, like, artificial lighting, right? They don't have the kind of, like, city streets kind of environment lighting type of thing that they have there, right? So, obviously, they don't have the advantage of having, like, this kind of, like, you know, movie-like cinematic look to, like, some of it, like, that we see from, like, you know, a modern-day movie. Genshin relies a lot on, like, you know, sunlight or, like, you know, actual real light, which, again, it's a different vibe sometimes, too. If Genshin had the big city vibes, too, I would love to see how, like, the lighting works on, like, some of those characters, too, because I think it would look like something like this in some ways. Because you can see how, like, it, like, reflects off, like, some parts of the outfit, too. It's really cool, especially for Penacony. It's really cool.
Listen up, fork and shirt bags.
Oh my god.
Ain't no matter who you are
the
or
gun.
What you want to do. I've got you surrounded. Pop out now. Don't say I didn't warn you when you stub your toe on the way to the
What a way to phrase it. What a way to phrase it. I love Boothill getting a bit feisty.
Did you hear that?
It's Skott.
He's gonna kill us if we don't give ourselves up. Oh, he's every inch a serious criminal with a huge bounty on his head.
Are you being sarcastic?
I'm positively shaking in my boots with how he talks.
Skott, if you didn't have Rekka there, you would be getting destroyed. That's the one difference between everyone in this whole tournament. Everyone else can hold their own fine. You are literally the only one who could literally get destroyed by everyone without a servant, quote unquote.
Huh? Wait, isn't that Isn't that Mr. Aventurine of the 10 Stonehearts? Why is a criminal wanted by the IPC walking around with an IPC executive?
You just don't understand this, buddy. You don't understand this whatsoever. In fact, Jade would be very happy with what's happening now. You know what I mean? Diamond would be very happy with what's happening now. The connections that they're making, very happy.
Sir, if that blasted cowboy's got you kidnapped at gunpoint, just give me a blink. Or maybe you two are actually friends.
I love Disney Pixar villain Scott. It's so great. Give me a blink. It's so good.
An IPC executive secretly in cahoots with a cosmic fugitive. Assassin, you've got to grab this awesome scene on film.
Oh, your servant is Mr. Rekka. No. Wait, now that I'm looking at him, there's something off.
There's something off about Rekka?
Hey, you know him? The guy in the IPC uniform next to Rekka?
Buddha's so tall.
There are more IPC employees who know my face than there are grains of sand in Sigonia's
That makes
desert.
sense.
You think I can remember
That makes
them
so
all?
much sense. Yeah. It's the different levels of fame.
Oh, wretched brat. You think I'm scared of you just because you're a Stoneheart? The Strategic Investment Department's reach may be long, but it will never reach my neck of the woods.
Buddy. Buddy. Again, if it wasn't for Rekka here right now, you would die in 2 seconds. Rekka's so, such a great design. I love the hair, like how it's like a little bit frazzled sometimes.
After I win the Holy Grail, I will make everyone do as I say. I'll make you all kneel before me and beg for mercy, then have you bark like dogs, oink like pigs. No, croak like frogs.
Again, he goes to sleep at night thinking about himself barking like a dog. It is something he needs to get redemption for in his mind. He will never let, like, that is his everyday, right? Stelle moved on after that and was fine with it, you know? He thinks about it every single day, which again, I totally understand how well you probably would, right? He has arguments in the shower with people like, no, you bark like a dog. You do it. I'm not doing it, you know? I should have said this. But he's only emboldened here because, like, Rekka's right beside him. Because otherwise he would be, you know, donezo. Yeah. What a waste, using the Holy Grail to make people do animal noises.
So old Oti even sent invitations to your department? But I thought you folks barely stationed anyone at Penacony. Unless your name is...
Wait, he knows him?
Huh? Oh, have you actually heard of me?
Oh no. Rekka's smile, man. Look at this. Mischievous.
Never mind. There's no way I'd ever remember the name of some nobody.
I love Aventurine. I love him so much. That's so funny. Like, oh, maybe your name is making give him false hope. Never mind.
Ha! You high and mighty executives have never treated us basic workers as people. You would send me to a primitive post like the Cienjo with one word and switch me over to Penacony with the next. I thought Penacony might be a juicy gig.
So he was working in Ziancho before as well. But here's the thing, you can say that about a lot of people. And here's the thing, I know like Aventurine isn't free from critique, right? I want to make that perfectly clear, right? But he's also like, again, a victim throughout his story, victim of the IPC and all this stuff too. I feel like if there's one person who like also would understand the whole idea of like, hey, like the IPC doesn't treat like all of its workers the most amazing way possible, it would be Aventurine, who understands that, like, again, he is also like in a gilded cage, you know, which is like, you know, the cage may be beautiful, it may be gorgeous, oh my god, the gold all around here. It's like, my cage is made of gold, your cage, Scott, may be made of you know, broken down rusted pieces of metal. You know, my cage is made of gold. You know, it's like it's they're both cages, but I guess from the side of a rusted, broken down cage, you'd think the golden cage looks beautiful, right? Both cages, just one is obviously more luxurious.
But all I've done every day is talk business to a bunch of papashi. It's making my neck crank even worse.
Buddy, calm down. But I want to make it clear as well, when I'm saying that he has a gilded cage, I'm not saying that Aventurine went through something easy. We talked about this like back in his story. He's been through some of the most, like legitimately some of the worst trauma anyone could ever go through, with some of the worst times. The reason I call it gilded is not because I'm saying that, oh, he has a good life. I'm talking about it from the perspective of like, from someone from the outside goes, oh, he has it so easy. You know what I mean? But I'm saying that then from the inside of it, it's like yes, from the outside, it's like, oh my God, how beautiful, how pretty his life is. But it's just like, it looks beautiful from the outside, but it is legitimately a gold cage. That's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? Where it's like, from the outside, it's perceived as something like, oh my God, he's so lucky. But we know Aventurine isn't that lucky, you know? Does that make sense?
But hey, all of that'll soon be a thing of the past. Aventurine, ha! I'll replace you and become the new Stoneheart of that name.
Oh, buddy. Oh, my God. The Stonehearts went downhill, huh? That's what I'd say in a few weeks' time. Oh, really lost their way. Not that I like the Stonehearts. Like, I'm not a big fan of Jade or anything, you know, like, it, you know. Yeah. It's not like I'm a Stoneheart stan.
Assassin, use your noble phantasm to bring me victory.
Huh? Do I finally get to see this shrimp servant in
Oh my
action?
God.
Archer, get ready for a fight.
Speaking of Archer, look at him archering his back. Archer's back. What's the happy smile? What's a happy smile? Oh, Rekka? Oh no.
The filming has begun, actors. Take your positions.
What are you doing?
Let the camera roll. Let the film spin. And let us return to the silent horror picture show.
Oh my God, with the letterbox format? Crazy smile, but cute.
Ready?
Look at this, like, the letterbox format. It's so great. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, this isn't spirit form. He just vanished right before our eyes. The servant present concealment is more disturbing than I imagined. Wait. Oh, it's actually a silent movie? Where's your voice? But you can still hear each other? Where's my voice? Fork in hell. Fork in hell, son of a fork. It's no use. I've tried analyzing this bounded field. It doesn't mute sound. Something far more dangerous is closing in. What? If there's no sound, then how'd you know what I just said? Look, there are subtitles. Oh my God, it's so like it's not even fourth wall breaking. It's just literally a power that he clearly has. Buddha is so scared. Look at him. Oh my God, he's like, what the hell is happening? Rekka's powers are insane. Rekka is insane.
I've always wanted to see you people like this. A bunch of idiots subjected to my every whim.
Oh my God, so again, this is why he's like, you know, you have to talk about it like this. Skott calling them idiots. It's like, buddy, again, this is Rekka. Rekka did this. You know, if you didn't have Rekka's powers, none of this would have happened. That's not fair. Why do you get to have a voice?
And why have you been reduced to this, may you ask? Because now I am the protagonist. You extras will never be treated in the same way as me. I can't wait to hear what kind of petrified screams you'd be making in this horror show.
Man, all of Scott's anger comes from the fact that, like, he had to bark like a dog. It's self-consciousness. It's he never will live down the idea of being belittled by Stelle and the people in the Xian show. Like, his whole motivation here, and again, it's really well written. Like, his whole motivation is like, I'm gonna be the protagonist. I'm the one. You'll be extras. I'll be treated better.
Oh, wait. Oops. I forgot.
Andrew just shaking his head.
No one can hear their own screams in Assassin's Noble Phantasm.
The Noble Phantasms is what the Noble Phantasm is. A moment later, the cowboy's friends arrived, equally clueless. Are we just walking into a silent film? We are. So this spread. Or maybe it's just in the surrounding area. It's unusually quiet. No sign of Mr. Bootle or the enemy who lured us here. Be on your guard for any black luxury speed stars. Saber's a knight too, who gives her all too. I'll protect everyone to the best of my ability. Please don't stray too far from me. Both the enemy in the shadows and us out in the open, even the greatest caution can't guarantee our safety. In a wide open area like this, if the enemy sends Archer to attack from range, we'll lose the initiative and be at a serious disadvantage. From what I know of old Oti, he's the type to hire the lowest scum as his pawn, summoning the most wicked servant to eliminate anything in his way. Haven't you noticed since earlier our voices vanish when we speak? That's true. Could it be the enemy's so-called noble phantasm? Taking Robin's voice away from her, it should be the same as, like, you know, depriving an entire country of water. It's just, it's criminal. It's horrible. More importantly, everyone, I have a question. In this world's history, is it possible for a non-primate to become a heroic spirit? Say a billboard or maybe a TV? Like a non-human? If it were an Intellitron, then that's at least plausible. But a billboard, a TV? Then what does it think up ahead? A TV appearing out of nowhere turns its polished rear to the crowd. Creak, creak, creak. It's obviously a trap. Let's stay back and observe. Don't go near it. Scan the surroundings. If this is a decoy, the real enemy is probably lurking nearby, waiting for us to take the bait. We should steer clear of this trap. So we should avoid this. Good. Oh. A frigid force drags you violently back to where you started, and in a voice you know all too well murmurs in your ear.
You want to leave after entering Boss Scott's turf?
Boss Scott.
In your dreams.
Again, it's all self-consciousness. This is Scott's whole motivation. It's self-consciousness. Why does it sound like a dog barking? Scott, the IPC specialist who does the bionic voice impressions? Unbelievable. Scott's already made a name for himself. Even the acclaimed Robin knows who he is. Alright, I'm the one who told her. Cat Gal get a few wild travel stories with her friends every now and then. Wait, so Stella told her about Scott, and then it's like, wow, even you know her? Stella just telling fibs when I purposely spread misinformation. The brief silence that lingers between you was enough to convey every ounce of fury and exasperation with his old acquaintance. See, always so hasty? The battered TV wobbles, buzzing with static noise, but alas, this silent film, you can't hear a single crackle of the snowflakes. You're on TV, bro. Seriously? It's not the time for this. I do love that, like, Stella's reaction is like, oh my god, Food Hill. Watch out for his servant. That guy turned his whole place into...
Supporting characters with no voice dubbing shouldn't waste the audience's time with your lines.
Rekka, I really, grew to like you, but I think we're gonna have a problem.
Ready! Action!
I think we're gonna have a big problem here. Again, the power is crazy cool. Oh my god, Silent Sage Akmon Midnight Chainsaw Rhapsody. Boom 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 boom. You all wake up in a sealed chamber, the TV statics crackle, singing Death's lullaby. Separated from your servants, you run to another pair of familiar enemies. As for your cowboy and songstress companions, vanish without a trace. I'm happy to be with Aventurine. Again, this power is so interesting and so cool. Obviously, it's one of those things that we have to put a stop to, of course, you know. It's very bad, but it's cool, you know what I mean, in terms of an actual power-up itself. Why are you here? Scott sent a scam text to Mr. Bootle in your name, and you know how that goes. That punk doesn't even bother switching up his tricks. Don't tell me he's got a crush on me. Let me think, how will he bark this time? Forget that third-rate nobody, hell yeah. What I want to know is, where did he send our servants? Splitting us up in a horror movie? That's a death flag. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. That monster in the room sure is an eyesore. So, yes, it is a death flag in movies. I think even non-horror fans would know that. It's like, if you let's split up, it usually means someone will die. It is legitimately something that... How do I say it? It's like... It's really hard to excuse it, so people have had to find new ways to make that happen. I remember Halloween... It's a bad movie, but Halloween 5, I remember, like, people were in this, like, house and, like... Instead of, like, staying all together in the same room, they all, like, went around the house and did their stuff, and it's like, guys, what the hell are we doing here? Like, you know, and there was a power outage even, just like, guys, come on. It's really hard to, like, you know, suspend disbelief, because, like, you know... The reality is in a Halloween movie, if every person was in like one room, you could just come in and kill everybody, you know? So they have to do this thing where they separate them, but still, it's like, yeah, it's a death flag for sure. Other examples are throughout history as well. But yeah, I do love that, like, the whole reaction to everything that's happening here is like, this is obviously very serious what they've done here, but they still talk down to Scott, which I do love as well. The nameless corpse lies before you, but don't ask why it's still twitching. More importantly, you find no clues in it, but I've got a little hint for you all. You are employees of the International Peace Corporation. To reward your outstanding performance this year, the IPC has organized a special vacation at a hotel. But when you arrive, the hotel is completely empty. As midnight strikes, its true nature is revealed. This is already the 5th room. Hey, can you hear me? What a bunch of troublesome fools. Who's that? I can't believe even you fell for it, Archer. Oh, it's Saber and Archer, okay. Just so we're clear, I was against this from the start, but those two blockheads insisted on investigating. Now it's 3 blockheads, master of an otherworldly Holy Grail war, and not a hint of caution among them. That's how I end up with the frown line. So he's saying that like Stelle, Aventurine, and Boodle are blockheads. Which, you know what, I think it's a good trio of blockheads. Isn't it a little late to say all that? Listen carefully, this place. This Holy Grail war is a strange indeed. It's my fault for I failed as a servant. I should have kept my master away from this trap. You two over here. Master, I saw your subtitles. I'll find a way to get you out. Yeah, again, the meta kind of way of doing this, like they see the subtitles. That's how she's able to notice her. It's like really interesting as well. Hold on, if I were the enemy, I'd disguise myself as a master and wait just behind the door for the perfect ambush. Archer, listen to my voice. It's obviously me, right? Sorry, this is a silent film. All I see is a line of subtitles under the door with the name Aventurine slapped on it. If you want to prove you're really my master, you'll have to spill 10 humiliating secrets that only my real master would know. You really don't know who I am? What was that? Will this ever end? This is a horror film, people. Background characters start acting scared. This place was once an IPC prison where criminals were banished. Its deadly traps ensured no one escaped. Now, the inmates have passed, leaving only bloodthirsty, vengeful spirits. I wanted to ask this since your first line. Why target IPC workers? Back when this was still a prison, the IPC scoundrels turned into a living hell. What do audience love the most? Watching those criminals suffer. So it's the idea of like revenge for the past. Saw off someone's leg and the door unlocks automatically, but if nothing happens after system hour? Wait, so it's like a saw trap? Interesting. They did find that in Saw movies, like whenever like a criminal who did horrible, not criminal in terms of like, because that's obviously like, the Saw movies, like the first one's absolutely incredible. Then after a while, it was like one of those things where it just became like vindictively horrible for the sake of horror and like it had no substance or whatever. But they found that like through like test screenings that like sometimes like, people who did bad would be cheered if anything happened to them. But it wasn't always the case. Sometimes like they would cheer for just like a random lady dying. So like, audiences, I guess, can be weird sometimes. They really can be. Because like I don't know, for me, I watch the Saw movies like with like, my hand over my face going like, never really appealing to me like in terms of like that. I love the crazy like mad twist. That's why I watched it for it, but I'd be like have my hand over my face for the entire time with those things, When the room explodes, you the guests all go up in flames. Jesus. I know this one. The room you can't leave unless you do a particular thing. It's one of the classic tropes of Penacony's vintage horror flicks. Like an escape room? Aren't we a little off topics? You watch rather wild films. By Sheepe. I did not expect someone your age to know that much about Penacony's early dream bubble cinema. You have a bright future ahead. That's right, I was the one who gave the world my genius vision with my first film in Penacony early days. So this noble phantasma is based on that. This guy's really getting carried away and started babbling. Nice work, master. No wonder the scenes feel so awkwardly shoved in. Now it all makes sense. Randomly cobbling together old school horror tropes? Not exactly groundbreaking. Take that sawing off someone's leg bit. Originally, the protagonist was restrained by ferrofluid shackles, and no choice but to cut their own leg off. But here, just a lazy copy paste. That is, I have to believe that's a Saw reference, right? Because that is like, spoilers for Saw. I'll put it up on the screen, I guess, if I remember. That is like what happens in Saw. He saws off his leg to escape. Kid, I take back every comment I said about you. Your screens will be played in loop in the most conspicuous spot of the Grady films. Oh? Everything you're tuning on purpose. Let me guess. Just a part of the dramatic flair. The Grady, is that his name? The Grady Films? Grady Films?
You fool! How did you let your true name slip like that? Isn't that supposed to be a heroic spirit's greatest weakness?
Wait.
Assassin!
Wait, so he's not Rekka? Don't panic, producer. I'm not some legendary hero or anything like that. Just ask, what does great even mean in Penacony? So, who are you? As expected, soon you'll see Penacony's greatest director is. For now, I'll sit behind the scenes. So it's not Rekka? So is that what Aventurine meant when he was like, oh, there's something weird about him? So it's not Rekka. What will it be? Self-sacrifice or return your blades to each other right before my eyes? Take what little time you have left and talk it over, but keep stalling and well, tick, tick, boom. So wait, is that what's happening? It's not actually Rekka, it's like someone named Grady? Because Aventurine did say like something was like weird, something was strange about this. We've been in this room so many times, it feels like. Everything got very dark there for a second. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that they mean by that, to be honest. But we've been trapped here in this like little silent movie. It's very tropey, so that's why obviously he got offended. But I wonder what's happening with that. Let's talk to our pal Aventurine. Oh, you finally meet the kindred spirit and I don't get any fan benefits? Master, you heard him. Pick a leg, left or right. Honestly, if I could get a bonus, I'd rather go for the arm with the command spells. Yeah, you're my servant, remember? At least consider cutting off Stelle's leg instead. Wait, old pal, don't give me the look. I was kidding. It's criminal that it's cool that this is obviously silent, but I needed to hear Aventurine say, "Wait, old pal, don't give me a look. I was kidding." I needed that in his voice acting. I needed it. Everyone, don't dance to his tune. Don't let him pull us along. The more chaos he sows, the calmer we have to be. Still not turning on each other yet. Rune's about to blow. I'll have to solve my legs off. Aventurine's like, "What class are you, Bomber?" Let's vote. I vote for my flamboyant master. No need to egg things on. You figured out the real answer, didn't you? A seal's room, a bomb about to go off. It sounds dramatic, but actually speaking, as servant, wouldn't it be easier just to cut down the door, master? Please take 2 steps back. No way. Okay, there you go. I love that Saber was so willing to. No, sorry. Archer was so willing to do the cut the leg off thing. Master, stay close to me. I don't know what that assassin plans to do next, but it's still dangerous here. Using brute force in a horror film? Heroic spirits from another world clearly have no sense of art. A blonde beauty like you shouldn't be screaming for help and waiting. Shouldn't you be screaming for help and waiting for a hero to save the day? Oh my god. We need to get this guy. So obviously very like you know, misogynistic as well. You know. Oh, you're a blonde beauty, huh? Skulking assassin. Once I reach you, scream all you want. Call for anyone to save you. I love that. Then reach me first. Thanks to your recklessness, the hotel's chainsaw spirit is awakened. By the noise, protagonists take the stage.
Trying to run? Did I, the protagonist, ever give you permission to run?
And again, it's all about control. It's all of his actions, all of Scott's actions, they go back to the moment of him having to bark like a dog. That's what it all goes back to, you know? Did I give you permission? He wants to be in control. What are those? What are you? A piece of gum stuck to my shoe?
As the star of this film, I'll be the one to personally tear you all apart limb by limb. You see these chainsaws in my hands? With assassin's power, these 2 poisoned saws can cut 3 times at the blink of an eye. That's 6 cuts in one go.
Okay, buddy.
My concealed sword chainsaw reversal, you won't escape me, even if you turn into a swallow.
Again, it's all self. Again, it's really well written, but it's all self-importance, right? For sure.
Tonight, the stars
Sing it, Robin.
echo because of me.
Listen
to Skott. Oh yeah, Target the one that's an amazing singer. Man, like, how can you hear this, Skott? Listen to this music. I just accept
This won't take long.
Accept your existence.
What are you waiting for?
Is gonna be better
The
after
customer
listening
is
to the
king.
song.
And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Oh, we might actually get this guy very quickly.
Stand still.
Wrong button. Cute. Who's this guy? Wait. Man, her voice is so good.
This one.
It's so good. This is what kind of evil spirit gets beaten to a pulp by its victims. Ah, forget it. Producer, take 5. We'll meet you again later. So it's the power of the heroic spirits from another world? Figures. Pentagon is just a backwater speck and with 10 amber eras? With no real legend or history. Of course we pale in comparison to the true heroes. So wait. He's saying that, oh yeah, this is the power of like these characters. Like Saber and Archer, I guess. And so he's saying with no real legends? Is that because like a lot of the legends, the stories are kind of false and made up in some ways. But that's also why you're going to lose. I'll take each of your you runaways one by one and turn you into an obedient extras on my film. Pray tell, does anyone look like they're running from you? Oh my god. Don't get it yourselves. Act 2 is about to begin. I love that Stelle took a seat. So you can stand, I'm sitting. After brief pause, you exchange information you gather with one another. Boothill, Robin, and Miss Note are all still missing. Scott and his servant could strike at any time, at any time. So they're giving us time to breathe, huh? Guess they're pretty confident about their trump card. That's Saber, sorry. Archer's Master, you seem very familiar with films, but what do you know about this Grady? I've only heard the name before. The guy was some terrible director back in Pentagoni's early days. He cranked out a ton of cheap horror films, silent films, and was a master of interesting commercial gimmicks. But people in Pentagony forget about his name ages ago. I only found the film he used to trap us through sheer luck. Picked it up at an interstellar junk market. So we're dealing with a total nobody? That's not good. So, wait. Am I to say then that there's... That we can assume that's not Rekka then? We can assume it's Grady who is there too. So, but why use Rekka's appearance then? Because he's more reputable? Because he's more well known? Because he probably has more of a pull around Pentagony maybe? What makes you say that? As heroic spirits who left a mark in history, our legends usually hint at our greatest weaknesses. Like that of a one warrior who bathed in a river of the underworld and became invincible except for his heel, Achilles. Right? I was hoping you'd know something about that person's past, but turns out he's just some washed up no-name that even you folks have not heard about. So she's saying that, like... Oh, I get it. Because what's his weakness? If his weakness is based also on his strength, if it's a nobody, then what's his weakness? Fits in right with Mr. Scott, doesn't it? A pair of nobodies with shady tricks up their sleeves. Exactly. Very true. Still, I've got this feeling, even if they got the upper hand now, they got no real way to finish us. We're all just fine for the time being. Tricksters never pack much of a punch anyway. Right, he was a film director in life. That means he's not going to suddenly become a powerhouse after turning into a heroic spirit. His noble phantasm proves it. He's built it off one of his old horror flicks. Basically a reality marble, though it's a rare ability. It feels more like a trap, one that ensnares its victims. But if the trap can't hurt the prey, then the hunter will be in trouble. Now he's got 3 servants in his stomach, while the strongest fortress always falls from the inside. Wait, what? Oh, us. He's got 3 servants. He's got right? Is that what they're saying? Because they're saying he's built off the old horror flicks, basically a real reality marble, though its rare ability feels more like a trap that ensnares victims. If it can't hurt its prey. But she's saying that, like, well, since it has possibly 3 servants in its stomach, including Castor, that means that we can fight from the inside. You really do have a mind of a leader. Always so sharp on reading the situation. I better pull my weight too. He might not have an obvious weak spot, but if we can find an assassin's true body, and let my arrows give him proper haircut, oh wow, then reality marble of his would no longer exist. Sounds like everyone's got their sights set. Stelle, I know I butted heads with the Express crew before, but that's just a difference of perspective. As for this, I've got no interest in the Holy Grail. My boss is more concerned about what old Oti has up his sleeve. If you're willing, maybe we can actually work together this time. This is what I was talking about, right? Because again, it's a perceived thing of like, oh, we're friends with everyone that we met in Pentagony. Again, Aventurine's chapter 2 was very lonely. It was very lonely. Deal. You see that, Master? It looks like Miss Robin's alliance is starting to come together. This army has a goal, and now it's time to move. I love how Saber like sees things from like a very medieval kind of like knight perspective. It's all coming together. This alliance is working, you know? We saw an exit on the way in. Let's head there while we still can. So what we know now is that Grady is an old filmmaker who is a failed filmmaker who trapped us here in this like really weird world where it ensnares us. Now, right now, the notion is that he has us in here, and he also has Robin and Castor in here also. But he wasn't this amazing powerhouse in life, so he probably isn't this really powerful being in death either. And what Saber feels like is, I guess it's going to be a problem because he doesn't have a weakness. Because usually the most powerful people, that's their weakness as well. And that is true. Like, throughout history and stories and all these different things, Achilles is a perfect example. It's right, the power, the strength that he gained also gave him an incredible weakness, right? 100%. You could talk about how, like, there's characters who, like, you know, this is me making something up, but, like, you have a character who, like, is able to lift. He was given the power to lift 10,000 tons in one, pickup. He can throw 10,000 tons across the screen. It's like, well, his weakness is actually that, like, while he's strong as heck in terms of his physical strength, if any of those, like, tons, like, that's maybe a bad example. If any of those tons land on him, he's gone. Or something, something crazy. Or even like, his emotions are his big weakness. He's the toughest man in the world, but his emotions are his big weakness. Something like that, where it's like, something that is related to their strength is, like, their biggest weakness. Saying, like, 10,000 tons was your weakness, it's like saying, like, sword, you're allergic to swords, I made a short film as a kid, and we had a soldier come up to the king, and he's like, Sir. It's like, what is it? We found a weakness of the enemy during the battle. Do tell. And the other character went, they're allergic to swords. It's like, what? They're allergic to swords. What is that? What do you mean? We stabbed them and they die. That's... Great, good job. Go on with your life. That was really fun. Oh, wait, things shifted there. And then this corridor layout completely different from before. What an annoying bounded field. Do we just keep going down the same hallway? Do we, like, go through different locations like this? Like, because I don't know if we just go to the same place, but because it seems to shift all the way around again. Feels like we just loop back to where we started. If we don't find some kind of countermeasure, we could be stuck running in circles forever. Master, why not leave some of your chips and dice behind as a marker? You don't need to remind me of that. I've already tried it, but didn't expect Grady to be such a greedy money grubber. What, he grabbed them? Hey, don't go throwing shade, extra boy. I was cleaning up the set as usual. Got to make sure random props don't ruin the scene. So he put the chips on the ground, but Grady picked them up. The next scene is all about an IC employee trapped in a haunted hallway and cursed to suffer forever. Nowhere to escape, and no one will ever come to help. In here, any struggle will just be wasted effort. Is that Miss Ro? Oh, no way! So we get her singing even permeates silence? That's so cool! Like in terms of, like, it's silent but still permeates through the air. That's so cool. Looks like Forgot you didn't overlay, didn't only trap us in your noble phantasm. Wait, I can hear her singing. It's not silent. I think I was just talking so I couldn't hear it at the time. Oh my god. It's not even silent. That's what you're getting for cutting your budget, Grady. While you're busy writing, directing, and starring as yourself, Miss Robin already found a way out the other side of the set. That's so great. Following Robin's music is something I could do for the rest of my life. The rest of my existence. Why can't my noble phantasm suppress the music? Oh my god, it's too powerful. Looks like you've been dead for too long. Forgot your own trade, huh? Even in the silent film era, movies had soundtracks. They did! You're so correct. You're so correct. You're so correct. You're so correct, Aventurine. Oh my god, you're so correct. It's so good. Mission. Ah! Music heals all. The gentle force of the harmony floats through the tight space as the heart's two singers light the way for the lost. But at the same time, evil spirits approach them, determined to shred and consume these visitors from beyond the sky. By my command spell? Miss Robin, watch out! Whatever you have in mind, it's already too late. In a blur too fast to track, Miss Note grabs attacking monsters and viciously smashes her head to the floor. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, no. Oh no, my cathode ray tubes. Ah, don't hit my screen with your microphone. Ah, clunk, 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 bang, bang, bang. Honestly, that might be the first R-rated scene in the whole movie. You started wondering if Robin actually summoned a berserker. And Stelle just scratching her head. That's it, the guards in Astana prison were tougher than these. Bravo. Truly Pentaconi's brightest bloom, brilliant in both drama and action. The terrible wardrobe and nonsense plot, no one could ever cook this up but you, Grady. I spent so much effort clawing my way out of the grave, so quit burning my eyes with your bargain bin flicks. course, real directors know when to leave the stage to other actors. So wait, is she saying that, like, she knows? That's actually really cool if that's the case. Like, she knows about, because if she was, like, from Astana's prison, then she knows about Grady. So she was, like, well, a performer at the time, too. She was, like, obviously taking advantage of the time as well in terms of, like, her job, too. So she knows Grady. I watched a free concert. Mrs. Note was so cool. You and Grady seem to have a bit of a history. That's up to her to tell us. We can say this. We meet again. As a caster, your combat style was quite a surprise. Yeah, just smashing the robots into the ground. Amazing stuff. Can't say that I counted as a fight between mages. Guess people in Pentagon really have a broad definition of caster. Really? I thought it was pretty normal. An archer dual-wielding swords isn't qualified to talk about this. I managed to feel out the right path using the power of harmony, all thanks to Miss Note's protection. Something? I saw you covering me in that fight? Oh, because we don't know her real name. Even if you can't say your name, I know you must be someone great. I believe that wholeheartedly. Yeah, if they're able to do this, like, in a fight, they're also probably, you know, like, again, they've known the history of, like, I guess the more movie side or the most art entertainment side of the world as well from the Astana prison. Masters, I cannot change the present situation. Without a true name, I'm just a weak Irish family artist. I think you're doing fantastic. No way, the way you shield your master just now proves you're an exceptional servant. Hell yeah. You'll never stand in despair when even your own name is taken away, and you'll be wrung dry of all worth. And I want to get like if that's the thing where it's like, what she's feeling right now is like, you know, a name does give power to a lot of people. A lot of people feel like power in like the idea of a name as well, right? So I do wonder if that's exactly what, like, you know, it is. It's just like whilst like I always perceive like I'll still be Calvin even if my name isn't Calvin, right? But like that power of like someone knowing like who like what your name is, or like even like, you know, the thing that's like, you know, I know it's not like it's not about even being a celebrity, right? So for example, like if I know a commenter who comments all the time, right? Like there is a kind of a power in being like, oh, I know Gerald, you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, if they change their name, while it still would be Gerald, it would take some time to really like, you know, gauge their personality as well. And I feel like the same thing with like, you know, the name Romer, probably for people who like the channel in some ways. That name, while like the contents of who I am hopefully is what you're here for, like the name still like has that power in being like, oh, that's the guy I watch sometimes. That's the guy I eat, you know, lunch to. I'm not trying to say it's like a thing where it's like, oh, like the name Romer means so much, but you know what I mean? It's like I think everyone's name can have that kind of power of like associating like your past or your personality or who you are in that too as well. But I'm a big believer in the idea of that like a name also isn't the be all and end all, because if you change your name to something that you believe is something that is more true to you, then it can also still be very powerful in my opinion. You know what I mean? If you if you change your name from like Gerald to Lucy, right? Lucy becomes more powerful to me because it's like that name that you chose to represent you in your life as well, you know? And like powerless, barely able to protect her master, let alone win this Holy Grail war. I think she did fantastic. Then why not work with me again like before? Miss Oti, congratulate all your wishes. So again, there confirms like he was one of the directors that worked with her before as well. Shut up! You're a fool with less artistic taste than an automatic instrument. Your work doesn't even have an artistic value of a ruined roll of film. Hell yes! That's so good. That's so good. Sorry, Grady. That was a bit harsh. But why are you serving the opportunity, old Oti, fat old fart? Hiding somewhere else, screen, Grady sighs too, his voice full of melancholy. Because he summoned me, of course, even in death, forgotten where the world, Pentagon clutches our souls like a miser. But hey, sweetheart, at least we have a chance to rewrite our past failures this time. So I wonder if it's a situation where he's not exactly like the one who mistreated her. Maybe it is like, again, the stuff with the family, because she did mention the family, right? But I thought like maybe he was also part of it. Maybe it's one of those situations where he just has to do this because he's called back into the world as well. But he seems to be enjoying this a little bit too much, though. And especially if he was considered maybe a failure of a director, being able to like right those wrongs in terms of like, oh, well, I can do this now and I can make this my own work and all this stuff too, right? Maybe it is like in a way, again, another theme of self-consciousness as well. This gloom will do. Let's kick into the final act of the Midnight Chainsaw Rhapsody. The true evil awaits at the end of this haunted hotel. Oh my god, the pictures of Scott on the TV. What direction would he went in all this time?
Greedy. Is this what you meant by giving me more power?
Oh my god, there's multiple Scotts now. At least pictures of Scott, videos of Scott. The surviving protagonist finally reaches the heart of the hotel. The evil spirit appears through the screen. Then I gather all the lights and effects on you, shaping you into an invincible monster. Lyndon Scott, you'll become a legion of evil spirits, a horror icon etched into movie history.
I'm all fired up. Now I will take back everything you took from me. You shall pay tenfold. No, 1,000-fold.
Legitimately, this is going to be on his mind forever. He will never let this go, ever. Like this is going to be the bane of his existence forever. Honestly, the way this guy keeps coming for you, even the wildest British hounds would call it obsessive, master. What did you do to him? Well, speaking of hounds, just some private disagreements. Look, I was young and I didn't know what I was doing. Is it still possible to make it up to you now? Yeah, just some disagreements.
Private disagreements? You ruined my life! You made me bark and oink and face into motion, moving from one puny post to another in the cosmos, in despair and misery.
Oh.
This is what you call it? Private disagreements?
Oh, shut your mouth. No, this is one of my most frustrating things in life. Bro, you did all that to yourself. You did that. If I remember correctly, even he was like the one who was like totally okay with the whole like deal about making people bark. You know what I mean? Like, this is like literally someone like riding a bike, putting the stick in their wheel, and then tripping over and going, ah, this darn stick. You know, it's like, you did this, buddy. It's you.
You and your little entourage of extras. You won't get to be cocky for much longer.
You caused all of your pain. You know, the best thing you could have done in life once Stelle made you bark was to try and find a way to get past it and then move on with your life, right? You were giving Stelle 1,000,001 victories every time you come back for her.
The power inside me is breaking out, trying to be free. 1 Scott, 2 Scotts, 3 Scotts. My scalp is scratchy. 2 got stuck in there.
2 got stuck in there? Master your line. Say your entrance line. Oh my god.
Fear me, mortals, for I am everywhere. In your dreams, in your shadows, right behind your back. Now I, the Lord of the Wolf Pack, the 1,000-faced Scott, will devour all.
Okay, let's go. Let's fight Scott. Again, you know what I'm saying? You've given so much power to us. You know?
Let me show you the overwhelming strength in numbers.
He has given us every single bit of like
Relax.
Strength, right? And it's very difficult, by the way. It's of course it's very difficult.
What's the face?
You know, we've all had those shower arguments where we talk to, like, you know, the person that was rude to us, like, in the restaurant, or the person who was rude to us, like, in lining up for something or whatever, you know? We think back, oh, I should have said this, I should have said that, right? And obviously, like, you know, I've never, like, been made to bark like a dog, you know what I mean? But, and I can imagine it's probably very embarrassing, but if I remember correctly, he agreed to those terms. Like, he agreed to those terms 100%, if I remember so correctly about that. He tripped himself up and then got angry that he tripped up. Oh my god, what? It's a very cool moveset.
Watch your head.
Honestly.
Stand still.
Alright, I'll call your bet. Going all in. Tabs on me.
Lovely stuff. Engulfed flames. Sample there.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Maybe you'll take it all.
All in.
Lovely stuff.
Sampo Koski always takes care of his friends. Try this on for side.
Good times never last.
Okay, I need to pick me up. If she says boom. If she says boom, how about this? We'll make a deal. If she says boom right now, then I will also do the 3.8 quest for Honkai Star Rail.
Time to say bye. Boom.
There you go, guys. I was gonna do it anyway, but like, you know, reassurances. Oh, there's different personalities of Scott's. Again, it's really well written, by the way. I want to make it clear, like, it's so cool, like, having a character's motivations clearly just be like, oh my god, I was embarrassed that day. Because again, we understand as humans, like, what it's like to be embarrassed, and again, we also understand, as you said, the shower conversations we have. It's really cool. Lovely stuff. There we go.
We are gathered here today to commemorate
oh god.
who have sacrificed their lives again and again.
Like I said there, yeah, like it's really well written. I love the idea of we understand the motivation, not because we've been made to bark like a dog, but we understand the shower conversation, right? We understand like having an argument with someone that you lose, and then you go back and you're like, oh, I should have said this, you know, I should have said that. But like for him, it's like this it's total embarrassment. Like we all understand what it feels like to feel shame or embarrassment in some ways. So obviously not on this level. So we can exasperate our feelings or like or turn up our feelings of how we would feel to like 11, right? And couple that with the fact that Scott's already insecure and he already was. And I want to be clear here. He already was a character who like was someone who felt he was very self-important, and he tried to, you know, use his authority and throw it around everywhere. So you couple that with that already feeling of self-importance. It makes for like a concoction here where this character is so self-conscious about everything that happened that he will not be able to rest until he's able to like accomplish what he does here with Stelle.
Well, if those dead weights weren't dragging me down, I'd have won ages ago. The true lone wolf walks alone. Only weak rabble sticks together. Coward! You've been hiding at the back all this time. Even my eyelashes did more work than you.
That's a great expression. That's a really great expression. The Scott start bickering and tossing blame around. That's what's so interesting. Oh my god, that's so interesting. Scott is such a character that's so self-important and so argumentative, and he's so combative, right? That he'd even argue with himself. You know what I mean? That's how combative he is. He'd even argue with himself. Finding someone like this, there's no honor in it. Yeah, he's gone. He's crazy.
Greedy! Do you still even want the Holy Grail? Go change the script on the fly. Move the stage props. Give me more power. Let me crush them all. Crush them in the palm of my hands like a true villain.
I don't think it's gonna work like that, buddy. Sorry, Mr. Scott, I was wrong about you. You're a natural comedian who's only good at playing comical characters. Dropping you in a horror flick, that's just a miscast, but an insult to the lens. Great minds think alike. Actually, I think that was being generous. Don't insult my little ray of sunshine. This might be adding insult to injury a little bit as well.
Greedy, are you trying to betray me? Don't forget, I am your master! With my command spell, you'll have to...
No. No. Did he make him, like, croak like a frog? Trying to dominate my set with just 3 command spells? Mr. Scott, consider yourself fired. Apologies, cast and crew. You had to witness a little meltdown between director and actor. Understanding the power of harmony was on me. I also shouldn't have brought you all together. So I'll be more thoughtful with your stage entrances next time. I'll look forward to hearing your piercing screams all over again the next one. So one is a situation where Grady, maybe I thought he was worse than he actually was, or maybe he was just, again, a failed director who wanted to redeem himself, and he was working on the power of Scott, but then realized Scott wasn't actually that good. I don't know what's happening here, but we'll see. Because I thought maybe he was responsible in part for like how Castor was treated as well. But like if he makes this happen, where is it? The ribbit. It's good. You know, maybe he's not that so bad. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's clear that people don't have a high opinion of him. Wait, we're going to Act 2? Did we just leave his reality marble? Something's off. Each night, the clock will reveal its unknown side. Well, okay, no, because he's still trapping us here, right? That's still not good. Yeah, that's not good, like at all. As a protagonist, you open your eyes and find yourself trapped in a nightmare with no exit, and now a terrifying enemy stands right beside you. Knowing we're all allies, you still go on your way to stir up trouble and sow discord? Mr. Archer, you don't strike me as someone married to a contract. Mr. Archer, would it be smart to take this split-up operation and eliminate your rival for your master? I might give it a thought. Don't let him get in your head. Should I kill her? I turned that question over 12 times before you woke up. If I decided to act, you wouldn't even get a chance to open your eyes. Too bad, I thought you were smart in this. Guess you'll have to suffer for it. The wicked watchmaker had brought from hell evil spirits that wield different curses, disguised as harmless amusement park mascots. They drag victims into sleep and torture their souls for eternity. Excuse me, I'm the director at Clock Studios. Do you have the rights to our Clocky? Don't worry, Mr. Oti's PR team will handle it. I used to dream of turning Clock Studios into a theme park into my own nightmare park. Who knew I get my wish this way? If it is more satisfying than biting into a triple stuffed Stargazer pie, soak it in, dear characters, until you become my toys for evil spirits. I guess, like, I thought we would hear his voice by now, but I'm gonna have to come up with, like, maybe a voice for Grady. You know? You become my toys for the evil spirits. If you're gonna just stand there, I might take Assassin's advice and write you out early. Let's not do that at all. Come on, according to that great director, it's time for us to be tortured by the evil spirits. Yeah, my estimation is that maybe he wasn't responsible for, like, and I know, like, it was the part to do with the, like, like, it wasn't just, like, one singular thing that cast, Note aside. But I was thinking that maybe he was, like, one of the people that was, like, maybe mistreating her as well, but I don't know that, of course. But it's clear to me that he is, like, a failed director who clearly is self-conscious as well and wants to make, like, something out of, like, this marble that he's created as well. But it's not right. Obviously, like, at this point, like, Scott's gone even now, so he doesn't have the motivation of, like, doing it for the Holy Grail. He's just doing it for his own sake. So to me, at that stage, it's like, F you, buddy, let us out of here. It's not good. It's not good at all. What is that? Is it Miss Note? This is definitely a weirder mission, right? For sure. Oh, wait, I was like, the red one is her? No way, what is that? Granny Note? Oh, my bad, sweetheart. I almost forgot your voice is already my personal property. Wait, what? First it was the copyright of your songs, then your image. Oh, wait. Is it like a family member who, like, exploited her? They found a younger, prettier girl, slapped the name something on her, and put her on stage, and you'll die in despair. So this is talking about her being cast aside. I'll devour your body piece by piece, and even that fake Miss Note will be mine. The name Miss Note, the fake name Miss Note will be mine. Let go of Miss Note. Finally, I'm right on cue. Let your friends get a good look at how far you've fallen. Oh my god. Charge in, Red Handsome. I might look frail, but I could still drag Miss Note down with me before you'll even land a hit. And why would I spare an enemy servant? Two birds, one stone. Yeah, Archer's like, I guess Archer just has the type of personality where he's like, yeah, whatever, like, okay. You seem just like another hollow loudmouth, like Grady. Crazy design, right?
Figures you foolish outwarders don't realize how powerful this nameless servant can be in Penacony. Call it charitable performance. Let me give you a taste of what Caster can really do.
Oh my god, the presentation of this is actually crazy. The voice harmony compel all life to dance to my tune and become my familiars. And you'll drown in syrupy oblivion. Oh, Saber is here too? Anyone who fights with a stolen weapon is bound to get hurt by it. If I were you, I'd think twice before swinging something you ripped off from Miss Note. This music as well. Master, alright? Like this heroic, like, return. The music's so good. Let's fight side by side. No need to trouble yourself with small fry like this, Master. Trying to steal the spotlight from the star? Get them.
Whoever takes them down gets a lifetime supply of So Glad from our investors.
For So Glad.
For females.
Seriously? This music is beautiful. It's very, like, heroic. So Glad and 2 bottles of syrup. And you're all in for the devil? What happened to your pride as monsters?
I'm a backward, so what type of pie?
Human or monster, beast or demon, if you got a mind of your own, then you've got the right to chase hope with your own two hands. Love that. Your soul is worth far more than the pittance your employer is offering. I can't promise you paradise, but I swear I'll always fight on the front lines, not hide behind you while you die. So what'll it be? Spend your life as a dancing puppet for him? Or live one moment as a knight? It's not too late to turn back now. How inspirational. It's like, hey, it doesn't matter if you're an extra, you still have a right to live. So inspirational. There's only one answer to that? Whoever's my king's sword points, our heart shall follow. Oh my god, what? They turned around and then joined Saber. Is Saber on top of them? Is Saber riding on top of them? It literally, oh my god. Call it leader charisma, my friend. Oh, sorry, what did Granny say? Granny said, I was here first. How are you controlling my familiars? You traitors, one pep and you're switching sides. You're just extras. Don't you want your paycheck? No, it's a great moment. It shows like Saber's like great leadership skills. And honestly, like, again, feels like such a, and I mean this in the best way possible, a classic hero. You know, a classic hero. Look at you all acting all high and mighty. What else can you do besides throwing money around to strong arm us? I'm the king of knights, mount now. Not so familiar, you can boss around like a dog. I love that they're so important. They feel so important right now because they're not someone who's like fighting for someone. They're fighting alongside Saber, right? They're proud to be Saber's mount. I stow upon you the name of my beloved steed, Lemarialil. Now, come with me. Let's vanquish evil before us. Like, she's giving importance to these characters, right? These monsters. They're feeling better about themselves because of like Saber's words. In the name of the king! But if you kill me, you'll vanish too. You're still my familiars. But that's what they're saying. They want one moment to being a knight versus like mountains of servitude. I failed to protect my master. Was forced to separate from her. Now, to make matters worse, it's the enemy who came to save me. I am. It's okay. This way you say thank you instead of sorry. Exactly. Thank yous are always worth more than sorry. 100%. That's a great moment though. I guess shows Saber's character as well. As we said, like his classic hero, but also like entirely inspirational as well. But no excuse can cover up my incompetence and negligence. A powerless servant is nothing but a worthless doll. About Miss Rob, again, it's this feeling of like self-doubt about themselves. Obviously, they've already came into this whole story with this feeling of like, you know, that they're not, you know, maybe not worth it, but they have like, you know, nothing to their name. They were already cast aside beforehand, so they have this feeling of like maybe like, you know, that they are less than in some ways. About Miss Robin, there's something that, never mind, just come with me. Yeah, this is interesting. Writing B, I really like Saber as a character. And again, I like, we always talk about like a classic hero. I like a classic hero sometimes, you know, wait, what the hell? It's all her props. I'm not sure what the enemy did, but she's split into pieces. Took me a while to even find these few. I figured I managed to do nothing in this war. I don't deserve to be called a heroic spirit. You've done extremely well. It's Grady who plays dirty, 100%. Love using your little harmony tricks on me, huh? Then I'll scatter your singer across my nightmare park and see who's helping you to get out of here. Please don't be sad because of us. Oh, she's singing. You've already done your best, just like the iris by the riverside. Call her what you want, she's still too weak. No need to choke. Oh, I think Robin might have those on her dialogue all the time. Polite Robin? Oh, it's the different parts of her personality. That old fool, once I find that darn Oti, I'm going to tear his puffball and stomp it right to the ground. Hell yeah, I'm up for it. Scholar Robin, judging from what I can tell, splitting us up like this was probably an act of revenge, but our minds naturally try to reconnect. Theoretically, if we can reunite all the me's. We summon the Eon of Harmony. You can combine into a giant robot. You'll be back to normal? The correct answer is you'll manage to be back to original form. That is if you survive the curses from the devils. Then let's get going. But you're really planning to drag all these dead weights with you while you fight? Heads up, I don't have the action part of Robin with me. I only think, I don't do. Wait, please, someone must stay behind with me to protect Miss Robin. I know this is asking too much, but I'll even offer my life. Oh, Miss Note. You can tell she's definitely feeling down on herself as well. Victory gained through coercion is a disgrace to any warrior. Since Miss Robin is our ally, protecting her is only right. Let Saber say, I'll stay. As a master, your resistance to magecraft is far weaker than ours. If Grady knocks you out, I disappear with you. And that's exactly what the enemy wants. Let's Saber say then? This is indeed the best solution at the moment. Archer, please protect Stelle. This is all I ask as an opponent. Don't place too much faith in me. I always have faith in every friend of mine, Master Good Luck. Alright, let the knight stay here with the princess, and we'll go reap some enemy lives. I do quite adore Saber as a character, as I said, as well, but also their interaction with Archer seems to be a lot tougher and much more like, not serious, because they're both very serious in their own way, right? Because obviously Saber has, again, that very heroic quality, but it feels like Archer's way more brutal and blunt, while Saber is like really like, I don't know, like there's a angelic aura to her while also still being like, you know, an extremely like easy character to follow. They don't feel like out of this world. They feel like someone that I just want to like, you know, see more stories about, I guess, as well. That type of hero, where it's like they're not perfect. It's not like, oh, they're so perfect that they're not interesting anymore. It's just that they have like a very like traditionally heroic vibe to them. Archer may have a sharp tongue. When it comes down to it, he's a solid ally. Master, the best of luck to you. Yeah, and of course I don't know the characters from, you know, the actual show itself, so my awareness of that is not going to be totally strong. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting idea they had here. I wonder if they like knowing that they, well, no, they would have had voices in the Japanese version as well, I believe. So I wonder if like, I was thinking that maybe they did this whole thing as a lucky coincidence, where it's like, oh well, we don't have all the voices for Archer and Cucullin and Saber, but maybe we can, you know, add it to the story somehow. Or maybe they just got lucky where it's like, oh, we have like a story, which again, like, I don't think they would do that, because there was a time when they had, you know, the entirety of like some aspects of this game was unvoiced, right, for sure. Guess I go. There's more Skott as well.
Ribbit, evil spirit, why do you despise humans so? Is there not a single ounce of love or compassion in your heart, Ribbit?
Traitors don't get to boss us around. Before I lose my patience, here's your chance to switch sides. Kill the one next to you and return to us. Besides, its rough design, the dog-shaped monster name suggests it's remodeled after a classic figure from the Clocky cartoon, like a derivative of a werewolf, Brother Hanu. Wait, that's Robin? Origami Robin? It's very pretty origami. Stop pushing yourself, Mr. Skott. Its target is me. You don't have to throw your life away for nothing. Wait, so Scott's protecting Origami Robin? Wait, but this Skott has compassion? Skott of Justice. Okay, that makes sense. Oh my god. That's really funny. Like, this Skott is like all about justice. They're protecting this like really, admittedly very cute piece of origami. Am I always playing tricks with me? What do you even have to do with justice? Honestly, it's kind of cute in a way, but like it's kind of like all the different personalities. Like one is just like protecting Robin out of nowhere.
Old foe, you've arrived just in time. Help me! Together we can crush this blasted evil spirit.
Like it's Scott's voice. It's Skott, right? But it's like, you know, heroic Skott. It feels so strange.
Doesn't matter if you want to punish me later or demand an explanation. As long as Miss Robin is safe, you can do whatever you want with me, Ribbit.
Jesus Christ, man. One or two, it makes no difference. You'll get stuck in an endless cycle of suffering and Lone Wolf Brothers cruise. A curse. Play Hanu's adventure. Oh, so Hanu's adventure is the Lone Wolf Brothers curse for the next billion years. The Lone Bros let out a very satisfying humph. Enough chit-chat, time for the most terrifying torment of all in Penacony. With a blinding flash, your body shrinks and you're forced into the outline of, oh, we're doing a Brother Hanu mission? Is that what we're doing? Now you know the horror of being trapped in Hanu's adventure for life. I mean, these missions are quite fun, so if you can find a way to get out of this, that'd be pretty good, right? They turn people into cartoon animals. Is this some sort of magecraft from the age of the ancient Greek gods? No, the mechanics feel entirely different. No, Hanu stuff was always very fun. So if you do get to do some Hanu stuff right now, like I'm very for that. I'd be very for that. Wouldn't be against it. Help, don't tell me all I can say is humph again. Where's my rocket launcher is also very stealth to say, I feel like. That would be a very stealth thing to say also. I know you have a lot to say, but to preserve the integrity of Hanu's adventure, all I can do right now is let out an urgent humph. They even lost the ability to speak rationally. Maybe I should just leave her. It's not like she was all that helpful anyway. Don't talk about Stelle that way. Please do not talk about Stelle that way. You're a terrified humph. So you understand that. I guess I can't just leave her. Can you make sense of what she's saying? Of course, Brother Hanu says he's gonna punch that evil spear right in the face.
Ribbit?
How did it come to this? Is this a nursery or a zoo? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Archer, who like is now babysitting, I guess, the Justice Scott, the origami Robin, and now the Hanu Stelle. Surrounded by animals' echoing cries, and veins throbbed faintly on Archer's temple. It was the worst mental trauma he'd suffered since the Holy Grail War began. You really want to tell Archer you need a Hanu TV to return to normal? Maybe you should look around for clues. Yep. This is so fun. What a way to use an already existing mechanic as like something that you can involve in the story as well, right? We already like know there's like abilities like to do with like Rekka's abilities and bring people into movies and stuff like that as well. So like having Grady also be able to do that too is really cool. But then like we know Hanu is something that we've been able to do before. So turning it into like an actual story beat in the story as well is really cool too. All the best, Ultra Cool Hana Trailblazer. I believe you can defeat the baddie, that tweet. What about you, Scott? Old friend, I'll be rooting for you. And this is why I think they're doing really well with this stuff too. Like they're making it like, while it's like, it feels like a very long section of this whole thing. It's also really cool because I feel like they have a good grasp on like what would make this type of stuff fun, which is, you know, you want some abstract things, you want some really crazy stuff, like some out of pocket stuff. The multiple Scotts then turning into like, you know, having a Scott of Justice, where we know this character is someone we've been annoyed with forever, turning out to be like having a version of himself that we actually find to be like pretty like palatable. It's a really good idea, honestly. And then like also just having like the absurdity of like us turning into Hanu, which again is something that like, you know, we didn't expect. The separation of like all Robin's like props and turning into different like, you know, versions of Robin and different types of Robins, I guess, as well. While also still having a heart at its core, where we have like stuff like with Note worried about like how capable she is of protecting people and you know, maybe needing Saber's help in some ways as well to protect her master also, even though we saw she can protect herself in a lot of ways. Having absurdity of Saber like joining up with like these little creatures or these monsters and like getting them on her side, but then also at the same time too having like, you know, that absurdity becomes something really inspirational and shows off her character in some way too. It's like it's done really well. It is done really well. Yeah, let's go on here as well. Yeah, it's because this can like fall flat in its face, as I said, if they don't have like the absurdity mixed with like the heart, right? I think you can turn back using a TV. The Lone Wolf Bird has already smashed every Hanu TV in the theme park ahead of time. What, is there something weird about this TV, or is it part of the solution to the curse? Let out confirming humph. Let out a dejected humph. I think there's the smallest hope. You glance at Scott, but as a righteous TV, all he can offer is anything but help. Maybe it's just your imagination, but his expression seems 30% smug, 70% mocking. You lash out, kicking Scott in frustration. Even Scott of Justice is kickable. All right, let's do this. Every time I ask you a question, and if the answer is yes, kick him once more. If it's no, kick him. Oh, okay, that's a good idea. This key is a key to the curse. Yes, kick once. Honestly, it's a great use for. Honestly, the best use you could ask for Scott, right? Honestly. By usual Magecraft logic, destroying the core should nullify the effect. Should I smash the TV? Then let's think in reverse. You want me to repair this machine or restore it to its original state, right? Kick like crazy. Time to end this. Trace on. Trace on? What is that? Trace on. I never heard of that in my life. Back to normal. Impossible. We actually found a way to break the curse. That's cheating. Doesn't count. I demand a rematch. You think you get a second chance with the same trick? Looks like I won't have to step in after all. Oh, wait, isn't Ranger Robin. Thanks, pal. We've been taking him here. Because remember, Robin also became a Pepeshi, or used a Pepeshi body. Which, by the way, good to see Boot Hill as well. I knew we would see him again. But yeah, used the Pepeshi body to talk to us during Amphoreus. Anytime, any place. Galaxy Ranger serving justice. Oh my god. Don't die, you son of a fork. And of course, Buddha and Robin's friendship is so special to me. Long time no see, though it's only been a little while ever since that shirt had sucked me into the TV. I've been lost in the hotel, sending my greetings to all the other little fudge pies along the way. Just a moment ago, the whole space cracked and collapsed. When I regained my footing, bam, there was Miss Robin right next to me. Didn't expect it, but the girl's got a bit of that ranger vibe to her. By the way, what's that fudging thing raised by the nosewalker next to you, a prisoner?
Ribbit, here comes a hero of justice,
Oh my god.
Ribbit.
And Scott can still speak clearly, like, right? Alright, let's get down to business.
Greedy split my consciousness into countless fragments in the previous battle, just like what happened to Miss Robin.
Again, that's good writing to show us like what can happen and what they're capable of, right? And we saw what he did to the different fragments, and he did the same thing to Robin, yeah.
I'm honestly as shocked as you are. Who'd have thought there's justice in that man called Skott? And yet, my chest burns with righteous fire.
That's true. That is the most unusual thing that could be in Skott. Scott's of justice, not like those evil ones. He threw himself in to protect me. Tweet, I need that. Like, I need an actual, like, real-life version of that origami Robin. You trust this son of a nosewalker? Might as well believe I'm a general to Zan show. No offense, making someone like him turn over a new leaf is like asking an antimatter legion to plant trees in the kingdom of banditry. Honestly, he's not wrong. It could be a possibility, like, you know, you have to be weary because Skott, like, having a justice part of his personality never even, like, came to the surface even for a little bit, you know what I mean? When we were, I know all the times we've had encounters with him, to be honest. I completely agree. We can't afford to risk. If the enemy has cursed him or turned him into some kind of special familiar, then
I thought, what if this is all part of Scott's plan? What if the evil side of him is lying in wait within me, ready to spring to action at any moment?
You think so? Like, you think that too?
I want to go with you to save the other Miss Robins. And I also need someone to kill me if Skott ever takes over my body.
Whoa. Keep up your act. Let's see if I fall for it. So we're believing that it's an act here. So I just thought it was like some kind of like absurdist like part of his personality, but like it does make sense, the idea that like you know, it does make sense that they could be like pretending, especially since Skott never once had like a inkling of being this. Let's not be too hard on him. We don't have time to waste. As the old saying goes, every trotter deserves a second cookie. Okay, everyone deserves a second chance. How about we take him for now? If he turns good, great. If not, we can always chuck him in the at his servant as a projectile. Well, since the victims herself said so.
To honor the trust placed in me, I will never bend to evil, Ribbit.
Hopefully. Wait, so like it's so interesting as well if you think about the idea that like how Skott is also like the master in this situation, but like Grady is pretty much like gone a bit mad, right? It's pretty wild in that sense too. They've got a bit mad and like kind of made, how do I say it? They've kind of made this these what am I looking to say? They've kind of made these decisions for themselves against Skott, right? Which is the opposite of kind of what maybe like an Archer or a Saber might do, or even like a Cuculla might do as well, right? It's interesting. Miss Ranger, we'll continue to escort this little bird back to Saber and the others. We'll wrap this up fast, find the rest of Miss Robin, and track down my unreliable master.
Ribbit, I'll prove my justice with my actions.
So he wants to track down Aventurine. Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, it's just it's really absurd. It's really absurd in the best way possible, honestly. Bam. Look at that. Do you guys ever do that? You think you can do that? Oh, there's like newspapers as well around here too. Oh wow, look at this. So this is actually interesting. Okay, we won't be reading all these because again, they're usually like quite long when you find these notes. But if I find some more that maybe are interesting, we could read too. Like I'm not ashamed, like ever ashamed to be like, oh, I don't read the notes. I've said it a million times over. Like I tried at the start, but what happened was they ended up being like 10-minute per note. Sometimes it was crazy. They're long. They're really long. Whereas I always think like my critique of the notes of Honkai Star Rail is that I feel like, you know, scattering the notes over like 2 paragraphs over the course of like 5 areas would be better. rather than the, you know, giving us like 12 paragraphs in one go. You know what I mean? And it might be like people like, oh, it's just reading, but yeah, psychologically, I think it's easier to get through something like that when you're doing a lot of gameplay if it's like, you know, done in a specific way. But yeah, following the multiple scandals involving famous actress, the name of note, all major associated companies have terminated endorsement contracts and cancelled their Dreamscape tours. Oh my god. However, the several Dream Chasers organizations that received her sponsorship maintained that their charity performances in the wilderness area will proceed as scheduled. Mr. Alfalfa, head of the Alfalfa family, noted that note had starred in numerous classics at their invitation. Her songs became household staples, and almost every Pentaconi home contains products she endorsed. Mr. Alfalfa expressed her deep regret over her downfall. Reports indicate they already found a replacement to inherit the stage name, with the second note promising to present a better image while continuing her legacy story of note. Mr. Alfalfa maintains that Note is an accomplished actress, singer, and artist who past work shouldn't be diminished by the current scandals. However, per contract terms, the Alfalfa family retains the right to claim all related copyrights, bullcrap, including the musical products, film and television rights, and the registered trademark. If Note uses any of these commercially without Alfalfa's family approval, they will pursue legal action. Additionally, at the recent press conference of the Grady Films spokesperson announced that they will terminate the partnership with Miss in 10 days due to her negative impact. Their upcoming film, Spheroid Station, scheduled to begin shooting at the year end, now will star second, someone by Select by Alfalfa's legacy instead of the original. So, there was a scandal that made them not be as reputable for their entertainment as well. But what's so interesting about the keeping legal rights is that, like, even after a scandal, in a lot of ways, there is still, like, purchasing of different DVDs and movies and CDs and stuff like this, too, you know what I mean? Even though you drop someone from your label, like, you'll find sometimes that, you know, you can still buy... You know, and say like there's a cheating scandal or there's a scandal where like, you know, they do a lot, some, you know, criminal activity. Oftentimes you can still purchase like the stuff that they make there. So like it's kind of very hollow and a lot of bullcrap, but that they will be like, yeah, it's like we got to get rid of it because we don't want to be associated with that. But by God, we'll still make the money off her. We still want to make money off her. So it's like one of those things where it's like we're dropping you off our label, but all the work that you've done for us doesn't even matter because you will not be able to make money off it, or we will make money off it. And you might not think it's a lot, but like you're talking about, say nowadays, like one of those things where it's like. This isn't a scandal, it's completely different, but like, you know, Blockberry Creative were willing to fire Shu because she stood up for herself, right? And this is a different story altogether, of course, but, and then, they expected to keep all rights to Shu's works, to her, music, to all, and here's the thing, they still do own the rights to like all her old songs and all this stuff in terms of distribution rights and all this stuff too, right? But that's the point, it's like, oh, you're firing her, but like you'll still make money off her, and that's why the entertainment world is so seedy and disgusting, you know. Now in the end, what happened is you wanted the good news about this. Shu sued them, so did the rest of her bandmates, and Blockberry Creative is no more. But the problem is, someone still owns the rights to those music because of course you can't just like, you know, like. It's that's what's so crazy with the music industry. Even though like they found Blockberry Creative to be like wrong in this situation, and they found that like, you know, the girls were right and they freed them for their contract, it's also a situation where it's like, well, but they still retain the rights to all the stuff you did. And it's like, still, even in the slightest of victories in the entertainment industry, the people who are above and higher ups will always like still have like a lot of like victories in that sense too, you know. Yeah, bullcrap. And Loon is like, you know, the greatest group of all time. Quiet, so quiet, you can hear the ticking of clockwork gears beneath the evil spirit trembling with glee. Tick-tock, you've come so far after all, here to steal the last robin, are you? You never see that every robin belongs to me. And once I've gathered them all, I'll summon the god of the robins, swallow all of Pentaconi whole, and become a king of nightmares. Okay, bro. Too many new plot twists, I don't even know where to start complaining. Yeah, it seems like he's like, he got critiques a lot from being a filmmaker when he was alive. So maybe like this is carrying over now as well. Yeah, we'll read this, okay. Dream Bubble Cinema History Exert. The historical turning points of are like knots in a record-keeping rope. Grady undoubtedly created two significant ones. First came the invention of a dream bubble filming technology, so he was like the originator of this. Second was his shocking decision to tear up the patent copyright. Why abandon rights to such an astronomically profitable technology? Grady never offered an explanation. That's very pro-art, to not want to copyright something like this. Contemporary audiences praise Grady's selflessness, but these accolades gradually morphed into criticism as his terrible films flooded the market. Here's an interview from that period. It's truly remarkable what thought process led to you abandon such a valuable patent. The Dream Bubble patent has long restricted Pentaconi's film industry, forcing talent creators to abandon their dreams. While copyright awareness grew, so did copyright trolls, corrupting our creative environment. As a horror director, I'd rather hear audiences laugh about being scared than witness endless copyright tragedies. So the idea of like suing people for different copyrights and stuff, I guess, too. Yeah. Many people believe, whoa. Oh, this is after she died. Directly influenced your decision to tear out the patent, serving as war memorial to her, a gift to newly found Armenia films. What's your comment to this? Her death was a complete tragedy. When almost everyone turned their backs on her, she still sang for the most vulnerable, ultimately losing her life during a charity performance. We all bear responsibility for what happened. I just think the Alfalfa family and Mr. Alfalfa played a role in this. No, absolutely not. The Alfalfa family has always been an angel investor in entertainment, helping countless Irish family artists rise to fame. Mr. Alfalfa remains an invaluable Grady film partner. I'm certain we'll collaborate anymore. It seems like he wasn't implying that, though, it's everyone's fault, though, that this happened. That if she was never in this position, she would have never died in the first place. And it sounds like she's still a very selfless person. And this also happens all the time, by the way. Someone will get like I understand, like, some people get back into the limelight. Like, I remember what they did to Winona Ryder was always very horrible. And someone will be like, look, Kevin, she stole from a store. It's like, yeah, okay, bro, she stole from like a store. Like, okay, like, is what, her life over? Like, come on. But like, it's one of the situations she got to come back. But in a lot of ways, what happens is that someone will be like kind of like excommunicated, sometimes for the right reasons. I want to make that clear. Sometimes people are like, you know, cast aside for the very correct and right reasons. Sometimes someone is like, you know, told that they're no longer part of the company or a band because for very right reasons. Sometimes what will happen is as well, though, is that there will be like higher ups in the company that will like cast a artist aside. Will say you can't do this. Like, for example, like, you know, the you know, we heard the stories about like Halsey's label, like, will tell her she can't make any more records because she didn't make enough money or whatever. And this is a morbid way to think about this because I never would anything to happen to Halsey, but like what would happen is after Halsey, anything would happen to Halsey. And it's a more, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm ever would think that way in that same, but I'm saying that like that's what happens in the industry. It's like they do this thing where it's like, oh yeah, sorry, we're mistreating you for a while now, we're not letting you do stuff with all this stuff as well. Then if someone dies or passes away, all of a sudden it's like, we honor the name. It's like, well, why couldn't you honor them in life? Actually, a perfect example is like wrestling, where like in wrestlers will often do this thing where it's like, they will like excommunicate someone, they'll not return any calls, they'll not let them be celebrated as celebrities, but then when they die, they celebrate them. The perfect example is Sid Vicious. Sid Vicious is a wrestler, was someone who like was beloved by the fans, but the Fed, you know, WWE, only honored him after he died. And that it's always so sucky. It's always like, what the hell? The same thing with China, right? They turned their back on China. They horribly said horrible things about her and basically like erased her from history almost in a lot of ways. But then when she died, all of a sudden it's like, oh, let's put her in the Hall of Fame now. It's a very, to me, it doesn't feel right ever. You know what I mean? To be like, oh, let's honor them after they go when they didn't do anything wrong. Obviously, again, there's people who did do stuff wrong that don't deserve to be honored. But I'm saying like in terms of people who, is this the Aventurine boss room? You know what I'm saying? Like some people like, you know, don't do something wrong and it's just like a company that wants to take advantage of a situation. Before I judge all of you, I must first deal a disobedient pawn. Scott, how utterly despicable that you side with them. So desperate to play a hero, aren't you? Just felt an ominous chill run down my spine. Why waste our breath on it? One bullet to fudge them up and we're done here. Tick-tock. Thought I'd just play along with your little hero fantasy. Mr. Grady gave me a special bullet that never misses. One pull of the trigger on the master with the most dialogue will drop dead on the spot. Die, Stelle! Jesus, dude. Scott took a fatal hit meant for you. No way!
Going with all of you. But I'll die
Scott!
happy, knowing that I gave my life for justice.
But this is quite sad, right? Not because it's like, oh, like I'm gonna, like I was attached to this robot. Oh my god, try to crack up with the champion, don't you dare die me. It's more just like, if this is true that this Scott always had the capabilities for justice, that means it was drowned out by his like his other traits, right? This music. I think they're making this into a joke, guys. They're making this into a joke. They're wrapping this up as a joke.
I lied to her.
What? There's
no such thing as a Scott.
There we go. There we go. There we go. So again, I was like, oh, it's sad that there's like not just the capabilities to have a freaking justice within him. But no, they were right. They were 100% correct. I was like, oh my god, he actually did something, you know? And I was actually really upset that Scott has the capability of justice, but I guess that just proves that he does not have that answer, a part in him. We should have made a joke about cracking the champagne.
That justice is a part of the name. It doesn't mean anything. What do you think? How would you rate this shocking reveal?
Here's the thing, right? We prepared for this eventuality, right? So it's not exactly like, oh my god, you know, we prepared for this eventuality.
Director, heal me up! I worked so hard to lead them into the trap, and now you're shooting me in the butt!
Penacony profanity. If your wordless scene stealing self hadn't blocked the bullet o'clock, you would have eliminated Stelle already. Who are you to have the audacity to act proud? I sent you undercover to deliver a crushing blow at the story's climax. Instead, you couldn't even manage basic narrative structure. Even a child could tell you were putting on an act. The thing is as well, I want to make clear, you can say, well, Calvin knows it. I feel like we prepared for the knowledge that he could be putting on an act, right? 110%, right? But I also, like, I'm never going to feel bad for, like, you know, waiting for a hopeful thing for any character, even if it is Scott, you know what I mean? But yeah, we prepared for this eventuality. We 100% did. Since you're so desperate for attention, congratulations, Mr. Scott. You've hereby been demoted from actor to staged. Oh, another demotion. He's even demoted in his, like, in these movie fantasies.
Hey, what about my butt?
You don't even have a mind. Just hang in there and the pain will be gone. Just one more bullet and no more pain. She said if you die, you won't feel anything. Oh, Cloggy, quick playing dead. No completed scene, no paycheck for you. What gave you the impression I was faking? My clockwork has been ticking away this whole time. Did you know for a demon manipulating human emotions, it's like playing an instrument, just a light touch, and you get something like this. We're not gonna wait. Is it? Oh, confused Robin? Yeah, there's a confused Robin. That was so satisfying. Time to break out the hair Lauren smoke malt juice to celebrate. Uncontainable joy surges through a man's heart, sending him into a euphoria, and yet this is nothing more than a common mental attack. Watchmaker, witness this. Your most prized trick now belongs to me. Donna, for some bizarre reason, I have a sudden urge to dance with this jerk. Behind the clock, hold the clock. Invented by the watchmaker, the devil who once ruled Penacony. In this presence, even the strongest minds become nothing but blank pages, easily rewritten or at will. How is your power range so ridiculously broad? You dare use your own power against me, Grady? What are you so proud of, cheap imitation? I love the kind of aggressiveness of Stelle. Messing with your bro Buddha, big mistake. Come on, Stelle, let's show this knockoff like what actual clockwork can do. Please reset Buddha's emotional state back to normal? Oh, okay, sure. Untunable? He's untunable. So, I didn't even notice that he was kind of like out of sorts, I guess. Well, what do you have here? A poor little thing trying to save your friend from a curse you can't even protect yourself? Surprised your clockwork is useless? Shocked? Confused? Well, of course you are. The power of your clockwork comes from clocking, but I am more clocking. When the junior meets the senior, it's only natural for you to fail. Now it's time for an old man to teach a kid a lesson. A feeling beyond words clutches at your mind. Not only one of Clockwork's 4 different emotions, this is darker, heavier, and like a silent quagmire. Departed loved ones, betrayal by those you trusted most, the shadow of approaching death, these manufactured emotions burst into your heart, leaving just a black void that watches you with the empty eyes of a corpse. You finished the show yet? I don't have time to play pretend with you. Impossible. I use Clockwork to destroy everyone's emotions of pure despair, but is Archer affected by that? Because Archer is not a part of this world, right? How trite. Your dialogue is straight from Villains 101. This pathetic attempt at manipulation are less effective than vultures squawking over a corpse. What took you so long? Was the whole silent badass act really necessary? Slacking off will cost you on your performance review. Have you figured out how the enemy's weak spot? Was your magic resistance to block the mental attack? If only it was that simple. Unfortunately, my magic resistance is nearly overpowered. Isn't nearly as overpowered as Saber's. I wanted to see how deep this monster's hell could go in this strange universe of yours, but it seems your world still has hope and future as well, after all. Despair? Please. I've witnessed enough scenes of despair to submerge this entire playground of a nightmare. Oh my god. So he said he's seen even worse than this? I've seen corpses hanging from the gallows that stretch like endless forests. I've witnessed the charred remains after Doomsday's battles where people became nothing more than ravenous beasts devouring each other. Just who in the world are you? A hard-working guardian, though admittedly somewhat a workaholic. I've seen far too many forms of despair. But to break me, your fake illusions don't even come close. Tick-tock, cranky power to maximum. I refuse to accept that anyone could resist my clockwork now. Ever seen bodies mangle onto the war chariots? Trace on. Wait. Are we gonna get to play as Archer? No, okay. It's just he's like his power is there though. Oh my god.
Dangerous thoughts.
All their weaknesses are gone. Yeah, like it's really interesting how they're implementing like their characters in this. Again, I don't understand everything, but like I think that's that's good to be expected, but
May
it's
as
still
well
quite
kill
fun.
them all. This won't take long.
Don't ask, just spend.
And of course, we have to sing this song, guys.
Relax.
Tonight, soul
The greatest song of all time.
Tonight. The stars echo because of me.
The greatest song of anyone's life. I think you all agree, right? It means the world to us. Without it, we would be nothing.
Stand
We
still.
wouldn't be able to feel anything.
We're just having fun.
We're just having fun, buddy.
Relax. Good
part's
times
lovely.
never last.
Wanna be. It's like the rhythm is so good.
Time to say bye.
I think that's what's so satisfying about it is like the rhythm of her voice and her cadence is always like just perfect, right?
Boom.
Don't get smug with the director. Will avenge me. Extra lines won't earn you extra pay. In that case, I'm dead. The way this works is so crazy. Good, now let's regroup with the others. Look like you just crawled out of a tough fight. I'd recognize those pants anywhere. Fork and Void Wheel. Now you decide to appear after we did all the work? Oh, that's a feather, right? Well, I did do something, all right. Some evil spirit called the Revolver Governor got all clingy with me, insisted we play a game, and ended up losing 10 years worth of savings to me. I even brought an old friend back with me. Sleepy Robin? That's adorable. Sleepy Robin is adorable. After a short break, the Scatter Allies finally reconvened across the set. I had no such idea what was happening. Thank you for keeping my master safe. I just didn't want to give Grady the satisfaction. Let's save the thanks for later. Didn't that girl say if we brought all their all split selves together, she could return to normal? I propose this theory. Assuming none of the Robins would be in defect status, there's a dissonance in the melody. Despair. You old clocky. Dang it. Grady, what a foul language are you having me use? Well, you old clocky, is it the foul language? Anyway, the emotion affecting the last master hasn't disappeared despite the enemy's minds. Are you saying Robin can't change back? Sunday will absolutely kill me dead. It's such a... Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so cute. She's gonna have to go back and be like, Sunday, so something happened? My resonance isn't nearly as powerful as Miss Robin's, but it's enough to clear the minor dissonance. Master, please stay quiet and don't disturb my melody. Ignore whatever you see. These are just my internal doubts and won't hurt anyone else. Now rebuild the melody that's truly your own. Even this image is great too. Again, as we said, like, you know, they're using the absurdity of like this whole thing and actually making it like have a heart as well, right? Like we're combining Robin back together. You know, Note is like, you know, showing her what she's capable of as well. Also, you know, talking about her self-doubts even too. Like all this stuff, like it works really well both in comedy and in heart. To me, personally. Thank you everyone for your help. Without you, I definitely would have been fudging. Sorry, seems the conscious splitting effect haven't completely worn off. I would love for you to say fudging, especially since you and Boothill are best buds. Everyone, please come closer. Decide this film's melody. With a few adjustments, you should break free from Grady's noble phantasm. Fantastic. Master, you gave me the chance to join the Holy Grail War, and I saved you once in return. We're now square. What a pleasant surprise. Old friend, have you finally understood who it is who you can truly grant your wish? The evil spirit must still be affecting you. Let me tune you properly. Master, you're far too kind-hearted, with no interest in the Holy Grail. That's why I must pursue this path myself, because she actually wants the Holy Grail? Mr. Oti, a businessman through and through, his price will be astronomically high. And would you really betray your friends to let me win the Holy Grail War? So she's saying that, like, I'm going to pursue this myself because I don't want you betraying your friends and I want to... Because I think she wants to find her name, right? Here's some advice while I'm still here. Use a command spell to kill me, just like all the others who toyed with my fate. What? If this bomb used Ms. Robin, then we must parry. So she's saying, unless you kill me, I'm going to do my own thing, I guess. Because that's what she's saying, right? She's like saying, I have to do this myself. Since she's not going after the Holy Grail, I have to go after the Holy Grail myself. So again, it shows like they do have like agency, right? An agency of like to be able to choose their own choices, right? But like, I guess it's up to them whether they follow their master or adhere to the rules. Because right now, Note is like saying like, yeah, I'm gonna do my own thing to get this grail. Is this declaration of war? Since you're no longer Miss Robin's servant, I have no reason to let a potential enemy walk away. We don't need to like fight her right now. I can tell you're still hesitating. Before I draw my blade, there's still time to change your mind. It's a very interesting choice. You know? Her realizing that, because we talked about how like empathy was perfect for Miss Note. But Miss Note isn't looking, I guess, for this empathy. She's looking for like a way to like find her name, right? She's looking for a way to like, you know, heal those old wounds. And I guess empathy can get you only so far. Not that I'm saying that empathy is not great. But in her mind, she thinks Robin is too nice. She's like, I have to do this by myself. I guess that's it. It's a really interesting story. Everyone, aren't you forgetting something? I'm still here. This music is beautiful as well, isn't it? My old friend has finally found her path to fulfilling her wish, and I won't let anyone block her way. You want to escape my noble phantasm? Then I'll just have to add some extra excitement. So... the second screening has ended. See you in the final language. This is Act 3. Act 3. Goodbye, Master Me. Your kindness never meet betrayal. And that's the thing is, again, her kindness, right?
Director, what about my butt?
What about my butt? Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it's like Robin's, as you saw earlier, like she believes that, like, you know, her. Just to explain what I'm trying to say here. Her beliefs are that the using the Holy Grail goes against her beliefs. Like she wanted to like sow peace in people's heart and use it to like, you know, maybe change things and make people maybe more susceptible to like, you know, healing. But she believed that was like obviously not like something she could do because she felt like it was the same thing that like, you know, she, you know, what she criticized Sunday for doing and tried to stop Sunday from doing. And in some ways, like obviously not as extreme, but like still it is like, you know, the idea of, you know, healing people's hearts or like making them get over something that like, you know, they're very naturally feeling in some ways, right? And then I feel like from the perspective of the start of this whole journey, we had a character like Note who obviously like, you know, didn't know why she was dragged into this. You know, the idea of like ending the conflict was something to talk about at the start of this as well. Because my understanding, I'm sorry, like sorry about the quick cut there, but like my understanding of like everything with the whole Robin, and just to like, put a kind of like a thing in it there, but like Robin obviously like, you know, when doesn't want to use these powers because they believe it's like, you know, the same thing as like, you know, what Sunday was trying to do, or at least along the same lines or the same philosophy, right? And she's against that, even though it would have been like very appealing. And we learned how like appealing that is as she says it, right? It's a very appealing idea to like, you know, fix people's hearts as quick as possible. It seems that from what I can gather when it comes to Note, when she was brought into this world, she was saying how horrible this was, how she lost her name, and even now, after they took everything from her, they made her perform for her whole life. Now she's being made to perform again here in this world where she's been dragged into here too. And I think that when it comes to like what she's saying here with you know, I if you're not going after the Holy Grail, I have to go after the Holy Grail. I think she actually did like the notion of like ending this Holy Grail war, right? Because again, it's another show, it's another performance, it's another thing that like is, and especially with like, you know, the family itself, you know, who you know, cast her aside, the Alfalfa family cast her aside as well. Like there is a notion of like not wanting them to have their way with this stuff too as well, I believe. Now maybe it's like, it could be just like her wanting her name back, but I think it's more of a case of just like maybe she really liked the idea of ending this whole thing and ending all this conflict. So when Robin kind of is like, I don't want to change people's whole perspective, I don't want to use this power in that way, using that power can be very dangerous. I think she's kind of like, well, if you're not going to do it, then like, look, I'll leave you to it. I have nothing against you, but I have to go do my thing. Maybe that's what I'm getting from it as well. Possibly. Plan 6 from outer space. Lead actor self-deceiving heart. Hero's blood. Monster's blood. Look at this crew, but this is a crazy crew. You like, what's that caption with Stelle? Bro who's friends with everybody. Bro who's cool with everybody. Scott in the background as well. The story details how the explorers cause bloodshed in strange worlds. This is exactly what dream chasers of pioneering ages live for. Dangum nagum wugaboo. When will this ever end? Aren't the movies all the same? Oh my, even a proper pioneer like the cowboy can't bear to watch any longer. Director, though I don't know your life story, it was surely a box office disaster and a miserable end. Seem all but fated. And you, Mr. Scott, did you change your tune because you were planning to abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Looks like not even an Assassin's Master can tolerate his trashy films anymore. Did you place me in the wrong spot? I'm still among the bad guys. Well, you don't have a voice either, so you're definitely not the protagonist anymore either. No, given your stellar performance earlier, our partnership ends here. As for old Oti, I'll file a claim for accidental causality compensation. On your behalf, it'll be issued to your family. Because the ending of this Plan 6 from outer space is no survivor, so he's gonna plan to end everybody? To kill everybody? Greedy, since you've shown no mercy, don't blame me for returning the favor. Director Aventurine, what? My early hostility was just an act to fool our enemies. I infiltrated Oti's group specifically for this moment, to help you win the Holy Grail. Oh, he's trying his best to get on the other side, and he realizes he has to be with these guys for a bit. There it is, Scott's special begging technique. Mr. Scott, I know things haven't been going smoothly for you and your department, but if you can show enough commitment to the strategic investment department, I might have a better spot for you. How do you accept things so easily? Because Aventurine came here to make connections, and even in this sense, he's like, man. Yeah, or maybe he's playing with them too. Grady, you don't think I was truly going to let you play me like a fool, right? As an actor, I'm part of your noble phantasm too. As such, being the performer protagonist, I can naturally use your second noble phantasm's power. How dare you? Director Aventurine, this is my show of commitment to you. Deploying staff access one-click noble phantasm skip? We're skipping the story? Progress bar is progressing rapidly. Apologies, progress having technical difficulties. So Scott is actually able to use the power as well because he's the master of him as well? Lyndon Scott, well, obscene language from the prison world era. How can there be an audience so uncultured? You skipped all the best parts of the movie. This is the result of my entire life's work. And it was trash. I love how he's still just known even now for making bad movies. Even in this realm. You know nothing. I'm the creator of this dream bubble, movie genre. It was I who established the first film company in Penacony. If I hadn't given up on my monopoly on filmmaking technology, the watchmaker and Maven would never have achieved what they did. Honestly, it's one of those things where, yeah, that's a very noble thing you did. It's a very good thing you did. But it's everything after that, obviously, is like, this isn't good. This isn't a good thing to do. Because it sounds like people did appreciate him in some ways, right? It's just that he made bad movies. So, would that make the films you made not bad? I'm feeling a little bad for you now. Director Grady, you were thoroughly outclassed by true auteurs. Oh my god. And that's what happened, right? Like, it's like one of those things where, like, he's saying, like, oh, I give up my monopoly on the copyright. But what happened then, happens after that then, is the same thing if you have a sandwich shop and 2 more sandwich shops open beside you. If all of a sudden people stop going to your sandwich shop, that means your sandwich shop wasn't that great to begin with. Because if you make good, a good sandwiches, like, you know, people aren't going to leave your sandwich shop. Now, I know sometimes, like, that's not always the case. I'm talking about, like, small sandwich shops. Like we've seen countless times when, like, a bigger store, chain store opens up and everything's cheaper. People will, like, you know, you can get the €6 sandwich, which, you know, is going to be delicious, or you can buy the €2, which, again, even in bigger chain stores now, like, I remember, like, as a teenager, you could get, like, you know, even as a kid, as a lad, you get, like, a sausage baguette for €2, sometimes $1.80. You know what I mean? And now that you'd be lucky to get that for $5. It's crazy, you know? As a marketer of marketing or an inventor, you're undoubtedly a success, but we, the audience, don't care what you gave you in your efforts. They just know that your movie is terrible. That is so true. Aventurine is actually saying something that's actually very accurate, is that when it comes down, because here's the thing, it's like, Rob Zombie, for example. I think his movies are really bad. And they're really, like, distasteful and awful, and, like, they're bad, right? But, like, he's always, he very rightly says, I put so much passion in movies, and everyone could tell, like, you know, like, if you watch any behind the scenes things or whatever about him, it's like, yeah, he puts so much passion into his work, right, for sure. But that doesn't mean all the audience sees is, like, you're making bad movies. That's all we see, you know? We don't, yeah, you were able to do this thing, but, like, the audience only cares what you're doing when it comes to your, all they know is your movie's terrible. The people who leave the movie theater that day and see your terrible movie, they're not going to think about, like, okay, there was so much passion, but they might think, like, you could tell they cared about it, but the majority of moviegoers are just going to be like, that was bad. It's like, yeah, you did so much for the invention of movies and all this stuff too, but beyond that, yeah. You can't feel the limits of the audience's patience. It's just an endless cliche-ridden silent series of utterly unexciting gore. What a waste of everyone's time. So he's talking about the movies he would make in terms of the horror movies he would make. It's no surprise that the audience eventually abandoned you. Yeah. Diminishing returns, right? For sure. And again, we talked about the Halloween franchise. That's what happened. Let's hope this guy's probably gone mad. That's the thing. I think it is genuinely like a crippling thing where he is like, he's taken the emotions from his past life, just the same way, like in a different fashion, but like the way that like Note has taken the stuff from her past life and brought it with her here as well, with her motivations. Obviously, Grady has also come here as well, maybe trying to prove that he is like some sort of auteur, because people didn't like his movies. And it is probably the most painful thing in the world that you open up the copyright of making movies to everybody, and then all of a sudden everyone else is making better movies than you. That's hurtful. But that's just how things like work. It's the same thing with like YouTube, right? I remember like back in the day, like with YouTube when I was like a wee lad, a wee baby, YouTube like was very unsaturated, like it was. So, for example, like it didn't matter how good I was. If I uploaded videos in 2009, like that I do now, like with half the quality, and even if like I'm not saying my videos are good, like you would get somewhere on YouTube. But then what would happen eventually is, and again, I'm not saying I'm good or bad. I'm not trying to say I would lose out completely, but I'm saying that like what eventually would then happen, as it happened to many YouTubers, where like they would make these videos, everyone flocked to their stuff because it was the only thing that was there. But then all of a sudden, like 2012, 2011 rolls around, and you have people like Markiplier coming out, you know, taking over the scene, and different creators coming in and doing Let's Plays and playthroughs. And then all of a sudden, like the people who were making playthroughs before, the ones who like people genuinely still really enjoyed and loved, they survived, and not only survived but they thrived. The ones that people like weren't really were only dedicated to because it was the only thing they really had at the time, they kind of like stopped watching those things. I know it's a horrible thing to say because again, I'm also doing YouTube and I understand how difficult it can be to like, you know, make a video that people want to watch and stuff like that as well. But also at the same time too, it's like one of those things where like there is like such a competition now on YouTube as well, where like if people don't like your videos, you're just going to go to something else. You know what I mean? That's the way things go. And with his movies, that's the same thing, where it's like he was the only one who's making movies, and then people get tired over time, and there's better movies out there. You know, it's like anything in life now. It's like if you can choose the better thing for the same price, it's like, why not pick that? You know what I mean? Yeah, your brand was making the best things for a while, but now it's not anymore. You know, that's the way things go. Archer. What, I simply offered him a final shot. You're the one who drove him insane. Oh my god, if Aventurine looked at me like this. What a sharp-tongued, amusing, and flamboyant actor you are. It's rare anyone to make me go completely speechless during a debate. Didn't see that coming, did you? Strangling all of you in this nightmare pantomime feels a bit dull now. Tell me, would you be interested in siding with old Oti? What are you yapping about this time? Trying to drive a wedge? If we join forces, we could sweep the rest of the opponents to the board of an instant. Surely a senior executive of the strategic investment department who understands investments better than anyone would make the right choice. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Aventurine? Is he particularly obsessed with me, director? Is it because I, as an amateur film critic, repeatedly tore apart your masterpiece? That's interesting, right? The psychology of that, of like, because Aventurine's the one who like actually critiqued him the most, he wants him to join him the most. I wonder if there's a psychology to that where it's like you're seeking validation, right? Of course, as you'll cover this one here, most aware of the fact that despite your apparent power, none of you actually have escaped my bounded field. For someone like you, betrayal is always an option to consider, not a moral absolute. The problem is, I think that Aventurine betraying us would be like a detriment to his plans, because again, the plans he has is to make connections. And making enemies of Stelle and all these characters here would be the worst idea you could ever have. Like making an enemy of Boot Hill, making an enemy of because she wants to strengthen those connections with Boot Hill as well. Making an enemy of Robin, making an enemy of Stelle is actually like a triple whammy of the worst things you could do. Someone like me? You may be a terrible filmmaker, but you're not bad at reading people. I don't believe for a second he's going to betray us. I don't believe for a second. Fork me, you're not seriously. A good businessman always evaluates the situation and adjusts their stance for the better investment. I'm tired of sending this farce, so limiting this many competitors at once is quite profitable. Yeah, but you know, again, in a way I'd support him going against what Jade wants, but this would be legitimately against the idea of making connections. You're double-crossing me? Apologies, Stella, I wasn't being honest. I love flexible actors like you. Now let me show you my goodwill. Let's move on to the next scene. Your caliber deserves a much bigger stage. Are we gonna do an Aventurine like boss battle or something?
Archer, as my servant, you'll come with me, right?
Oh, he gave him a voice as well. Taking orders from a hack like Grady, seriously? I have to believe that Aventurine has a plan here. You know what I mean? I refuse to believe that he's like not doing something, that he doesn't have a plan here. Makes sense. Compared to this lot, you and Grady are clearly cut from the same money-grubbing cloth. Jesus.
Oh, what's wrong with being a little underhanded if we can win?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is going to be way tougher than Skott was. Totally misjudge you. I guess I'll need a few extra fudge and bullets on this guy. And especially for Boot Hill to like put his trust in him as well. Like probably the only IPC person he's ever put trust into as well. You know, I just can't believe it. I can't believe it, and I won't believe it. No, it should be my sword delivers the final blow to the enemy commander. Master, if you're just joking, I can still cover for you if you apologize now. But if you're serious, this won't end with blood being spilled. I'll ask one more time. Shall I remove your legs first, or shall I start by cutting off that irritating hand of yours, Mr. Aventurine?
So you still refuse? You know, I should use my command spells to force you into submission, but I hate brands on the flesh.
We know this. We know this. Yeah, that's definitely a big part of your personality. There has to be something here, right? There has to be.
If staying with them is your wish, then so be it. But sometimes a change in perspective will make you see the gamble in its entirety.
Oh my god, that inflection as well. I love that we have Aventurine voice as well, by the way, because his voice tickles my brain. Yeah. That's right, killing you would erase my existence. That's a big stake. Well, then sorry, so he has to give in, because again, he would die. Archer, you give it way too quickly. Now we're evenly matched 3 against 3. What did I expect with my awful summoning luck? I told you, a guy covered in gold is never good news. No, Archer, I'm telling you, right? I'm putting my faith in Aventurine. I'm putting my faith in this man. But as your servant, I'll follow your commands. Wait, Director, I can be a traitor too. Oh, I want more scenes too. God, Skott. And he just tried to explain himself as well. You know what I mean? He tried to like warm himself up to everybody. Fantastic. 2 more exceptional. So we did. Skott betrayed us again. Okay. But the only difference is, I think Scott's really sniveling and betraying us. I think Aventurine has a plan. He has to have a plan. Right? Like, an Aventurine is like the ultimate. He will gamble with his own freaking life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think you would take the option of maybe almost getting shot by Boot Hill to do something. 2 more exceptional leads at once. I'll give you a bigger roles. Turn you into unstoppable monsters who tear everyone apart. Step into the spotlight, Mr. Aventurine, and enjoy the special featurette I've crafted just for you. An actual battle? Oh my god, it is! I was thinking that we're gonna have to fight Aventurine in some way. Such a cool design. Such a really sick design, isn't it?
Going all in.
No, there's a plan here. It's actually so sick for like, again, this kind of like, oh, whoa.
May song bring us victory. Pull together.
So everyone else is like knocked out here, by the way. That's kind of rough. That's really rough.
May as well kill them all.
So I'm gonna go for this.
What are you waiting for?
First, to maybe get some DOTs.
And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
And then
Stand still.
we can go for a Kafka blast. Luckily, the weakness is actually pretty good for this as well, and Kafka's really good for this.
Can't lose this one.
Relax.
Aventurine versus Aventurine here.
Stand still.
Yeah, the follow-up attacks are really good as well.
All in. Final play coming down from above.
The music's so sick as well, isn't it? The kind of jazz theme going on.
All right, I'll call.
It's really, really cool.
Try this on for size.
We're actually doing pretty good though. We're doing pretty good.
Good times never last. Time to say
Time
bye.
to say bye. Boom.
Boom.
I hope for an end to the harmony will soon play.
I don't think we're gonna let her sing during this battle, but we'll activate it anyway.
Tonight, the stars echo because of me.
Or just be like, no, no, no. Yeah, it's so crazy.
This won't take long.
But again, it's needed.
Time to double down.
We need to add that defense from
Better
Aventurine.
hedge your bet. Going all in. Tabs on me.
Lovely stuff.
The dice have been cast. Bust.
See, it makes me feel like I still have Aventurine on my side.
Maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Stand still.
Man, Sampo, I find Sampo's like really underrated for myself. I know it's like not underrated for you guys because you guys like were suggesting Sampo. That's why he was on the team, right? It's like people like you should try Sampo on the team, right?
That breathing sensation.
But it's pretty crazy that like like he's like way better than like I think I even ever nearly give him credit for, right? He's way better. The rolling the dice. It's such a cool idea.
All right, I'll call your bet.
Relax.
Sampo Koski always takes care of his friend.
You tell him, Sampo.
What are you waiting for?
I don't know what
the
we're doing right
customer's king. And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Robin's like, I was here too. I was singing.
Bring us victory.
Oh God.
The dice are
Man, it's just like so much of the symbolism of Aventurine is like failed gambling or like the chips falling and all this stuff too, right on top of people. It's always like a very like strong theming. But it's over now.
King. And for me to portray the king,
Imagine
well,
getting beaten by
you
Sampo.
gotta make it worth my while.
Okay, you won't get beat by Sampo.
Good times never last.
I can't say imagine getting beat by Kafka because I think everyone has.
Time to say bye.
She could kill anyone.
Boom.
If you remember all the stuff Kafka's done throughout history, she oh, cutscene. What the hell is that? And you see like just like through a film lens.
the enemy's position now, Archer. Now it's time to put an end to this.
The camera! Oh my God! Yes, I knew it. But there's no way he would betray us. But he's that's Rekka's body, right? Is he just like a mirage?
Why do actors in horror films never see where the monsters come from? Why do monsters keep popping into the frame as long as the film is rolling.
Look, it's so great. Again, I never doubted for a second. I never doubted for a second that Aventurine would betray us. He wouldn't betray us. There's no way in hell, right? Because again, logically, it doesn't make any sense. And it's a great moment, by the way, him pointing the freaking arrows at the camera and shooting it dead onto the lens. So sick. Such a sick moment, especially with all the combat going on as well. But what's also really cool about this is that it logically lines up with everything we know about Aventurine and his plans here. While he is someone who, I would always hope for him to go against Jade, he still follows orders in a lot of ways, right? He's also the ultimate gambler. This isn't a gamble, right? The idea of... Because here's the thing, at any moment here, Saber could have legitimately landed a hit, right? And then it's a whole different story. Boot Hill could have landed a hit, it's a whole different story. But Aventurine, gambled this idea around here so he could get a shot in at... unless they were in on the 2, maybe, I don't know. But you know what I mean? It's it's a gamble. It really is a gamble. And then also at the same time too, it doesn't make any sense for the whole mission, right? You'd make an enemy of the family with Robin. You'd make an enemy with the one of the best Galaxy Rangers in the world, Boot Hill, and you'd make an enemy of the Astro Express. It literally would be the most detrimental thing for the IPC ever. It wouldn't make any sense.
It's because the true monster is born beyond the set. The director's lens is the real cradle of
I wonder what he means by this.
Your presence concealment skill is simply a manifestation of the theatrical rule that characters in the story cannot see the cinematographer filming behind the lens.
But he's saying that if we are able to see the lens, we can attack it, I guess?
But monsters are different. They are the soul of horror films. The focus of the lens. Their line of sight is always fixed on the camera's position.
It's such a cool idea.
That's why only Skott, the man playing the monster, can see.
So he became the new star of the film, the new monster, I guess, Aventurine, to be able to see the, or maybe, no, maybe he follows Scott's eyes. Is that what happened?
Win.
Either way, he used the notion of how the camera would be trained on the monster to really shoot it down the lens. That's such a cool idea. Aventurine's so smart.
Having the devil lurking behind the lens and getting real monsters to step into the theater. That was my finest offline marketing campaign
Oh my
ever.
God.
Who'd have thought that someone could still see through my tricks hundreds of years in the future?
That's actually a thing they do nowadays, right? In terms of marketing, they get the creatures to show up at events and stuff.
How did you do it, friend?
Did I never mention it to you? Well, I am your fan, Mr. Greedy.
Aventurine? I reserve judgment on your film taste.
A director of flops from centuries ago, catching the eye of a big shot from the strategic investment department. Thanks for the compliment, but that was a pretty bad lie from you.
Oh, have more confidence in yourself, Mr. Greedy. After I stumbled upon your first movie, curiosity led me to dig through the archives of Greedy films. Now, you had each moviegoer sign a death and liability release waiver before entering the theater.
Okay.
And you released memory zone memes into the theater at intermission. Oh, these interactive marketing tactics were way ahead of their time.
Okay.
You could smell out exact market demands and deliver maximum impact with minimal resources. Oh, had we met back then, I would have made sure to secure a spot for you in the marketing department.
So he's saying he's actually impressed with what he was doing here?
I'd rather not be recognized for those achievements.
But I guess you are.
You could have been rolling in riches. But you poured everything into filmmaking to create something you loved. You're a director worthy of respect for
I
that
actually
alone.
think that the whole thing of not copyrighting the techniques of this is actually a really morally good thing. It's a really morally good thing.
But what you've done is unforgivable.
That's the problem. That is the problem. The source of this is man, that's such a great thing you've done. That's such a great thing you would have done, you know?
The watchmaker said almost the same thing to me back then. But like I said, I concede. I have no talent.
Jesus, dude.
And can't create true art. I've come to terms with that after dying.
Then could you tell us old Oti's plan?
That would be nice as well, wouldn't it? And when they talk about the bad stuff Grady done, they're talking about maybe what happened with note, right? Where he felt like he was responsible. I feel like I hope I don't know if we can find like those newspapers. Maybe I could look at them as well, because maybe we'll find out more information now as well. But I assume it's because he cutting ties with Note, and having her no longer be in those movies or whatever, led her to perform where she was performing, which led to her death as well. So maybe he feels like they feel like it's responsible for that. But also, of course, the stuff he did here with the thing as well. It's not just that the stuff in the past. It's also this stuff he's doing now as well, which is also like pretty horrible, right? Which is the trapping us all inside of his phantasm.
If he truly wanted to achieve his wish, he could have easily hired a few masters to stage out a variety show with a rigged outcome.
Wait, but he also like said that he used memory zone, right? Didn't he say that he used that's another thing he did bad? Yeah, that's like, I can't believe, like, I thought that is just kind of like, oh, that's kind of like a really interesting marketing technique. No, it's like if you release actual memory zone means into like into a crowd, you could kill people. I don't know why in my head I thought it was just like mascots going like, hey, it's me, memory zone meme. But like memory zone means can be terrifying. So it's all those things. When they say like, that he can't be forgiven for what he's done, I believe it is also stuff to do with Note. I think it's also the stuff to do with I believe it's also the stuff to do with what he did here, and then also the stuff he did in his past with the stuff with the memory zone stuff as well, the memes. If you truly want to achieve his wish, you could easily have hired a few masters to stage the very show with a rigged outcome. Sorry. So the... Yeah, oh, sorry. I was talking for so long. That's my problem. If sure he wanted to achieve his wish, he could have easily hired a few masters to stage a variety show with a rigged outcome, yeah.
But he deliberately gathered a group of uncontrollable individuals to participate in a Holy Grail war that might never even happen.
Mr. Oti gave me a backup plan before I came here. When I lose, I'm to humbly admit defeat and invite everyone to the Grand Theater.
Oh.
Mr. Oti and the Holy Grail will be waiting for you there. You'll hear all the answers from him.
So there's that's another part of his plan then.
And you, my fan, this little behind the scenes is just for you. I believe the reason Mr. Oti reached out to you all is simple. You'll bring in higher ratings for this show.
Isn't that what Oti said at the start as well, that he did want to have like more eyes on the whole event? Do you trust what Grady said?
There's nowhere in Penacony more fitting for a grand finale than the Grand Theater. Oh, Mr. Boothill, why are you looking at me like that?
Because of you just made another gamble.
Didn't expect
someone
like you to be that Butcher's fan.
Why are you a fan of this guy? You could say my master's taste is tacky as his outfit. His outfit's not tacky, it's really fancy. And
well, instead of calling me master, a word that brings back dead class structures, I prefer you address me as Mr. Aventurine.
Okay.
See, red guy, those business crooks are all the same. They take everything you throw at them, and insulting them's like punching a cotton fluff ball. Ain't no fun at all.
You know how graciously comply, Mr. Aventurine. As for the final showdown in the theater, I'm sure Mr. Oti has already prepared the battleground for us. With the Holy Grail in his possession, he'll be a far more difficult opponent than Grady. A siege and warriors assembled to storm the walls. Now this is starting to feel like a real war.
I'm going with you. It doesn't matter whether Miss Node is now friend or foe. I will bring her back.
Again, a lot of different motivations to go into this too, right? The Princess Rescue mission is on. Kind of thinking, wasn't there someone else not far away? He's slowly slipping away with hushed steps.
Oh, by the way, I think I forgot to ask. Mr. Boothill, do you know which department Scott's
Was he trying to report him? What?
Whoa, yeah!
What? Aventurine flashed a grin more sinister than the devil's own, his lips barely moving as he suddenly mouthed the name of that department. The space cowboy let out a hearty laugh, cracking his knuckles with a sharp snap. A wicked smirk spreading across his face at Rosie's throat for Scott. Wait, they're beating him up? You hear a cry straight out of a cartoon over the top full of flair and surprisingly heartfelt. You just know for the fact that Scott will be getting out of the hospital bed anytime soon. Honestly deserved. but have faith in medical advances of cosmic age. No, Skott was irreversibly harmed in the Holy Grail War, especially not in a dream.
Whew. Now, that's more like
He deserves it.
Let's move on.
Like, here's like, it's hilarious that we have this comical violence happening. Give me a moment, I guess, yeah, before we do anything else, because I might come back and if this is the final showdown, I think it might be a good idea to like take the break here. But like, yeah, he deserved it. If he freaking, you know, enacted all that freaking violence there, and sorry, not all the violence, but he like created this whole situation where like, you know, his own want for revenge against Stelle put us in a position like this as well. Like, it's not like a situation where I'm going to be like, oh man, you know, poor Skott. Like, he was a big part of the problem too, and in the end betrayed us once again. You know, Aventurine was fake betraying us, he real betrayed us. Just not good. Just not good at all. Aventurine's asking for the autograph on behalf of a colleague. Who could it be? How curious. That's sweet. That's really sweet. The two acquaintances seem to be talking about the past. Let's not interrupt them for now. Okay, just some small conversations there as well. Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where, like... Oh, do we have mail? Oh. Can't forget this. But yeah, I think it's one of those situations where we're gonna come back in the next one and we're gonna basically... I'd say finish this off in the next one. Probably. If this is the final showdown, I can't imagine us, like, breaking up any more of this as well. So this, like, was around 3 parts as well, I guess, for this part. Which is, you know, grand. We're going to be taking our time with everything as well. This is a little bit, like, you know, confusing at times. I feel like, you know, there's one thing I would say is that, like, obviously I don't think I feel a connection to the villain of Grady as much as, and I think it's because I didn't get to read all the newspapers. But I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't think he's made to be, like, this villain that, like... you're supposed to be focusing on him so much as you are supposed to be focusing on our reactions to him. You know what I mean? Where it's like our characters, how he, you know, how his history with Note is, and how, you know, okay. So, we're going to be talking about some of the stuff that happened here. So again, it's one of those things where, like, you know, it feels very different. Oh, okay. Having these conversations now compared to Penacony, because we spent 6 months having these, like, really extended conversations, and we will have them again. Of course you will, because, like, lore was so crazy surrounding everything to do with Amphoreus, that, like, of course we were spending, like, so long talking about everything and all the different intricacies. But I feel like it's one of those things that's actually kind of, like, interesting now. And I don't think it's a good, like, the way I describe it is, like, I really loved the length of Amphoreus. I really loved the pacing we went through Amphoreus, and I love discussing everything with Amphoreus. But I think it's also a good thing as well that, like, now we have this mission where, like, there is, like, less stakes in a way. Like, obviously there's still stuff that's happening, and obviously, like, it's one of those things where, like, we can't sit here and pretend, like, you know, we can't sit here and pretend that, like, it's not, you know, dire in some situations too. But compared to, like, obviously the grandness of Amphoreus, this is, like, honestly feels like a vacation somewhat, you know what I mean? But still, I think it's, like, done really well, and I'm enjoying myself quite a bit with this also. In this part of the whole series of, I guess, of our journey back to Penacony, we have had a load of, like, different great interactions, whether it be the interactions between Robin, Saber, Note, and Stelle to start, where they had, like, you know, burgers together, they had food together. It was a really, like, sweet interaction. And I feel like what's great as well about that, even the scenes like that, is, like, it's what is such a strength of Honkai Star Rail, is that we get to have, like, you know, talks over a burger, but they still also, like, show off great characters and how good characters are. We see Saber, like, being very overprotective and very knightly of Stelle, while at the same time too you have someone like Note who appreciates Robin's empathy and Robin as a person, also doesn't want anything to happen to Robin. So you have the two of them kind of being tense with each other, but, like, the very comedic moment of, like, Robin and Stelle kind of being good with each other as well. It's great though. Like, I think the dynamics there are really fantastic also, and that's where we learned there as well that Robin no longer wants to get the Holy Grail. At one point she wanted to use it to, like, end all the conflict, which I think that's something that, but I think that was what Note wanted, but Robin genuinely wanted to use it to basically, like, soothe people's hearts, so that Sunday's maybe, like, return, or Sunday's, like, journey could be easier, and people's journeys could be easier, where it's like Sunday can, like, you know, maybe move forward a bit sooner, and at the same time too people can also be able to say, like, they're healed from that time of what happened to them. But the problem is, again, Robin said it herself, the reason why she doesn't actually like this idea is because it actually is a problem for her as it's too similar to the idea of what Sunday did. And Sunday was going to create this false reality where everyone was like perfect and happy and, you know, pristine, and there was no pain and all this stuff as well. But I think Robin kind of realized that like people healing themselves, while it's not nice and you want people to heal themselves as soon as possible, there's also a situation here where people have a right to feel pain and have a right to like heal in their own way, and have a right to say how they heal as well, and a right to be angry at times too, right? If someone, because again, Sunday is well known now as the person who did a lot of bad stuff in Penacony, because again, he was used as a scapegoat. I know people say, well, Calvin did do something wrong. Yes, but obviously the family wanted to make sure as soon as possible that he was like, we got rid of Sunday and all this stuff, you know? So it is like a thing where like, I understand what Robin's saying, where it's like, yes, it'd be great to just heal everyone's hearts and make everyone feel better and give, you know, Sunday a route back much quicker. But then that happiness is not a real happiness. It's more of just a healing bomb that like hides the true feelings of what they actually truly felt, when people should be allowed, like, you know, choose whether they want to come to terms with that or be, you know, healed of that. Because here's the thing, like, if I was going through something absolutely painful and upsetting, like, yeah, if someone came to me with like a holy grail and said, you want to feel big great, you'd say yes, right? So it's not like one of those things where I'm sitting here being like, oh, that's so like crazy that you would even suggest that. It makes sense to me that someone would suggest that, to be like, yeah, like, you know, if you want to feel better, we can make you feel better. Nothing about that is like surprising, right? But then I think that's where, like, you know, someone like, and again, I might be misinterpreting the story here a little bit, but like Note is someone who had her name taken away from her. She's had her whole life taken away from her. She's had like her name copyrighted, and what appears to be she died during a charity performance. I don't know the exact way she did die. I might actually like have to, like, if you guys let me know and we can talk about it later as well. I apologize, I missed some of the newspapers. I think it's just when you're so focused on going around the place, we don't usually read notes. I missed them. And again, it's one of those things where like, it's not me saying like oh, like I usually read notes. Like, you guys know I do miss notes quite a bit. We saw some of them and saw that, like, yes, she was treated like as a pariah and she was cast aside. All of her names and her details were taken from her, and then she died at a charity show where the blame was partially taken by someone like a Grady, who felt like casting her aside led her to be in that position in the first place. And that is probably true, right? And you can, and while, like, you know, it's like, you know, you can talk about chain reactions, but I really feel like that's what it is. It's like, if they never treated her improperly and cast her aside, then she wouldn't be in the position that she is now. Now, maybe I can find like a database, or maybe I can get someone to link me like all the different notes that you can find there. It might be interesting to read through them if we can, but if there's like too much as well, obviously it might be a bit of an issue, but like I still want to like know exactly what happens. If you guys can let me know if there's more context to that, that'd be really, really great. But after all those things that happened to her, she felt like being dragged into the Holy War after all this time was also an insult. It's almost insult to injury. Her name's taken away. Her life is taken away, her history. And here's the thing, as a performer, if you perform your whole life and you sing all these songs, you have like different albums and all these things and movies and stuff like that as well, if all of a sudden you're told that that's no longer your identity, that's what it is. Like, that's how crazy copyright law is. It's like, while that was you and you can still feel that's you, the idea that you can't, like, you know, live within that world anymore, it'd be like all of a sudden saying to, like, and this is a bad example, saying to like Tom Hanks or something, you can't, or maybe, I'm trying to think of like maybe a little, let's say like Timothy Chalamet has built up like his story a bit over the past while, or actually a perfect example would be Saoirse Ronan, who's made like a great character actor. She's fantastic. If they say to her all of a sudden one day, like, you know, your name, Saoirse Ronan, that's ours. Also your movies, they're ours. Also any copyright or music you made, they're ours. Anything you've done in movies is ours. All of a sudden, what you have here as well, and with the lack of ability to be able to work again because she would have been taken out of her work, and that's what happened to Note, it's now this thing where she now can't even make new identities through her large-scale performances. She has to do, you know, she's performing for charity stuff. She can't even do stuff that's like really like out there. So not only did they take her name, but they also gave her like no chance of like creating that public identity ever again that she was so known for. And while like you'd say, well, she doesn't need a public identity, she needs identity, I do think we underestimate how, you know, tied you are to your public identity when you are like a celebrity, right? Of course, like we don't know what that's like, but it's still one of those things where like it kind of is, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense that you would be like, and they're taking that away from her, which is horrible. So she gets dragged back into this thing, and like, adding insult to injury, she now has to like once again be paraded out here and fight in this Holy Grail war for someone else's war. And And I think she grew attached to Robin because she was like, she's, you know, has a lot of empathy and she's like a really great person. But as soon as Robin said like she doesn't want to use the Holy Grail, I think that probably triggered something in her brain where she was like, well, I kind of do. And I think maybe she, and if I'm not mistaken, I think she probably just want to end like this conflict. I think maybe also there's probably a bit of like revenge on her mind for the name that was taken from her for like the stuff with the Alfalfa family as well. But she wants to use the Holy Grail, and it's actually a very poetic and beautiful scene when she's like, look, I'm going to leave because I don't want to fight you and I don't want you to have to, you know, be in conflict. If you want to kill me now, you can kill me now. But at some point we might be enemies, so I have to like leave. It's actually a really powerful sequence. And I think it understands, again, she understands Robin's empathy and Robin understands like how she's feeling as well. And she wants to bring her back from that brink as well. And even Robin said at the end, I want to bring her back. Because how horrible it is, as I said, having everything taken from you, you die in your, you know, doing a charity show after your whole life is taken away from you. And again, you're brought into this world to fight again. Of course, she wants to like, maybe like, you know, put an end to this or even like, you know, stop the Alfalfa family. Maybe that's what it is too, or even get her name back as well. But it's horrible what happened to her. And I think that's what we can say, like when it comes to the Grady stuff. Grady seems to be, and maybe I'm wrong here, like using Rekka's face as a way to like, you know, project himself into the world. I don't know how that exactly works, but he was then hired, he was then summoned by Skott to be this like assassin. Again, I didn't pick up on it, that's what they were doing in the first part. Maybe I was just like blind to that as well, but like I didn't realize that wasn't actually Rekka. I thought they were just giving him a nickname or something. Yeah, Grady is a failed filmmaker who did some really underhanded tactics, and in his life clearly was responsible in his own eyes, in his own admittance, for the death of Note. And also then at the same time too, he was doing underhanded things like putting monsters into the movie theaters, and he had the copyright for making movies, but he gave the copyright to everyone else, and everyone else became better auteurs than him also. He was a very underhanded person in his life, and obviously, like, you know, regrets a lot of the stuff he did, but that doesn't change the fact that he did all that stuff. Like, that's a pretty crazy thing to do. And now here, he tried to create a movie out of, like, everybody here in this world, too. And again, trapping everyone here in this kind of, like, memory zone is not good. Even if and you could tell he wanted to make his own, like, you know, production. He wanted to prove that he was this auteur, to the point that, like, you know, even when Aventurine started talking about it, he wanted to prove to Aventurine, like, how good he was. And unfortunately, that's, you know, using other people for his means as well and putting him in these dreams too. And that's just not a good thing. You know, it's just not a good thing whatsoever. And I think what we have here with Grady is like an unbelievably, like, horrifically tragic story of somebody who could not come to terms with the fact that they weren't some amazing artist, right? And it's interesting that, like, you know, he was part responsible for what happened to Note, because in that sense it's like one of those things where, like, a real artist who, like, really poured everything into her stuff, and he's someone who had passion, but he was, like, you know, not considered to be good by any stretch of the means. Like, so he again tried to prove it here, tried to, you know, make something like beautiful, but in the end failed once again. Through Aventurine doing something really, really cool, by the way, which is like have Archer shoot down the freaking camera lens, because he realized that in a movie, whenever a monster is on the screen, the camera's on the monster as much as possible, right? Or at least, like, that's kind of is a rule of horror in ways, where it's like, if the monster is like, if the monster's not there on the screen or in the scene, then they won't be on the camera. But if the monster is in the scene, then usually, like, they're following either the perspective of the monster, or they're following them chasing after someone. So, like, it's focused on the monster, because the monster is the one who, like, maybe, like, is aware of, like, in a very interesting kind of a fourth wall breaking way, like, the monster is, like, the most, like, connected to, like, the director in a weird way, I guess they're saying. So he's out to find out where the camera was and shoot down the lens in a really, really cool moment. Yeah. The whole Grady situation is, like, one of those things where it makes you feel kind of icky. As I said, throughout the whole thing, it's, like, really well done in terms of, like, its pomp and it's, like, you know, flamboyancy, and it's, like, the story of, like, you know, characters who, like, it's tragic and all those things too, but it's also, like, really done well in terms of the world he created, in terms of, like, the comedy aspects and, like, the very abstract nature of it, because I feel like that's how you pull this off. You have, like, the heart and the serious moments, but you also have the very abstract nature of it too. It's really, I think it's well done. I think, like, one of the things I would say is that, like, I wasn't expecting it to, like, you know, go so long, but I didn't feel really bored during it. But, like, I could definitely tell. I was like, oh, this is longer than I thought it was going to be, this whole sequence. But I feel like they were trying to, like, you know, drive home the fact that he's, you know, he is keeping you here. Even Skott, who was supposed to be his master, he can't even stop it either. You know, he discarded Skott at one point, and you know, wanted Aventurine to become his actor too. Like in a very fickle sense, he was so desperate to make this like a production that quote unquote worked or whatever. You know. Yeah, and Aventurine's whole thing in this thing too is great too, because again, I never doubt him for a second. Aventurine is someone who, like, whilst he is someone, I always say, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, Aventurine is the most morally justified person in the history of the universe. That's not what I'm saying. Aventurine is a character who, like, knows which side to be on. He also is a big gambler. So in this moment, I was like, okay, he's probably planning something, right? And he did plan something. He did a whole trickery and a whole switcheroo. And then poor Skott, of course, got caught up in that because he believed that siding with Aventurine Archer was a good option. But of course, he actually was doing a real betrayal, and that's what got him beat up in the end. And not only that, but like, it's not just like the betrayal in the end that got Skott beaten up. Skott was like, you know, like really horrible during this. Like, while he's hilarious and it is played off comedically, Skott like trapped everyone in this world too. Skott was so willing to like end everyone's lives here. Skott was like doing this all because he had to bark like a dog because of Stelle. And again, it's really well written. I love the idea of like a character that their pure motivations is like, you embarrassed me one time, I'm making up for that. Because while it seems like it's such a petty thing, that's the whole point. Humans can be petty, right? You will find sometimes, I've heard stories from friends where they're like, yeah, like, my, like, Marcy, and I'm making up names, and Marcy, like, you know, said, like, Marcy, like, you know, beat me up or something, or hit me or something the other day, and you're like, oh, why did they do that? It's like, oh, they said that, like, you know, because I insulted them a few years back. And it's like, and obviously, you know, this is over drinks as well, probably, but like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those things where humans like hold things in their heart. Even the ones that say they don't, they hold things in their heart. And what's so painful about that too as well, like, right, here's the thing, Skott was totally in the wrong with the whole thing in the barking situation. Like, he deserved it. He deserved to bark like a dog because he was the one who was suggesting in the first place. He was the one like willing to put out the bets in the first place. But it's one of those things where, like, if I could give advice to Skott before any of this happened, it would be, Stelle doesn't think about you on the daily. She doesn't think about you. But you think about her more than she thinks about you. You've given her so much power that she is now basically, you know, in control. So that's like the only thing I would say to Skott is like, you have given Stelle the ultimate of control over your life. And I will always side in Stelle in those situations, but like, it's one of those, I'd say it to anybody as well, when someone's like, because you ever hear, you know, and here's the thing, I understand, so I want to make clear, people can vent as well, because I've had people like, you know, you come to you and you're like, oh, today this person was rude to me. And while like you always say like, hey, stand up for yourself, of course, like, please stand up for yourself. But after that moment when you didn't stand up for yourself and you come back like, you know, to the break room or whatever, or you're on the phone to your friend or something, and you're like, man, I should have said something. At that point, if you didn't say something, and if you want to say something again, you can text and be like, hey, you're rude to me. Be communicative, right? But there's some situations, like say in a workplace, where you can't be like, you know, go back in the next day and shout at someone. Like, the best thing you can say is this: that person went home and had a nice sleep and a nice dinner. You're the one that is sitting here thinking about all day. Try not to give them much power, which again is I know it's difficult. Oh geez, I find it difficult too. Like, I'm amongst my friends, I'm also like really well known for like not letting you know, people walk all over me or any of my friends either. Like, you know, I will burn a bridge before that anyone, you know, disrespect me, no problem. But I do also think that like in one of those situations, if you fail to like kind of like, you know, stand up for yourself, at that point it's like, look, you're not going to gain any more power back by going back in the next day and be like, hey, you can communicate like and say like, hey, I didn't like what you said there, great and stuff, because or again in the moment you can stand up for yourself as well, but like try not to like let it rule your whole life is what I'm saying. In that sense. And that's what happened to Skott. He let that one moment in the Xian show rule his entire life, to the point that he has to like make himself feel important, even in the face of like someone like Aventurine. But it's a really well written character. It's a really well written motivation, because humans are petty, and that's really fantastic as well. I like that motivation of Skott also. Again, great interactions between all the characters. I love the idea of like going through this movie world with all these characters too. There's some really funny comedic moments amongst all this as well, which is really great. The whole like, you know, people being voiceless. While I wasn't expecting it, I actually think it's like a really creative idea. And then having like Robin's music permeate through this, the whole black and white noise and stuff like this too, was a really cool touch as well. So there is like a whole thing there where it's like it's really well done creatively. So like the separation of Robin into different parts was really cute, and like also like had a really good motivation to like, you know, help her out. This Skott playing this like really big movie role where he's trying to be like the Skott of justice. All these different characters we met along the way. The director narrating over it. It was all done really, really well. Like, it was really well done. And then of course like too, like having Archer and Saber added to the mix as well worked really well for me also. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think it just done really well. It was done really well creatively, so, and even interesting Hanu into it for a bit, it was also awesome. Even though I feel like they could have probably done more Hanu, maybe put in some more puzzles. That's one thing I would say is, like, if you're going to give me a Hanu, which is a fun puzzle thing, make it a 10-minute puzzle. I'm not trying to be like, even like, you know, I understand what they're trying to do here. They're just trying to make it more in the story-based thing where it's like, oh, look how absurd this is. Like, Hanu's here, Skott is here, Origami Bird is here, and Archer's like babysitting. But for me, it's like one of those things with Hanu where, like, and we had the funny kick scene as well, right, with the kicking of Skott. The thing is, I would have loved more of that. That's one thing I could say in terms of like a critique of this, is that if you're gonna like give me Hanu, let me do a Hanu thing. You know, let me do a Hanu puzzle, because those Hanu puzzles are so fun as well. Yeah, I think probably they feel like maybe they don't want to be too long, but yeah, I understand it as well. Also, but they could have done more with the Hanu thing for sure. But I think they want, again, as I said, they were going for comedy more than they were going for the actual effectiveness of like the actual Hanu mission as well. Also. We're still going into this now as well, where we have this situation here where now Oti like is trying to bring more eyes to the situation. He's inviting everyone to the theater. He's thought we all would survive, I think, as well. He probably thought everyone was going to survive this. It's going to make more eyes on the actual festival happen. It's actually like a really like again, like really great moment here with Oti also, because if this is like, hopefully like after this, like I can't, to me it's one of those situations that Oti has put us through actual dangerous situations here. Oti has put us in danger. I think he needs to be like brought to the board. You know what I mean? 100%. I know like there's gonna be a thing in the end where it's like they're probably gonna be like, well, you know, let's just brush it under the rug, because like Honkai Star Rail loves a good brushing over the rug for the sake of like, you know, diplomacy. Which again, I get writing wise it makes sense. We saw that with Kokolia, we saw that with Penacony. People don't always get punished. Sometimes it is a situation where like they just have to further the idea of diplomacy. They have to like keep going, you know, keep moving forward. But I would just love for Oti just to like, you know, answer for like letting all this happen. You know what I mean? 100%. The Fate characters are really well introduced. They're just naturally there now. It doesn't feel like they're out of this world. Their phrasing they use, the phantasm, I think it's like something that they like, is like a power up maybe in Fate. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what they're saying. Like the phantasm is their special power or things like that as well. But yeah, I think it's done really well. I think the whole thing has been done really well. And I really like the motivations, the characters, the interactions, all these things in between as well.
Whew, now, that's more like it. Let's move out.
Hello, baby gangsters. This is Calvin, also known as Homer, and this is my first ever playthrough of Honkai Star Rail. And yes, we're about to move out with Boot Hill to the main. Oh my god. Oh, okay, there it is. It's literally just saying it's going to be a battle. That's fine with me. And we have to use Saber. So I think that this is probably a good team. I'm not sure exactly if it is or not. I don't know if we should have Saber just be like the main character, but it's alright. You know what I mean? Sampo's usually like our replacement. No offense to poor Sampy, you know? The Samster. Oh, Lancer's here? It's a mockery of a war. But you set it up so intricately, I don't get it. The 12 hours that reference this past your time on this moon, place right after the heart of it all. Anyone with Magecraft training can feel power continuously flowing into this place. But this world has no Magecraft or image. Oh my god, this music. Oh my god, Oti, what are you doing? So did you really design this whole Holy Grail war, old man? You don't exactly look like a mage.
The sharp instincts of a businessman are enough for me to know where and when to make my moves. And the Holy Grail has told me everything I need to know.
Man, like you realize that even if like you weren't evil, sitting like this like makes you evil. Back turned, Holy Grail in front of you. You know, I'm sorry, but it's how it's happening.
You are the servant of that galaxy, Ranger. I didn't think your nose would be even sharper than the Bloodhound family's minions. Is it really wise for you to charge in here on your own instead of loyally staying at your master's side? That cowboy's in quite a pinch right now and would appreciate a speedy rescue.
So he's saying that, like, you know, is it like you're here on your own when when Boot Hill is in trouble? Which we know Boot Hill is no longer in trouble, right? What a pain. If I blow your head off right here, that'll save my metal clump of a master too, no? Let me offer you some advice from experience. The Holy Grail never grants wishes the way people expect. All it leaves behind are dead souls buried by their desires.
I appreciate the advice, truly. In that case, am I not giving the Holy Grail a new purpose? It'll become an entertainment spectacle much more worthy of investment than some wish-granting chalice.
Bro, he's like, again, like whenever someone tries to use a magical power for like entertainment, it never turns out okay ever. I'm sorry, wrong button. But he said here, yeah, like it's the Holy Grail never grants wishes the way people expect. All leaves behind are dead souls buried by desire. So it's like one of those things where like, maybe like a, the monkey's paw thing where like, or like the One Ring where people like become so obsessed with the wishes, maybe the wish leads to something worse down the line. If you wish for $1 million, the $1 million like, are given to you like in a way where it drops all on top of your body and it breaks your legs forever, like that type of way, but like the idea of all of the leaves behind us are dead souls buried by their desires is like maybe the desires of like what you want take over so fervently that like you become like a different person as well. Entertainment spectacle, I get it now. That clicks pretty well with the essence of the Holy Grail. No wonder I managed this to power this Holy Grail war. I've been wondering what you could possibly put into the Holy Grail apart from wine, given this is a barren world where mystics have completely degraded. But if someone can replace magical energy and manage to infuse the Holy Grail with enough power to create miracles, well, that changes things entirely. Instead of something that must maintain concealment of mystics, the Holy Grail will become a public entertainment spectacle instead. Okay, so let's reread everything again as well. So he's saying that this actually does align with like the essence of the Holy Grail, like the idea of it being an entertainment spectacle. So it's like you can't just put wine into it, as he says. Is there also like, give this a barren world where mystics and completely degraded. Something that replace magical energy. Okay. So is the idea that the entertainment is going to be the thing that like fills the Holy Grail? The spectacle is going to be the thing that fills the Holy Grail? Instead of something that was containing sealed mystics, the Holy Grail will become a public entertainment spectacle instead. That's what it sounds like to me. If something could replace the energy and infuse the Holy Grail with enough power to create miracles, then the people on the Dream Soul planet will come to believe in the miracle and the Holy Grail, though learning its rituals and witnessing something heroic spirits And so little by little the wishes will turn to fuel, coating the Holy Grail in a fabricated miracle. And the farce you've orchestrated will end up stomping all over those wishes. Wait, so if... I know that like with Memoria, it's all about belief, right? And like, being immersed in the world as well. But is he saying that like the more people believe in the actual the more people believe in the miracles are happening through seeing these heroic things happening, these spirits, these rituals, it turns into fuel for the actual Holy Grail. So he's using this spectacle to make people believe in the Holy Grail more, which will fuel the Holy Grail. And then he's saying you'll stomp up all over those wishes. So when people wish in those things, if you can like make those happen, and like, and here's the thing, in Penacony you generally can, right? It's one of those things where like, even if the Holy Grail wasn't real, if you wish for like, I wish for, $1 million, like I'm pretty sure Oti could make that happen, right? Oti can make that happen. So it's one of those things where like, even if like you're not able to like actually give them a real ritual to believe in, you could still fake it, till you make it in that ways too, right?
Quite the impressive insight, servant from another world. Your presence here was certainly a surprise to me, but you and your friends are needed. The Holy Grail needs more efficient fuel.
Oh?
And that means...
Whoa.
You...
So wait, the people that came from the other world, the Fate characters?
Miss Note? No.
Whoa.
It's time for you to show Penacony your true charm.
So wait, Note is here now. Is she working with Oti at this point? I thought she wanted to stop the Holy Grail stuff from happening. What's she doing? The curtain fell with a soft rustle veiling the stage in silence. So is that like a true power she has?
I did what you wanted me to do.
Okay, so it was like an exchange. Wait, so what happened to, Cullen? What happened to Lancer? Did he become fuel for the frickin' Holy Grail?
Well done, my old friend. So many years have passed.
I hate this.
But I still remember every performance you gave. Every dance you danced. Every melody you sang.
So the reason I hate this is because, like, genuinely, like, she was shunned by society is what we got from those, like, notes. The few notes that we get to read. She was shunned by society, and that's how she ended up, like, leading to her death, unfortunately. And I think that, like, one of those things where, like, you know, at first I thought, like, oh, maybe she was, like, really good pals with Grady, but it very clearly seemed that, like, even Grady was also, like, I was part of it too. I shunned her also. I made her feel like she was excommunicated. And, like, I think it's, like, one of those things where, like, you know, some people might say, well, you can't blame yourself for, like, what happened to her eventually. But, like, I really feel like, you know, if you look at domino effects, and if you can prevent someone from going downhill and going down into a downward spiral, or even, like, you know, having to perform in places that might not be, like, you know, the best place in the world to perform, like, you are generally responsible. If you are I think it's different if, like, if I said to you, like, okay, I want to do, like, how do I say? If I said, like, you know, oh, I told my friend who was being rude to me, you know, constantly and being, you know, done evil things, and I said, you know, get out of this house, you know what I mean? And then they end up, like, you know, getting hurt somewhere, like, you know, you would feel horrible, but again, you can't necessarily blame yourself for taking action against something that they've done. But in this case, it was a scandal that very clearly, like, you know, they're framing this as, like, it was one of those type of scandals where it's not exactly something horrible she did. So shunning her and taking all of her rights away, taking the rights to her name, her music, everything, all this stuff too, was a very intentional action. And whether you like it or not, led to something that, like, you know, they knew was, at the very least, they knew was going to shun her from society, where she was going to have to, like, you know, make her way other ways, you know?
You were like a blooming iris.
Can you stop?
But I prefer how you are now compared to your heydays on the stage. Stripped of all the external pretenses. So simple. So ordinary.
And the reason it's horrible is, like, it's like she spent this whole time talking about how they literally taken her name off her. They taken her celebrity status. And, like, while, again, it's not just about celebrity status, it's like you put your personality into your art, you know?
Enough, Oti. Outdated metaphors are as revolting as last night's leftovers.
Great line.
I've kept my promise. Now, it's your turn.
What's the exchange here? The music's fantastic here.
There's no rush, my old friend.
Oh my god.
Everything you desire can be obtained without magecraft or miracles. Money is all it takes. The so-called Holy Grail is nothing more than a vessel crafted from gold.
It's so funny that I have less patience for characters to go, like, no rush, take our time now because of Lygus. Lygus has ruined it forever for everyone else. Because of Lygus, when Oti literally said, there's no rush, I was like, there is a rush. Shut up. Even though I know, like, we have to, like, let stories play out, like, I think characters are just like, oh, yes, let's take our time, you know? It's like, no. Give her options now. Yeah. Lygus has ruined it for every character who does, like, monologues. It's over. No, it won't be like that. I think it's just, like, you know, the same kind of, like, speech pattern of, like, talking slowly like this. It just give me flashbacks. Everything is can be tainted without magecraft miracles. I was saying this, right? I was actually saying this idea that it's like, money is, like, in Penacony. All you have to do is, like, you know, do stuff here. Like, Penacony can literally grant you all this stuff. But obviously, like, with Note, it's, like, a little bit different. The so-called Holy Grail is nothing more than a vessel crafted from gold.
And the real stars of this show are about to make their entrance. Your job is to hold them off until the last step of the ritual is complete. Once that is done, I will honor my end of the deal.
So is the ritual literally just, like, all the belief in the Holy Grail and the power that he's putting into Holy Grail, like Cuchulainn, Sophigus, whatever he did with Cuchulainn, that's the ritual? He's trying to, like, power up the Holy Grail and fuel the Holy Grail?
Oti. Looks like your business acumen has rotted along with this world.
I hope no, just destroys him.
I could barely restrain that one servant. And now you expect me to take them all on?
Don't be so modest. Unlike Greedy, you are a true artist. You had the talent to bring thousands of characters to life, all on your own. You are the perfect counter to these heroes.
It's just awful because, like, obviously the Alfalfa family had, like, a part in to play in her situation as well. But, like, him being like, oh, you were such a great artist. And it's like, it's great to say that now. She was shunned from, like, you know, her art.
I will give you the power the Holy Grail has accumulated so that you can crush them all. Then this grand spectacle will come to a glorious finale.
So that's what he's trying to fuel up the Holy Grail, so he can use the Holy Grail's magical powers, like the actual, like, to make it like a thing that can grant wishes, I guess. I don't know if, like, we still have, yeah, we don't have it still here. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what it is. I'm assuming. Oh my God, Saber's so cool. She actually has such a great design. I actually wouldn't mind wishing for Saber. It actually feels like an interesting character to have on your team, and now that she's canonically in the game as well, like, it doesn't feel like out of place, you know?
Fork it. Wasn't that blue guy supposed to scout this place ahead of us? Haven't even heard a single peep from him.
That should be worrying.
Could that old man have pulled a fast one on him?
It seems so. No signs of battle. This doesn't quite seem like something Lancer would do. Maybe he went fishing, or is he lost? This music is crazy. Oh, a note just showed up right then and there. For what I know about that man, he might even stir up some pointless fights just to walk away happy.
His note. I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, but the cutoff here.
Wait. Something's off. Miss Note. I trust that you've seen Lancer here, haven't you?
This is a really perfect way of doing this. Yeah, so, legitimately, like, one of the things... Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so the reason I think this is a great scene already is just, like, again, it shows Honkai Star Rail's characterizations are so strong. Like, having Robin be, like, so enthusiastic to see Miss Note, because, again, she does have that, like, you know, optimism to her a lot of times, too, you know, and that way, too. Aventurine knows something's up, because, again, Aventurine, while I love him to pieces, he's adorable, he's amazing, he's handsome, he's you know, a character who is... legitimately, you know, one of the best characters in the game. We also can acknowledge that he is, like, intentionally, like, supposed to be a character who's really good at, like, making, like, shady deals and, like, you know, and gambling and all this stuff too. So him being able to notice, like, something is off, like, because, like, you know, he knows what it's like when someone's a bit shady is, like, it's just something so small, but it works.
Yes. He came to the Grand Theater with his spear raised and ready, eager to impale old Oti on the curtain. I couldn't agree more with his approach.
Yeah.
But I still have dreams left unfulfilled in this miraculous second life. So, I asked him to take a break.
So he's okay, but he's just taking a quote-unquote break.
And I must insist that every one of you take a break as well.
Oh my God, take a break. Now it sounds really ominous. Ominous.
Finishes the ritual. Fear not. There will be no pain.
Jesus.
Please, leave your passion and ambitions on the stage. Like how actors shed their fatigue and makeup behind the curtains. And
she has her hand standing here. The idea there will be no pain, man. Again, I've always talked about this in any game. When the character starts talking about, like, will be revealed, lead the pain, there'll be no more pain. Like, it usually sounds like a very sterilized version of, like, life, and I'm always, like, against it, you know? Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Whoa! What? Oh, my God. This imagery. Oh, she reaches out for Saber. That was so smart, Stelle. Well, I'm not saying the other characters weren't smart, but, like, what Stelle did there, she realized she was very... Wait, what? We're back in ID's Elysia already? What? How is this possible? Why am I in Britain? Oh, wait, no. Are they reusing assets? Is this your homeland? This is Britain? I remembered all every tree, every blade of grass, every field with the wind sent. And this town. Does Castor think she trapped me in these memories? So maybe she trapped us in, like, this place with no pain, like something where we'd be happy. And maybe Stelle would have been sent into, like, you know, the Aster Express if it wasn't for us grabbing onto Saber's hand, I wonder. This town is nothing less than where my life as a knight began.
Oh, Artorias. Here to draw the sword, aren't you?
You're calling me Artorias? Is it Aiden?
I knew it. That mage Merlin spun such a tall tale, something about whosoe'er pulleth out this sword of this stone is rightwise king of all England. Even an apprentice knight wouldn't be able to resist that.
So, great presentation with this, by the way, having the shadow talk to them. But also, I guess like it is like her history. The music here is gorgeous, by the way. Absolutely stunning. But I guess the history is based off of like the story of Merlin and Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and the Sword of the Stone and all this stuff, which would make sense, I guess, you know, because they talk about the idea of Camelot as well.
That being said, a little fellow like you drawing the sword and becoming king, I really can't picture that.
Right, I agree. I hope the Sword and Stone manages to pick the right king. Master, let's go. What did he just call you? Yeah, he said Aiden, right? No, Artorius. So Aiden's calling Saber Artorius? Which the only Artorius I know, like again, it's one of those things where like I know history, but like folktales I'm not always great at, and the story King Arthur I won't know like fully. So if there is a character of Artorius, I probably forgot about that, but I know Artorius like for Dark Souls. Artorius is the male name I use. After all, a female king would have been very difficult. Oh, interesting. Okay. Very, very interesting. So she called herself Artorius and pretended to be a boy to try and become king, I guess. We returned to the moment right before I drew the sword from the stone. That's so interesting. Man, I love ID Silesia. I thought Castle would use monsters, foreign armies, or even dragons to trap us here. By the way, I want to make this clear, by the way. I understand they were using assets and like colors and stuff like this too, but like the way you can get behind this, and I don't care. Again, of course I'm going to think of ID's Elysium. It was a hub world for us. The way I can get behind this, and I actually won't care going forward, is that I play RPGs all the time, and reusing assets is just normal. There's more than one place that has like beautiful fields of wheat and grass like this. Now, wheat fields aren't as common in England, but you can find them. But obviously this is history, right? This is historically. This is supposed to be like medieval times. This music is gorgeous. It's so pretty. But yeah, it's one of those things. They've done this before where, like, say, for example, they reused the first area of the snowy area in Balebog as a different location from like, I think it was maybe even like from a different planet. And again, it doesn't bother me because I would rather a game reuse some assets and still get the spirit of what they're going for, and actually like get their game out like in a manner that like is acceptable and not, you know, overworking anybody, and like they can actually work and still work on the stuff that's like even more important, which is like maybe newer areas or story or characters, right? It's one of those things where like I ever seen when people go like, you know, oh, they reused an asset here from the old games, and I'm like, good, you know? I played Yakuza where they use Kamurocho like, you know, 20 times and it's perfect, you know? Reuse those assets, please, continually. How I miss all this. And oh, sorry, she read something here as well, didn't she? I thought Casa would use monsters or foreign armies or even dragons to trap us here. How I miss all this. I never returned to you after I left as a knight. What we see before us is a childish dream I had when I was still a nameless nobody. So it's interesting as well that, like, you know, she seems so at peace here, which is probably what Note was trying to do, you know, to make her feel at peace, make the characters feel at peace. Because I don't think Note is a bad person. I don't think anyone would ever say that. Note is someone who went through absolutely horrible things in her life and, like, you know, is trying to grant a wish for themselves in, like, their new current life, you know? So yeah, the music is so stunning. Jesus freaking Christ. The girl seems drawn by something. Her gaze wandered to the end of the path. What a shame. She created such a fantasy for me, yet I don't even have a mount. Like a horse? Do you want to break free from this dream? Is there somewhere you want to go? I'll find you a trampler. This music, Jesus Christ, it's so good. My greatest dream as a child was to have a mount of my own, to become a knight, to ride horse, to follow this very path across the fields and reach the grasslands where Ector's house lies. And it's interesting because, like, obviously she's a woman. Especially like in these times, like it is like, you know, not just in these times, like, you know, women's rights is still like, you know, not like there, you know what I mean? And like, you know, respect for women is not there, you know what I mean? It's just, it's not. But like, Jesus Christ, you're talking about like, you know, medieval era stuff, like, you know, with knights and soldiers and all this stuff too. You'd be lucky to, as a woman, to get to like, you know, see a glimpse of the, not that you'd be lucky, I'm not saying it's a great, oh yeah, like, you know, you should go to the battlefield. It's like, honestly, like, in a way, I'm kind of like, you know, yeah, stay away from the battlefield, but for everyone, you know, But it's like one of those things where like, yeah, it was not even nearly even like a percentage equal. Like that's the thing. It's like one of those things was like, you know, it's like it's not even 1% equal at the time. It really wasn't. He's the old knight tasked with raising me. He was my father for a father in a sense. He was almost wore a stern expression, but laughed at the smallest things. He always told me that he hoped I'd become an ideal king for this land. So like her you know, quote unquote father hoped that she would become king. But in the end, he never got to see me become king. This is, and I'd love to see Saber become king. That sounds like an incredible story. I'm sorry, Master. I got carried away talking about my past. Now that we're here, how about we set aside our worries and illusions and dreams? And I'll show you in my hometown instead. You know what? Actually, okay, let's go. I was gonna say we need to get out of here because like something is happening back then. Like, you know, it's clear that Oti's, you know, doing dastardly things. But we're here. You know, we're here. I'm willing to go on a journey with a character I dearly adore a lot too as well, you know, or I've grown to like care about already, which is Saber. I wouldn't say it's the same care we have for like a Robin or an Aventurine or like, you know, it's not that heavy. It's kind of like, I want to know more. I want to know more about you. I've already like been really interested in your character. So maybe you can say interest rather than care, but I don't think I care enough about their story to find out more about them. There beneath the tree. Oh, cool. There's a tiny night doll rested, as if lost in a dream that would never end. If this soldier's summoned by Castor, they must be an incredibly powerful opponent. It looks a bit like you? Oh, I figure it looks totally rad. I've never seen toys like this. My first 15 years were mostly spent caring for horses and owning my swordsmanship. During my breaks, a mage named Merlin would visit me in my dreams and teach me about ruling as a king. Are you Arthur? What are you, Master? How did you spend your childhood? You never talked about your past. Actually, I never went to school. I don't remember a lot about my past, yeah. We had like...
The only thing I remember is being woken up by someone in a space station.
We've been reminded of some stuff, but that's not a memory, right? Like the way Blade reminded us that like we used to be attached to the hip to Kafka. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. But that's not a memory. That's a reminder, or like at least like information, I guess, you know? Really? No wonder your personality is so carefree. Is it because you don't have a past holding you back, Master? That's interesting. That's an interesting assessment, Saber.
My earliest memory was boarding a train, headed for the stars, and meeting many kindred spirits as friends. Though I have no past, I have a future.
That's a great way to put it, Sam. Absolutely beautiful. I'm totally free. I became the person I wanted to be. I love that notion. Yeah, Stelle doesn't know about her past. I do love the assertion of Saber being like, wait, is it because that you don't really have a past that you have such a freeing life in the future? But I think, you know, it's much better to say that like, it's not just because I don't have a past, it's because I have like the people who love me around me, who have given me so much support. Like, I am free. I am carefree. I'm not carefree, but I'm so free because of the life that I have now, you know? It's very beautiful.
I became the person I wanted to be.
So great. So great. Well, even in the face of hardship, you're still continuing on your wonderful journey. I wish you did that in my life. That's so interesting. Oh my god. What a way to introduce like a fake character by having Saber as a character who like wanted to become king but couldn't in the end. Didn't get to fulfill that wish, I guess. At least that's what I'm getting from this. And having to do with the restraints for how women were treated as well, and all these things as well. So they're looking at Stelle, who's getting to live their life and do the exact thing they wanted to as well. It's like, well, I wish I could also have done that in my life, you know? And having admiration for Stelle in that moment is honestly a really cool thing, you know? Once upon a time, I also wanted to become a specific person. I wanted to save the land I stood on, and the people who lived on it. I wanted to repel the tyranny of the king, Vortigern, and the White Dragon. I wanted to deliver my people from the foreign invaders a hostile rule. I wanted to be the ideal king my people dreamed of. Someone who would save Britain. For that, I would sacrifice everything. It's so interesting, like, you know, when we know what, like, Britain became to be, like, you know, Britain at one point was fighting against, like, people that were coming over from different countries as well and, like, you know, ruling over certain parts. Because you know that, like, eventually, like, you know, I live in a country that, like, was colonized for 800 years. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it is like, you know, it's so interesting how, like, you know, history changes over time. That is gorgeous. Please let me have it. The mage told me that if I pulled the sword from the stone, then I would achieve my wish. Everyone thought I would save Britain. But no kingdom lasts forever. Britain never stopped. It never stopped. So was Britain saved? I didn't save Britain. I once believed that once I slew Vortigern. I expelled the foreign invaders and gathered the knights of the Round Table and built the impenetrable castle of Camelot. Peace would finally come to Britain. Gorgeous scenes here. But that was all a fleeting dream. The knights who once served me abandoned me, and some even raised armies to challenge my rule. Britain once again engulfed in war. This is something that is so accurate as well, isn't it? No matter how peaceful things can get, there's always going to be people that are hungry for, like, fighting and for rule and for power. It's so crazy, right? Because, like, it's like when we got our first, in Ireland, got our first bit of independence from England, it started a civil war in Ireland. It's crazy how this, now obviously now everything's like, you know, we're a neutral country and everything's, you know, much better. But yeah, it's crazy. Merlin had already warned me of all this before I drew the Sword of Selection. He told me once I drew the sword, I would meet a tragic end, hated by all. That's such a brutal, like, prophecy, right? Like, imagine thinking that this castle, the people around your round table, becoming a knight, saving your country. You're, like, told, basically, before it even starts, like, once you pull that sword, you will be hated in the end. And while the kingdom was in its prime, he also told me that Britain would one day fall, and its current prosperity was built on the suffering of its king. Yet I thought I could carry the weight of the kingdom's pain and trade it for its peace of the people. The sacrifice would be worth it, and I'd be willing to face my thankless end. You remind me of Sunday. The only thing that can grant your wish would be the Holy Grail. Interesting as well, like, where it's like, bringing up the Sunday comparisons, you know what I mean? Carrying the idea of, like, I guess, like, the pain of people on your shoulders and believing that you have to be the one to, like, you know, protect people. I think, you know, while, like, Sunday's actions would have probably, like, felt different than, you know, fighting against an invader coming into your country, I think what you could say is that, like, you know, the tenacity to, like, do anything to make the people who are in your kingdom and your world feel happy and safe. It is a kind of a Sunday feeling, right? For sure. You recount that fantastical dream you had during Pentecone's charming festival to Saber, how a man dreamed of creating a paradise kingdom with his own power. Miss Robin's older brother? His thoughts and actions sound a lot similar to mine. Man, Saber is such a great character design. Like, it's such a pretty character design. I promised everyone that I would build the ideal kingdom, but I left the land of Britain with endless wars, dying warriors, and starving children. But the thing is, though, like, it's very clear that you had pressure from all sides of people, like, you know, trying to kill you, trying to fight you. The one who deserved to face destruction is me, not my country or my people. That's how it should have been. No, and then she has this guilt as well about this stuff, too. Wow. Really interesting stuff. Yeah, really interesting stuff. So, like, what I'm getting from this is, like, again, I know history, but I'm not very good with the idea of, like, folktales sometimes. And, like, stories and, like, you know, fairy tales. But I do know that, like, you know, there is obviously a story of King Arthur. I know some of you guys who watch these videos also are a big fan of maybe the old show. I think it was Merlin was the old show. That was really good, apparently. You know, it's a really, really good show. But, yeah, what you call it? I think it's a really good way of, like, giving us information without feeling that it's very, like, you know, shoved into her, you know, like, in a way that feels not unnatural. We have her return to her home, and she reminisces about the feelings that she had when she was here. And the reason why it doesn't feel very forced, giving us all this information about how she, like, you know, was she wanted to save her country, and the prophecy was given by Merlin, and eventually, like, you know, people would turn against her. The reason why it's not sorry, reading up there. The reason why it's not forced, I feel like, is because we all know what it feels like to come back to a place after a bunch of times and be like, remember what it was like when we were here? Yeah, I remember. You go to, like, a beach for the first time in years that you used to go to as a child. You're like, oh, God, remember when we, like, you know, we had those boogie boards and we went down in the water, you know? Yeah, and there's the sword itself.
So this is the sword in the stone?
I know the movie Sword in the Stone, by the way, is really good too. But, like, I always wanted to, like, you know, I always love the concept of, like, whoever is worthy of the sword pulls out the sword. It's just simple but great concept, always. I've wondered countless times had I not drawn this sword, or had been someone more suited to be the king. Would Britain truly have become the utopia I dreamed of? And what kind of life would I have lived? Yeah, so this is all those what if feelings because you're going to be thinking about this forever, especially after everything that happened in this place, you know? For sure. To pull out the sword and become king, or to give up and stay on my homeland to quietly live out my days. She brought me back to the moment I made my choice. Saber, do you wish to say? That's such an interesting question, right? Giving someone autonomy about what they want to do in this situation, you know? Master, I'm so tired. I wish I had a horse to ride across these fields before the sun sets. This is so medieval poetic, right? This feels like, it's like, I'm so tired, Master. You know? There's like such a, like, I don't know, medieval epic feel to it. There really is. You called out your voice, echoing, but the drawn-out words never reached the servant. In a moment she hesitated. Fate had already been sealed. In truth, you were never here at all. What remains in this place is merely a shadow of who you who fell into a noble phantasm, lingering in a dream of another. Well, that makes sense what Note said about resting, right? It's not about going there forever. It's about resting. She wanted everyone out of the way for a bit, I guess.
She was nothing more than an ordinary girl.
Oh?
Playing the part of a king was already painful enough. Why should we force her to continue in the delusion known as heroic spirits?
Because she's actually really good at this heroic stuff. I'll be honest with you, Miss Note. But I'm getting the pain from this already. Of course, we already know about Miss Note's life and how she was, you know, loved by all, and then eventually that illusion of love shattered. All of a sudden, the people that did care about her no longer cared about her. So now she's like kind of like projecting in a lot of ways, which again is a very normal thing that happens, which is like, you know, someone who's gone through something really horrific in their life, say like, you know, they've gone through like a breakup or something that has made them feel bad. They probably will give advice to their friend if they're feeling still, if they haven't recovered and they're still in such a really bad state. Their advice changes from like, you know, oh, if you really like this guy, if you like this girl, if you like this person, you know, why not go for it? To be like, well, you're just going to end up breaking up anyway. You know what I mean? Why bother? And in this case, one of those things is like, why keep doing this stuff here? This idea of becoming a great heroic person, playing this part of a king when, like, you know, I know what it's like to have my illusions shattered.
Better to cast aside her sword, abandon her glory, and become a nameless nobody who watches the world's grand show on the sidelines.
That's so sad, isn't it? That's so sad that that's her perception now of like the world, right? It's like, you know, it's better to be a nobody. It's better to be nameless, because again, she's nameless. Now the difference is, right? Like, I hope that we can get through to her in that sense too, where like maybe the idea of creating a new existence for herself. But the fact is, like, even though we can say we're nameless, and being nameless is like someone who like is actually our namelesses are not watching from the sidelines. We are like go go go. We are head first into things. But from her perception, a nameless is somebody who like has no worries, because it's like, okay, I don't have to deal with like, you know, the celebrity status. If I'm a nobody, then no one can drag me down any further. I wonder if there is going to be like some like sort of connection between us, our nameless, and the way she's a nameless, like literally a nameless.
I'll help all of you to remove the hero's garish makeup, bit
Using makeup as a symbol.
Until I've wiped away even the choice you've made to become a hero.
Incredible writing here.
Until I've wiped away all the pain you've endured on this thorny road.
The reason why the writing here is so fantastic is like, I'm not trying to be like, it's like, you know, like, it's like, oh, like, you know, the allegory of makeup being something I just see, because I don't, you know, because you know when people do that, it's like, so, oh, like, you know, women, like, they hide their faces in makeup. It's like, no, makeup is an art form, and it's beautiful. It's something that could be really impressive, and something can just be something people just want to do on a daily basis, both men, women, you know, any gender, right? But like, it's like one of those things, the way she's using it here is like saying like, it's like a symbol of the idea of like, not just on your face or on whatever, on your body or whatever. It's more just like the idea of like equating the showmanship that she would have in like performance and music, of like where you put on makeup before everything, you projected a certain image to an audience. And in this way, it's like, if I wipe that all away, if I wipe all this, you know, this idea of being a hero and this idea of like, you know, what you believe you're supposed to be, I can also reduce this pain from you as well, because you'll no longer have that illusion as well, you know?
I prepared a simple and happy life for you all in this show. Including you.
Miss, no, it's just not what...
Trailblazer.
I never like this. I never like it. It's just something I never can get behind.
Are you staying?
Huh? Who are you?
Someone like you has probably already burned through all your luck just trying to get into the Herta space station. But I'll go through the motions and confirm it anyway.
They sound like Scott, but toned down by like 5 notches.
Just so you know, working at the Department of Cosmic Geography isn't as easy as you think.
We're working at Cosmic Geography? Look at me in the eyes and say that again. You don't know who I am? I'm the real, because you're the real newcomer here.
Look, I thought I was pretty impressive too when I first arrived.
Is Note gonna believe that we'd be better off if he weren't some heroic nameless, when in reality, like, Stelle being the nameless is like the best thing that's ever happened to most people's lives? You know what I mean? Like, legitimately, you can prove, like, factually with, like, without a shadow of a doubt, like, if you go around to every single individual and, like, every single planet we've gone to so far and been like, hey, what do you think about Stelle being the nameless? Oh, life is better with her. They would say that. You know what I mean? She factually being, like, a nameless and being a hero is legitimately something that has improved everybody's life tenfold.
But you'll be beaten into shape in no time. You're just a regular researcher on this station. No one's gonna even bat an eye at your so-called talents and smarts.
But I'm the galactic baseballer.
And I'm the cosmic geographer.
That's not the same thing. Why would you say that? I hate this guy. I'm joking. But I defeated Tatalov. Wasn't Tatalov the... What was Tatalov? What was Tatalov?
Who's that, a game character?
But I'm the nameless. I don't belong here.
Are you dreaming or something? Maybe you should take a sick day and get a checkup at the medical department.
Already?
I'm a bit of a fan of the Astral Express, and I know that every nameless who boards it has been through some incredible adventures. So, tell me, what great deeds have you done?
So, by the way, when I say already, it's like usually like a job won't let you take a sick day right away, but like they should. And I'm actually very happy that like the researchers here get a sick day, even if like it's very early on. I face tanked the Doomsday Beast Ultimate. I defeated Fantilia on the Xian show. I woke in Penny going. Let's say this as well.
Oh, you mean the Lord Ravager who recently appeared on the Xianzhou and caused a huge ruckus?
Yeah, that guy.
From what I've heard, her plan was foiled by the general of the Luofu, but the Xianzhou people paid a heavy price for it. Listen, don't use someone else's tragedy as your bragging material.
Honestly, like he's not a morally bad dude, right? He's just literally just trying to like steer us in the right direction. He was gonna give us a sick day, and now he's like, hey, don't be making fun of a tragedy. He's actually cool. He actually seems like a good dude, you know? I face tanked Doomsday Beast Ultimate.
Oh, I've heard of that. Apparently, a valuable relic was stolen from the space station. It was swallowed by a mysterious intruder, which then led to an attack from the Antimatter Legion.
Yeah, that was our first battle.
If it weren't for Madame Herta stepping in to handle the crisis, we'd all be burnt to a crisp by now. Any idea who that mysterious intruder was? Yep, you guessed it. It was you, lass. The only reason you got a job here is that lead researcher Asta took pity on you.
No, so we're just a pity hire? I woke Penny Cody from eternal slumber.
Let me guess. Next, you'll say you were invited to the Charmony Festival and became the festive superstar.
Right on, bro. Did you get the script? The man looks at you with exasperation written all over his face, visibly biting back a snarky remark. I don't know what to say. I love this. Sounds like, bro, I am legitimately what I am. I am this. I know what you want me to say.
I know what's happening now. The Department of Implement Arts imported a batch of dream bubbles. Loads of young, naive researchers have been wasting entire days in them, ignoring even their paid work.
Oh, yeah?
You probably ate too much of that Memoria too and thought those illusions were real. Why else would you believe you're a nameless aboard the Express?
I don't know, bro. Honestly, you're correct. This guy's actually just like, now that he's like, I know he's like a really good dude. I'm of the idea now that I'm just like, you know, he can say what he wants. He's actually pretty cool.
Well, I can't say I blame you. I heard the Express did invite you to join them, but you turned them down.
Oh, is this the alternate timeline?
That choice now?
Oh, that's what it is. It's we have a. This is if we never got on the Express, but I did board the Express. You try and yell at a researcher before you, but your wavering voice gives you a different response. I became afraid. I don't know. Yes, I regret my choice. This is so crazy, man. Because again, from the perspective of Note, she thinks it would have been better if we never became like a trailblazer. I guess I became afraid.
I became afraid.
Was the answer truly what you thought, or was it some elusive manipulation? You try to piece together what has happened, but your memories feel more distant with every passing second. About the Astral Express and the Nameless, like sand under the waves, your memories crumble and fade, and suddenly you understand why Saber chose to stay, even just for a moment. Why didn't you step aboard the Astral Express back then? On the split second impulse, it no longer matters. The researchers in the Department of Cosmic Geography stand before you, watches you closely, perhaps searching for the words of comfort, or maybe looking for the right joke to shatter the heavy silence. Eventually he speaks. So it's, yeah, like, I have to believe it is, like, Note believing that, like, you know, the safe option is better, the being someone who's not, like, famous is better, because, again, her fame brought her pain.
Well, your resume doesn't show any particular skills.
My mom's Kafka.
So I'll start you off with some light tasks.
My mom's Kafka, and she says she wants a word with you.
Sort the Department of Cosmic Geography's expenditure report for the past 6 months, schedule research meetings for the upcoming month, collect project proposals from all levels of researchers. Yeah, that should keep you busy for a while.
And look, it's like the idea of just keeping someone busy as well. Am I really a researcher?
What else would you be? Madam Herta?
Bro is like done with us. He's so done with us.
I'm off. Be sure to do your job well.
He is not having us. He turns to leave you. You can not have himself looking back at you.
Yeah. Sometimes I regret picking the Geography of the Universe course when I was 14 and walking away from quantum history. I felt math was just too tough for me back then. But now I ask myself, would I still be stuck in this dead-end job if I made a different choice? No, come on. Don't worry about the what-ifs. Why waste time regretting a choice you've already made? Look at me. Things aren't so bad here, are they?
This is all wrong. You scream internally, but the fury is fleeting. Man, yeah, so I think this is a fantastic way of telling the story. Who's that? Oh, it's another researcher? A fantastic way of telling the story as well, of like what happens if we didn't go on the Astral Express. For me, like, wishful thinking, I would hope that Kafka would be like, okay, fine, you know, like a kid that doesn't want to go to the sleepover eventually. Okay, just come on with me, you know. Kafka's like, fine, come on, and we get to go with Kafka. But like, Kafka's obviously doing stuff with like this over Elio, and they'd have to like very swiftly. Actually, I genuinely think that like what would happen is, well, actually no, I think Elio was 100% sure that we would have gone in the Astral Express. I think he was. I think he probably believed we would have. But I wonder if like we didn't get on the Astral Express, would Elio kind of be like, Kafka, get there right now. Kafka, go there right now and get her on the Astral Express. I wonder. But yeah, like, it's really interesting having like the story of like a character who like had a lot of fame, had a lot of notoriety, and then had it all fade away. And like, I guess you would feel it's easier to be like less known and to not have to deal with the pain of a fall, and the pain of like letting people down, I guess, as well. When in reality, like, nothing that she did was ever her fault. So, you know, but it's still a really well written story.
You're late, newcomer. A few more system days of delay, and we'll miss the reimbursement deadline.
Yeah?
I'll cut you some slack, given that you're new.
Thank you.
Now get to work.
I'm just doing my work. I'm just a researcher.
What a messy desk. Am I supposed to...
That's messy?
...organize all this stuff? Or do I even...
Sorry. Sort by budget category, sort by timeline, sort by mood. Let's go.
You're too slow. Keep going like this, and you'll still be here when the Amber Lord makes our next hammer swing.
Kafka's my mother, okay? Kafka's my mother. I love don't push your luck. It's really funny. I love it. You're on the verge of shouting, but then a sliver of a doubt creeps into you. Is this really what you want? Take a breath. Don't lash out. Focus on what you're need to do. I mean, like, that's such an interesting idea as well, because Stelle is obviously someone who will, like, get into a fight if she needs to. She will take out the bat, you know, when she needs to. So it's so interesting to have a situation where, like, she's not used to someone talking to her like this. Because even on the Astral Express, it's always like a suggestion. Do you want to go to Penacony? Do you want to go to Yarilo 6? You know what I mean? It's a suggestion, because the idea of being a trailblazer is to be free and to choose your path. So like she's used to having like how do I say it, like responsibility, but it's a responsibility that she chose herself, you know? So it probably is like a bit of a culture shock to have someone standing over you being like, get your work done, you know? Take out the baseball bat and give her a good beating. I feel like I'll regret. I quit is even funnier. Where would you go? Is there anywhere you can go? You're young, with no special talents. Isn't your best bet a cushy job with full benefits, clocking in every day until world ends? That's actually not. That's not inaccurate to like life. It's like if you can get a cushy job, you get to just do stuff. Yeah, sure. The bat you always had on your side is no longer there. Then again, did you ever really have it in the first place? Because the bat was given to us probably at that time, right? We'll complete the basic task. Yeah, I'm not saying that you should give up like your hopes and dreams, by the way. I'm just saying that, like, you know, no, you should always follow what you want to do. But like, if you have like a cushy job that like pays like really big, great benefits, and like you get like all this stuff as well, and you know, clearly you get a sick day on your first day, you know, think it through before you follow your dream. Think it through, you know, for sure.
What are you standing around for? You think space bionic snails are going to do the work for you?
I'll have you know, Kafka is my mother. What do you say? Speaking to me like this. I love I've become a Nepo baby. Sort by budget category, sort by timeline. Let's sort by timeline. Calmly and nicely dropped the fight. By now, its job feels like second nature. Might as well tidy up the last few files. I hope they realize Kafka is my mother. Department of Geography Financial Statement. Did you know you in memory cannot simulate non-existent things? Never have, having taken this patch, you can't possibly imagine the Department of Cosmic Geography research contents. You know what I'm telling you? I am you. At least the fragment of your subconscious, the final cry before something. You don't belong here. Quick, hurry. She's become aware. Now you must go on your own. So they're saying that like the human mind cannot imagine something that isn't there, right? I guess, or simulate something that's not there. Because even like on Amphoreus, they were there. They were physically there. So it's saying that like, is it saying that like there's a part of us like that has created this like because they know about it, or is like saying that like this is an alternate timeline, you know, of a what if? So it's possible that this did happen at some point, you know what I mean, that we didn't go on the Astral Express, because there's a lot of what ifs, like as Kafka talked about in Exole 8, right?
These reports are endless, and the stuff written in there is really weird.
Man, they're making me read. I'll have you know, Kafka's my mother. I'll have you know. They're making me read. No, I'm joking. Department of Cosmic Geography monthly financial statement. 3 slices of pie purchased from Balabog. The following is a brief description of the environment which follows. The pretty man was discovered alongside a detailed analysis of its components. The something primarily revolves around the trailblazing and can roughly be categorized into the heroic spirit. So, oh, is it the Holy Grail? No, 3 slices of Holy Grail does not sound right. Adventurous experience, companions, and something. With unique properties purchased from the LaFu, the analysis of the nature as as follows. For detailed experimental procedures, please refer to the project report. The gaze of the Eon had no significant impact on the fundamental nature of BUM. There is a potential for escaping something, but no one can truly break free from. Do not step onto the stage. Do not aspire to become a hero. There you'll only find so it's once again like the idea of like don't follow these lofty dreams.
Hold on. I think I've seen that person over there before.
Arjola. If you're going to ask me if we met before, the answer is going to be no. See, you definitely know me. Like, at that point, we definitely have some connection, right? For sure. You glance at his work tag on a single letter. A department, domestic services? Wait, since when does the station have a domestic service department?
Come on, Uncle A.
Uncle A!
Don't you ever feel like you don't belong here?
What's happening here now, Uncle A? I dreamt that I was part of the Holy Grail War. Also, we're still thinking about those, We still have those memories, or these remnants of those memories. I get it. I really do. Dozens of researchers come up every day claiming they don't belong here. That's so crazy, isn't it? That's so crazy. They think they should be somewhere else because life isn't going their way. It's just another dressed up excuse to escape reality. As long as your instinct is just to back down and run, you'll run out of places to go even if you manage to get out of this place. Personally, I think this isn't so bad. No world-threatening crises, no freaks trying to end humanity. The kitchen is convenient too, though the ingredients are a bit odd. See, this is like the idea of like complacency, right? Like which again, you can totally understand it. We talked about this in Pennyconey when like, Sunday wanted to do the dream thing as well. It's like, can you really always like blame people and be like, oh, dude, you want to freaking escape reality, bro? What the hell's wrong with you? It's like, yeah, sometimes they do. You know what I mean? And like this idea of like, oh, I don't have to fight anyone. I don't have to get hurt by anyone. I don't have to worry about like someone upsetting me or letting me down. Like it is something that is kind of like appealing, right? For sure. Of course it is. We still got a little girl who throws around gemstones like dirt, but it's pretty much a utopia for most people. Oh yeah? There's no turning back once you leave your ordinary life behind. You glanced and wanted to say something but decided not to. Change your mind, huh? I knew it. You don't really want to leave, do you? Days pass after after long hours, you're finally done with the work. Although an uncanny feeling lingers in your chest before it resolves, you should take a break.
I'm exhausted. I feel like I can't even think anymore.
Yep.
But deep down, I still feel like I don't belong here.
I think that's one of the main arguments against the monotonous, work life. Because again, like a lot of people like will feel like there's people that do like, again, I never want to like just look down on that stuff, like being like, you work at an office place and you do research, like it's painful and like it's boring or whatever. Because like it's easy for me to say when this is my job, you know what I mean? That's like, it's easy, it's easy for me to be like, oh look, your job is this, blah, blah, blah. Like I can't bullshit for days, I shouldn't be bullshitting. But it's one of those things where like you do hear people being like, it's like, yeah, the money's fantastic, yeah, the perks are amazing, but like you'll be exhausted, you'll be so tired. And again, you could say some people find that fulfilling, some people don't. It's just a different perception, right? What is this? Rest? I guess we're resting. Oh. And now Saber's by herself here. Oh my god, the boat actually like looks like it's part of her world. Even though this has been a thing of an ID Silesia for so long, this looks like it is part of her world, right? It looks like it fits so well. Even though like it is like, and here's the thing, it's like you could say, well, it looks more like a Viking ship. But yeah, Britain also had its fair share of like trying to fend off Vikings. It definitely did. Yeah, it's just a beautiful image. Drifting quietly over the surface of a dream, suspended in a moment before you sink. Let me tell you a story about a king named Uther. He ruled the people of Britain before I showed up, and after my appearance he launched an attack against the White Dragon to protect his people. A battle that ended in defeat. Even so, people still called him the greatest king. What do you think made him a hero? The innate glory of being a king, the deeds he achieved as a knight, the courage he exhibited as a human. I would say that, right? He raised his sword to challenge a dragon he knew he could never defeat. The sword shattered, the bow snapped, and he was beheaded. As a human, everything about him was destined to fail. But the way he raised his sword to bring deliverance left a shining star of Britain's darkest nights. I mean, that's the thing for me as well. It's like one of those things where like that can go both ways, right? For me, like it's one of those things where like I could totally see like people losing hope after that. If you see like, someone who is fighting for you die right in front of you and like and things as well, it can definitely make you lose hope. But, a rousing speech beforehand, understanding that they're doing this for you can give you a lot of hope too. And again, I know I like always use Irish history, but it's the best, it's the history I'm most familiar with. But, like, when the people in the 1916 rebellion lost that rebellion and ended up being executed in Kilmainham jail, it could have made people lose hope. All the leaders of this rebellion just dying right then and there. But it actually emboldened people and made people more inspired. Like, they would do this for us. Even people that didn't believe in the rebellion before were like, those are our guys. Look what they did for us. And I look back as well, and I look back at them with pride. Of what they did for us. They're the reason we are free, The stars we see may not be their original forms, but their light isn't a lie. It will shine for ages, lighting the way for the next hero. The stars we see may not be the original form, but the light isn't a lie. It will shine for ages, lighting the way for... So, in what context is this now? So it's like his sword that he brought deliverance to, it brought a shining star in Britain's night, so when he raised his sword. And while that may not be him specifically, that light is still left behind so it shines for the next hero. It's like an inspirational thing for the next hero. The heroic spirit. Miss Note, who lost her name, referred to our lives as a stage. And she used her noble phantasm to erase the star's radiance. Wait, what? The heroic spirit, Miss Note. Okay. But Master, you still have courage. If you're willing to become that star, then all the spectators who have seen you will also step onto the stage, becoming heroes themselves. So wait, so are they saying like that, like Miss Note, talking about lives as a stage, she erased the radiance of the star of wanting, of Saber wanting to become a hero? So it's if you're still willing to become that star, if you're still willing to become that hero, then everyone will step onto the stage too. Look at me talking all big all of a sudden. I'm doing a bad imitation of Merlin. Where are you? This is really impressive, right? This imagery, this speech itself, the way they related it to Miss Note, it's really impressive. But then again, it's Honkai Star Rail. I'm waiting for someone who's about to take the stage. I'm also riding through the wilderness. The dream is nearing its end. Master, for me and you. Huh? And we're back here again as well.
What a strange dream. I should get to work.
So she was talking to us as well, and it seems like again...
Scheduling Department of Cosmic Geography meetings for the next month. This should be easier than yesterday.
Sure.
Right?
So what she's talking about when she says, like, you know, what you're saying, like, you know, if you're willing to step onto the stage, I think she's talking about how, like, you know, Note erased the star for Stelle, the star of wanting to become a hero that shines for people. Like, maybe, like, in Stelle's case, it would be, like, instead of being the king who died for everyone to become this great hero, maybe in Stelle's case, you could say they're past nameless, right? Or at least, like, the spark that makes you want to become a hero. But she's saying if you're willing to step on the stage, then everyone's going to step on the stage as well. Oh, there's Cucullin. There he is. Hey lass, you're just slack off, you're a bit too late. This place is already full of capacity. I'm here to work. Well, no worries, you work here and I'll slack off. We each get what we need. I could pull on that ponytail. Just letting you know. Just so you know I could do it. For you, you ignore the security department staff's careless attitude and lower your head and resume your task. You've got this. You're not losing to some grown-ups who's slacking all day. First on the list, a quantitative analysis of microphage cluster interference on the planetary magnetic fields. 15 attendees must be scheduled within the next 2 days. This morning? Sorry, there are no conference rooms available for your requested time. Next afternoon? Sorry, but there are no conference rooms available for your requested time. This is actually like a big thing in like I never realized until like, because years ago you might have like I've been in like more corporate centers and like it is usually it's like, can you book a conference room? It's like, oh yeah, sure. And you're like, okay, time to book a conference room. Why is this not as easy as it should be? Why is it? It's like, okay, I'll try 3 o'clock. Sorry, that's booked up. I'll try 4. This is so accurate. It's like, I know like it's not that hard. I know it's not, but it's just like, you know, like doing specific times. And then like at least once per like few months, double booking will happen. It will happen. The conferences are fully booked even at night. People here really are workaholics. Wait, you're the Stellaron. You're the Stellaron? They were talking about. Tell me, when you sleep, do you glow like a firefly? Wait, so this is him, right? Young ones like you should really find a mentor, learn some skills, and carve your own path. Like a true hero, no strings attached. Ignore distractions around you. Let's look for the next meeting's details. The effect of the starquake phenomena on the artistic expression of researchers. 2 attendees, no time constraints. Wait, what? I'm just going to click on stuff. Let's go for 10 years. Something stirs in your memory, sparks from an engine streaking past the space station. The faint weightlessness before you express conducts a warp jump. Wait, no. None of this is real, researcher. You should be focusing on your task at hand. Oh my god, it's like permeating into her mind every once in a while, you know, even through her dreams. You got 899 more meetings to schedule. You better hurry up and finish before the spirals out of control. Dr. Ratio, I'm coming. All right, including the tuning system generated meetings and just 897 more to go, and the list is done. Aventurine, help. That's right, exactly. Oh, look at this. It's like cancelled out. You're in the zone now, handling work before you practice these. Stelle on Symposium visits something. Oh, Astro Express. You ever tried fishing, lass? Don't be fooled by the vacuum outside. There's still plenty to catch. There's a migration invisible carp. There's a silicon-based soft-bone fish that'll put up a fight. I even caught a trotter last time. Although you're exhausted beyond measure, the man's expression moves you. You're an entertainment during a momentary respite from work. A fishing rod. Life at the space station isn't as bleak as you thought. Maybe this is your utopia. I love that it's drawing us back in with these like things like, oh, maybe this isn't so bad, you know? Like we have this permeation of like, oh wait, the Astro Express. I remember. Who's this? I know Archer. I know this guy. And then it goes back to being like normal. By the way, I heard the Astro Express is coming back. I'll be stopping at the space station for a while. Want to go and check it out just for fun?
The Astral Express. I turned down their invitation.
Yeah, this is gonna be weird.
Did I really make the right choice?
Oh my god, the train here is so nostalgic. It's so nostalgic, isn't it? Like, this is like one of the most like, this hallway even is one of the most like, it really like sets it up for being like, this is gonna be one of the best games. Oh my god, there's Himiko. I think there's, wait, who's that? There's Himiko, there's just people working at the space station, I guess, but it is Himiko. I mean, that's our mother, you know what I mean? Yeah, man, this seeing the moon here and seeing all this stuff in the distance when we start up this game, it's one of the best things ever. It really is. And now we close to catching up.
Long time no see. How's life been on the space station?
Oh, mother, it's been really bad.
Oh, I see. If things are tough, you could always talk to Asta. She's sure to help you out.
Oh my god, her heartwarming support is even heartwarming and supportive when we're not even on the Astro Express. I legitimately just want to like be like with her all the time.
Oh, we traveled to many places after we parted ways. Bellabog,
Stop.
the Siandro Lafu, Penacony. There were both good and bad moments along the way.
But Stelle was there. Stelle was there. How's Don Hong doing?
Don Hung? It wasn't an easy journey, but
wait,
he's back on the Lafu.
Wait, so he's like living there?
After all, that's where he's from.
Wait, he's living there now? What about Welt?
Have you ever heard of the planet called Earth?
No.
Soon after Don Hung left us, Welt found the way back home.
What?
Just as he had hoped. Let's pray he makes it there safely.
So the Don Hung and Welt left? How's Pom Pom? Himiko Francis, your question caught her off guard. On settling sensation flickers to your mind. You've never boarded the express, so how is who's this Pom Pom you speak of?
Where did you hear the conductor's name? Did Don Hung
That's so crazy, because yeah, there's no real way we could have known Pom Pom before we got on board, right?
Pom Pom's still the same. But with fewer and fewer people on the express, it must be getting lonely for them.
And we know Pom Pom's mentality is like, let people on the express. Like, even though Pom Pom seems prickly, they want more people on the express. They want people to be happy on the express. They want to save people.
I sometimes wonder what might have changed if you had come
Well, it
with
seems
us.
like a law.
Sadly, the trailblazing expedition doesn't leave room for regrets and what-ifs.
Oh yeah, March. Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird we didn't talk about March, but I'm guessing like the old thing of the reason why maybe they left is because Stelle was like maybe a glue that held it together with not that she was like the most important member of the whole Astro Express, but it's one of those things where you definitely can tell that like Stelle completed the trio. Stelle like made the team feel like it was like, you know, had like a new purpose involved. You know what I mean? Probably inspired a lot of each other as well. 100%. There's a cyclical like not cyclical, like a circular inspiration field where like constantly like Welt's getting inspired by Stelle inspires March inspires Don Hong then inspires Himiko, and Himiko inspires back to Don Hong, it's like I really feel like maybe like Stelle completes that circle of inspiration, you know?
March, I'm not sure
Jesus Christ.
I hope that friend from the garden
So
can cure her.
March is legitimately in trouble still if we don't show up here. Any new passengers aboard? Is the Express still in need of passengers? Please. So that's what I'm getting from this, right? Is like that, like, if we're not here, Dan Heng goes back to the Xian Show. Welt goes back to this place called Earth. I don't know what it is, right? Sounds made up. And then March goes back to, March is sick. Like we saw her before, but she can't be cured yet because, again, the actions that cured her at her time with the Memoria was, you know, like her reasoning with Evernight. And I guess if one thing changes, so many things change, right?
Life as a nameless isn't easy. After we left the space station, we did have some passengers traveling with us for a short time, but they've all gone their separate ways now. Our friends from the Interastral Peace Corporation recently suggested we make a stop at Camelot.
Whoa.
That planet should have been destroyed by the Antimatter Legion long ago.
So it's
but we've been picking up multiple distress
Oh my
signals from
god,
there.
that's Saber. Because I don't know if it's actually like, because it's not a literal, I don't think it's a literal planet here in the cosmos. I think it's more of a thing where like they're trying to do like a symbolic thing of like it's a planet. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it anyway.
So we're stopping by the space station for a while to meet some old friends. You can join us and leave with us this time if you want.
Please. I'll pack my bags. Oh my god. Is it really how you feel? If joining the Astro Express doesn't change your life for the better, what then? We know for a fact that it literally, like, not only changed your life for the better, but as I said, Stelle, you being on the Astro Express, now factually proven, improved everyone's lives. You know what I mean? What if what awaits you is a grand adventure but endless cleaning, constant repairs, and wounds that never heal, and a death steeped in despair? What will you do then? There's no doubt about it that, like, the journey of the Astro Express is terrifying. And I think it's really interesting that they're having Stelle be kind of like a little bit maybe, like, against her will in a way, but still introspective about, like, what is going to happen here on the Astro Express. We're going to see people get hurt. We're going to see people fade away. We're going to wish that we hadn't gone to some places because it's been so painful. But in the end, we will always, like, you know, love that we met those characters. We're going to see relationships break apart. We're going to see people suffer. All these things in between. But the world is better for having Stelle get on the Astro Express. It is better because she got on the train. What if you can't have your own? What if you become dead weight? Stelle. What if the Neos gives their life to save you, yet everyone slightly wishes you just leave? What will you do? Here's the thing. I know what this is as well. I know Note is, like, you know, using her own experiences and making people afraid of, like, taking this step because of what could happen. Like, with the same thing what happened to her, right? But, like, I hope Stelle realizes again, as I said, like, again, like, she's the opposite of dead weight. She is the thing that improved the galaxy. What answer should you give?
I'll think about it. I'll make sure to give you my answer before the Express leaves.
Sure thing.
All right. I'll respect your choice no matter what you pick.
Yeah, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring up the idea of...
I'm so tired. Maybe I should head back first. The Astral Express.
Yeah, it's calling to her, right? It's something that she's destined to do. It's her life. It's something that she was so good at. And again, we know what they're doing. Note is, like, using her own projections and creating worlds where, like, they no longer take those steps into the future. You know, Saber will no longer try to become king. Stelle will no longer step on the Astro Express because, again, the world is filled with pain. And again, we're heading towards a battle with Nanook. Of course it's going to be painful. But we also have to say as well that our Stelle's world has been full of so many gorgeous and beautiful things as well that it's like, I feel like we can't just judge it based on the bad things, you know? Belobog is better for having Stelle visited. And the other Astro Express members. Xiancho is better for having Stelle visited. Penacony is better for having Stelle visited. Amphoreus is better for having Stelle visited. You know what I mean? It's just factual. It's not even like an opinion. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you guys would disagree. It's just like we wouldn't even debate it. The world is better for having Stelle, Dan Heng, and March going on those journeys. The world is better for it. A peaceful dream stirred by the birdsong beyond the window. However, can a robin really sing in a vacuum of space?
Let me tell you the story of a bird who was imprisoned wrongfully. She was once a singer, thrown into a dark cell for composing songs that the powerful didn't like.
So do you think this is part of, like, if she's talking about Miss Note, is she talking about, like, maybe her own like maybe part of the controversy of why she was like you know, excommunicated from her industry.
The bird heard many voices.
Oh, this is Robin, right?
So, she sang for the
It's
others
music.
trapped inside,
We're playing this now?
soothing their homesick hearts and inspiring them to rise up.
So maybe it's actually like, it's talking about Robin then, but like they're playing this song like, you know, the which is so I'm nearly made myself cry for my terrible rendition. Nearly made me cry. Yeah, it's a song I believe they play when they play it quite a few times, but one of the most memorable times, of course, is when Firefly and Stelle are flying through the air in front of the fireworks. It's so beautiful. Why are they playing this right now?
In the end, the bird broke free with a pocket watch, a wolf, and countless companions by her side. The bird believed that she would begin a new life after gaining freedom. She would shine on the stage and the silver screen, displaying her beautiful feathers and voice, just as she had once brought hope to the hopeless. But she was wrong. Penacony soon became unrecognizable. The songs she sang, the films she starred in,
I think this is about Note.
even her own life, were all locked away in a cage called money, turned into mere commodities.
I think it's definitely is about Note, but I believe that she can relate to Robin more than anyone else because Robin also is, let's be honest here, the celebrity of Penacony. Her music, while is something that she always did get to spread to people that needed it the most, was also used as a commercial aspect too. You know, it really was.
The movie studio wanted to turn the bird into a symbol of beauty, but the bird longed to escape from this suffocating, filthy gutter. They stripped away her stage
There it is,
name,
yeah, there it is.
replaced her with a fresh-faced chick,
Ah.
and smothered her with slander and rumors, leading her to a disgraceful
And you see how she's
end.
shaking here, grabbing herself, holding on to herself, right? This is something that obviously pains her. Of course it does. And the idea of like replacing her, again, that would be painful too, like replacing her with showing that like she can be replaced, and she would feel at that point that, oh, I can be replaced. My life wasn't as important to these people as I thought it was.
So, you seek revenge on those who tarnished your name.
It's so sad. Like, it's so brutal. Like, it's so sad. Because again, it's like, you think you have a place in this world, you found your place in the world, your music, your art, your performance. And again, as I said, I've already said this through the entire episodes that we've done this on this fake collab. Like, it is 110%. You put your life into your art, and that's what Miss Note did. They took her life away from her before she even died, before she even had to like leave. And you see these lines here, right? They stripped away her stage name, replaced her with a fresh-faced chicken, smothered her with slander and rumors. Like, they literally ruined her life. That's what happened here. Like, you take away her stage name, all of a sudden she doesn't have her purpose in her whole life is gone. You replace her, showing that she never really mattered to them in the first place. And then you cover your stories with lies and slander to make it easier for people to like get rid of her in the public eye too. And in the end, she died. Like, it is a brutal story. It's so brutal. I don't know what, here's the thing, at the time, like, I look back and, like, I probably was, like, a little bit softer on Grady, because at the time I didn't realize the extent of, like, all the stuff there as well. But, like, Grady's right. He's correct. Yes, he was involved in this, and he was to blame as well. Just like the Alfalfa family was also. Like, you can't sit here and be like, even if you were, like, a small bit involved in this stuff, like, you know, it's easy to look back and be like, oh, well, I didn't know what was going to happen, but you know, you were okay and idly stood by as someone's name was being tarnished, and you didn't expect something horrible to happen. We know how people's mental health works.
No. The exact opposite, in fact. When I returned to this world, I realized there was no one left to take revenge on. Instead, I will reclaim the name they took from me and erase every single work I've ever produced. I'll destroy every trace of my existence.
Oh my god, the voice actor first of all. And this music as well, playing this music as well. She wants to destroy like her history, like the fact that she even was a person. Like I wonder if that's just easier for her.
You know how it feels to be locked in a cage and have everything taken from you. So why do you still trap the masters and heroic spirits in your noble phantasm when they wish to end this Holy Grail war?
And then I love this. It's opposite from Robin here as well. Like to bring up the idea of like, you know what it feels like, you know what this is like, you know what it's like to be in this situation, because it is one of those things where it's like it's hard, I guess, to not see, you know, the logic through your own pain, I guess, you know.
Old Oti may be able to fulfill your wish, but the cost he demands is far greater. As someone born in the same era as him, you should know this better than I do.
And we know what the Alfalfa family is capable of as well, like the dastardly deeds that they would commit too. So we know now that, like, what I thought what she would want is to end the Holy War or whatever, because she, you know, doesn't want any more, like, to be a pawn in this fight anymore. But what she wants is to erase her entire existence and any trace of her existence, so she can no longer, I guess, in a way, be used as like a commodity, no longer be used as like a marketing gimmick, and like there'll never be a trace of her ever being used as a marketing gimmick. And that's what I believe maybe she wants in a way. She just wants, she wants all the pain that she's gone through to never have existed technically, and to erase herself from the notion of people so no, she'll never even be like a part of the history of Penacony.
Ugh. Oti is nothing more than a parasite feeding on Penacony. Of course I won't trust him. But you're different, Master. He's a worm who has a wish for the Holy Grail. Yet, there's nothing the Holy Grail can do to sway you.
His music is so beautiful. It's one of the best tracks in the game. Yeah, she calls him a worm, a parasite, but she's saying there's no, the holy. But she, like, again, Robin is the complete opposite of Oti, a family member who does not want anything to do with the Holy Grail.
If you want to stop my noble phantasm, you'll have to force me with a command spell.
Whoa.
Come, Master. Take away my free will. Just like how they took away my name
that's a
and
big
career
ask.
with their contracts and laws.
That's a horrible, horrible ask. Like, again, because she sees Robin as someone who is like this person who is like the opposite of Oti, someone who is like able to, like, you know, resist the Holy Grail, doesn't desire power and any of those things, and has like actually like a good head on her shoulders. But what she's asking of Robin now is pretty sad. And it's the opposite of what Robin wanted to do. Felt the reason why Robin didn't want the Holy Grail is because she doesn't want to impose like her will onto other people and to change people's will. She would much rather Miss No change herself. At least my perception is what it would be. And the way she equates it then, like, do it just like they did. She's so pained. She's in so much pain right now. And this all comes from the pain she feels of what they did to her. Again, I'm not going to sit here and ever, like, you know, attack her, because, again, we can feel through the screen the pain that is enforcing all of these actions.
You know I won't do that, Miss Note.
Exactly.
Let's make a wager. I've never once gambled in my life.
Legitimately, Aventurine will be proud. Yeah, like, I'm just to re-emphasize that, like, it's like this makes me sick. What happened to Miss Note, and there's never a moment here when we got trapped in here. While it's not good to do, I want to make it clear, because, again, the same way that, like, we know what Sunday was going through, and we still said Sunday that's not the right thing to do, right? And we were able to acknowledge the pain that someone is going through and the things that led up to a certain situation, while also at the same time too we're able to go, well, it's also like this situation where it's not the right thing to do, right? Which you always do any playthrough. So I'm never gonna. I don't have anger towards Note. I have sadness. I have a feeling of heartache. It's not anger.
I bet that those masters and servants will not yield to your noble
Where's Stelle?
phantasm.
Oh, because she's resting?
Even though you've stripped their identity as heroes. I trust them.
So she's saying the bet is like that they will not give in?
I will wait and see.
I wonder the birdsong face and sound. So her bet is like that they will not give in to this. Because again, it is like what Miss Note asked of Robin, let's be clear, is unfair, is not fair. But again, she's not thinking of what's fair because her whole life was unfair. But Robin turns around and says, let's like change your perception completely by being like, these people will not give in to what you want. And she'll maybe show the resilience of people that want, like, even though they're faced with like a pure paradise of like what, like, of something that's much better than could be like, you know, a future pain, they're still going to choose to live their lives in the way that they choose to live it. Again, equating the idea of a bird trapped in a cage again, relating it to Robin's life.
I had a strange dream.
Really fantastic stuff.
But the details keep slipping away.
It's really fantastic.
My body feels so heavy. But I can't rest.
Probably rest.
There's still today's work to get through.
Yeah, like as I said, like it's perfectly written. It's absolutely perfectly written to, like, again, to the point that like it's like the world of Penacony is a world of like dreams and, you know, where your fantasies come true, right? But as we've seen, that's not always the case. We saw the pain that Robin, you know, when Robin getting shot, for example, shows Sunday that like this world isn't perfect and he needs to protect her. In Note's case, we know for a fact that like through like corporate bullcrap and all the dastardly deeds of the Alfalfa family, and even like, again, I want to make it clear, Grady is the problem too, because if you knew about this and you were involved in this and you said nothing, you were still the problem, legitimately. And he was also a problem with this as well, because he also had like it was and I think he even blamed himself. It's not like I'm saying he didn't. He did blame himself. But it's also one of those things where like through all that bullcrap, she was like stripped of her entire existence. Once again, showing that this world of dreams is not this beautiful place where nothing bad can happen to you. It's quite the opposite. It's actually a pretty dangerous location. It is legitimately so well written because of that aspect, by relating to the idea of like, yes, this place is a place of dreams, but like, look at all the dreams that are dashed. Look at what can happen to you if you even here. Look at like the thing that you thought was the thing you wanted to do actually brought more pain than you thought it would. Relating to Robin and the idea of like Robin being in a cage, and the idea of like Robin's story, which has always been like the analogy and the allegory of like, the bird may die when it leaves the cage. The bird may get hurt when it leaves the cage, but you have to allow it to try. You have to allow the bird to try. And that was another thing she related to Sunday as well. And then you also have the pain that Note is going through, relating it to the idea of like maybe like, you know, Robin's story as well, which is like becoming a commodity. People wanted to use you. And still, let's be honest here, Robin is still technically, even though she has a lot of free will and she's a lot more power than Note ever did, she's still used as a commodity to like put Penacony at peace. You know what I mean? Whenever they need someone to do a speech, they put Robin there. You know, if something bad happens, they'll put Robin to do a speech because it puts people's minds at ease. She technically is still used as a pillar or a commodity that is used for Penacony's, you know, wishes. Like, that's like, I'm not trying to be rude about it, but it's just the truth, right? But it's in a completely different sense as well. And then Note asking Robin, who knows exactly maybe what, no, not exactly, but knows like the feeling of being a commodity, knows the feelings of like being someone who is like used for different means, knows what it's like to face someone who like thinks this world needs to be saved in such a way so no one else can get hurt ever again. Robin is asked, can you then just like, you know, force your free will onto me, which is the opposite again of what Robin feels. But in Note's mind, it will be easier that way because then she won't have to make the decision to stop what she's doing. But hopefully when she sees all the other characters, you know, having free will, she might be able to, like, you know, force herself to stop, you know? But it's a really interesting story. And again, the relation to Robin is perfect. It's so perfect. Stelle, how many days has it been since you started working on the space station? 30, 90, even longer? Do you still remember what you need to do now? Compiling project proposals from all levels of research is by now. It's second nature. Something you could do with your own eyes closed. That can be... Oh. Breeze through work? Sure. Sure. Breeze through work. Breeze through work. Still thinking about the Astral Express? You've been wrestling with that choice for ages and still haven't made up your mind. They'll be departing soon. You wish them a journey full of wonders and encounters. I want to stay. I want to leave. I want to leave. Oh, but it's stopping us. I don't know where to go. If you board the express, what awaits you may be nothing but danger and terrifying unknown. Your deeds will be forgotten in time, and your journey will eventually come to an end. Again, this is again from Note's perspective. It's like all the good stuff I did in my life. All the good stuff I did in my life is forgotten about, or like at least like it was erased, or like I wasn't able to enjoy the stuff that I love. So she wants to erase everything completely because she's like, fine then. You know what I mean? I don't want to even have like my existence that brought me so much pain be a thing. Let me go. I guess so. And again, it's so, again, I don't blame Note. I'm not here being angry at Note. I understand the mental torture that she's gone through. So you're glad you stayed. No ticket, no bat, no danger, just a quiet, peaceful, undisturbed life. The work you piled up took far too much time. 1 day, 2 days, then 10 days. Maybe you'll never catch up to the Astral Express again. You're tired, find a room to take a break. Oh, Jesus, sorry, guys. Something fell beside me. I literally moved my arm. And something dropped. My bad. Well, it probably wasn't that harsh of a sound. But, oh, there he is again. There's Archer. Yeah, this is such a heartbreaking story. Oh, man. 2 fake characters in one place. What is this? Is that our Celeron girl? I was about to mix you a drink, but since you're still underage, I'll hold off for now. I feel like my current life is a lie. I was once in a trailblazer of the Astral Express. I shouldn't be a member because, yeah, Stelle is like technically 2 years old. In terms of like this creation, she's technically 2. Yeah. Funny, isn't it? Sometimes I think I shouldn't be working in space station security guard either. So you want to board the Astral Express? That's right. I think it's something we should, you know, it's the benefit for the whole entire world. Every year there are researchers who want to go with the Express, but when it's time to leave, they all back down without fail. So there are people that like still want to go, even like not just us. That's pretty cool to know. That's really cool to know. They know they're just seeking an escape from their stressful lives instead of actually wanting an adventure that could cost them their lives. So what do you really want? I want to go into an adventure in the unknown? Staying where I am is fine. Something better will come along. I'm just an ordinary person. Why speak of regrets when everyone else has ever lived has regretted something? Yet, had everyone turned back because of their fear or regrets, humanity would never produce any heroes. That is factual, yes. Even if the road ahead is unclear, some still set off, driven by the desire to chase a wish. It may seem foolish, but that's what gave birth to the Nameless, the Trailblazers, and humanity's heroes. The doll you carry is proof of a certain hero's existence. You know what it is? This is only the wooden doll. Yes, a shabby little trinket left a star in history because of one person's silly wish. So the star was like the light that shines for the other, for the other heroes to make their path forward, right? The Express may have already left or may have not, but if you truly want to walk this path, what does it matter if there's no Express? If you truly believe you are the Nameless, then there's only one thing left for you to do. Oh my god, there's only one option. Look at this. I must set off. I love that it's like, yeah, even if it's not the Express, it's not about the Express in general. Obviously, like, the Express is important, but it's also like, you gotta make your way. You gotta do your thing.
The Express is already left. Going there will be pointless.
I've got to move on and be who I am. I just don't belong here. Hope you understand. We might find our place in this world someday.
Let's go to the lab. Hit the cafeteria. Let's go fishing together. Let's go watch a movie.
But as for now... Sing, guys. I gotta go my own way. Okay. Yeah. I don't mean to diminish this or whatever, but I just felt the vibe of a High School Musical here, because like this is like obviously very much like the co-workers that like were training us. So it's trying to make us like feel like for an last-ditch effort that like we shouldn't try and do our own thing, you know? We shouldn't go our own way. We shouldn't do a Gabriella, you know what I mean? Which is a very interesting premise, you know?
Isn't life on the space station wonderful? People would kill just to live
There you go
the
again,
life
right?
you have here.
It's trying to romanticize the idea of staying out of danger, right? It's trying to talk about the idea like how again, and that does sway people in real life too. Man, dude, you have a great life, right? You have a fantastic life. Why ruin it? You know, this is where we started in the journey, right?
There's no antimatter legion.
Oh, look at this.
No abominations of abundance. This place is the most peaceful paradise in the universe.
And again, playing on the things that people have a lot of fear of, but also what we've
Something's
fought.
stopping me from leaving this place. I need to avoid them.
We can do that. Like, it's all the stuff
We're
that
not
would
holding you back. Let's have lunch together.
Wait, so would you go the opposite way? So all the stuff that we fought against? No, I thought we go the opposite way. Yeah, like we fought against the Antimatter Legion. We fought against the denizens of the Abundance as well, you know? It's something we have, like,
Stop.
faced.
The future of a nameless is nothing but emptiness and despair. Do you think you're special? Think of Tiernan and Kelbeck. The nameless who
Whoa.
are better than you. They were all consumed by the lightless outer space. Never to return.
Yeah, but so was the king, and he was supposed to, like, you finally made him nameless, yeah, but so was the king of England, which allowed people in future generations to become even better heroes by being inspired by the king. You know what I mean? Like, this whole argument doesn't work in this sense, because we have already, like, a notion that, like, the idea of these heroes dying isn't that they're, like, they're gone forever, it's that they're a star in the sky that we can be guided by.
So you'll finally admit that I'm a nameless?
Yeah, it breaks the fourth wall a bit, right? For sure. The voice that once spoke, you felt silent an instant, they never spoke again. Because again, they're desperate. It's a desperate attempt to keep us here. It's a desperate attempt to keep us here. Oh, it's great, isn't it? Like, the fact that they're like all the same people, like, it's very much intentional. It's a very weird feeling. It's a creepy feeling. But it's so well done. It's so well done in terms of, like, the way that they've incorporated not only the story. Oh, here? Wow, okay. Incorporated the story of, as we said, like, the relation between Robin and Note, the Trailblaze journey relating to the idea of, like, the fear that Note has for people stepping into a new journey and, like, you know, out of safety. Like, it's all, like, really, like, you know, using the Antimatter Legion and the Denizens of Abundance. It's a great way they've done to, like, relate Note's story to her fears that she's implanted into everyone else's stories, right? And it's really good. It's really good. Wait, is that the sword? Oh, it's the baseball bat. A bat plain arm press. Oh, that is so well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You were incredible. You were incredible. Are they going to relate this to the idea of, like, pulling the sword from the stone? Whilst, yes, it will lead to more danger. When Saber pulled the sword out of the stone, it led to people, like, maybe hating her. People wanted to fight her. But still, it's about taking that journey anyway and still, you know, following that star that was left behind for you as well. Like, us taking the bat out, yes, it's going to lead to more danger. Yes, it's going to lead to more destruction. It's going to be less of a peaceful life for us. But we would never have met Cyrene. We would have never met, like, all the characters like Hycelins and all those characters we love. We would have never met Aventurine and Firefly. We would have never met Firefly. You know what I mean? If we don't take this bat. It's so great how they relate to the King Arthur's sword as well. Excalibur, right? You once believe you never hold it again in this lifetime. Look again, she takes a deep breath when she sees the bat. It's so cool.
Would you still pull this weapon out?
That's the whole point, isn't it?
Even if it'll bring about a tragic
And again, that is legitimately, like, I know it's like, you know, me stating the obvious or whatever. Like, it's like, it is legitimately the whole point. We know it could bring out a tragic end. We know that eventually we're gonna have to fight Nanook. We know this journey is gonna be absolutely terrifying, but that still, we will pull it out. You know. That's what Merlin told me too. Yep, exactly.
Which is why I've crafted
crafted such gentle dreams for you all. Isn't that what you've been looking for all this time?
No. And the thing... it's hard saying this to someone who is desperately, genuinely trying to help. You know what I mean? But we have to have a wake-up call here, you know? Sunday was also genuinely trying to help, but that doesn't change the fact that the actions themselves can... And I've said this a million times over, like, you know what I mean? That, like, your intentions can be the best in the world, but if it's something that, like, people... Once you know that for sure that people do not want to do this, once you know for certain that people don't want this in their lives, at that point, if you continue to do it, at that point, you're you know, it's wrong, right? But I have faith that Miss Note will realize that Stelle and Saber don't want to be held down by these notions of a perfect life, and will realize in the end, which then makes it so it's like, okay, she realizes like, while she had good intentions, she was wrong in the end. And that's like the big difference between like characters, like when I always say, like, the idea of intention versus the actual action you take. If you know your intentions, it might be like something you believe is good, but in the end will do something bad. If you're aware of that, it doesn't matter what your intentions are then. But if your intentions are something that you believe is, again, good, but then you realize, okay, people don't want this, and then you go, okay, I realize I was wrong, then it's different, right? For example, after what happened with Sunday, if Sunday, after we defeated him, hugged Rob and we had this amazing moment, and he said, I'm going to do it again next week. At that point, we have no chance of really, like, having a redemption story for Sunday. Would it be a thing where we just have to stop him permanently? I know it sounds evil, it's like so bad to say, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, it's the fact that we're able to get the truth of Sunday is what makes his story so beautiful. It's the fact that he changed his ways and wanted to make an effort towards the future, you know? If Miss Node, like, says, like, no, I'm trapping you all here forever, this might turn into a fight. You know what I mean? The morals change. But again, it doesn't change the fact that they're going through pain, or that they wanted to change something, or that they had something in their past that really did affect them. But I think you guys get what I'm saying. The intention stops mattering once you know that the intention hurts people, and you're aware of the effect that it's going to have on people. You know? I always use the bad analogy of, like, if I drive my car down the street at full speed, I could say, well, I'm doing an experiment to see how far I can get, like, or it's like one of those things where it's like I'm trying to get my friend to his job or something in the back, and I drive it down a residential street full speed, 130 miles per hour, and my intentions are to get my friend to work. Like, I know fully that I could genuinely hit someone, especially in a residential area with, like, kids and stuff, you know, I could hit someone, right? If I hit someone, I can't just be like, well, my intentions were good. It's like, no, I knew I was going to hurt someone. I knew the possibility was there of me hurting someone, so my intentions don't matter. Because once you're aware of the risks and the consequences, and you still carry out the thing, that's a problem, obviously, you know? I hope it doesn't make us seem like I'm like, oh, Miss Note, you're bad. If you don't say right now that you were wrong, you're bad. I'm saying that, like, I have faith that Miss Note will realize everything that she's doing is not perfect, and that she's coming from a place of pain. That's what I'm trying to say. I know it kind of delved into me being like, oh, Miss Note, you better tell everyone what's wrong right now. I'll tell you, yeah. You know, I'm not saying that, you know? I love relating Saber and Stelle's lives together. I did wonder whether someone else might have done a better job as a king if they pulled out the sword in selection. But I can't blame the girl who drew the sword in stone for overestimating herself. She wanted to deliver something from disaster, just like the king who challenged the white dragon. Yeah, she had a beautiful motivation, and 110. And some might say, well, Calvin, if Saber knew that she could, like, you know, if something bad was going to happen, then is she also, like, bad? But I feel like, you know, the bad things that were happening as well, like, you know, kind of like happened to her more often than not as well. But, like, you know, I'd listen to definitely an argument of, like, you know, does your thing apply to Saber as well? But, like, I think it's a different situation in the fact that, like, you know, I truly believe Saber believed that she could, like, change the course of history. And again, someone will say, well, then does someone else believe the camp? Well, like, no, I'm talking about, like, characters who genuinely know that for sure this thing is going to happen, you know? Oh my god! You know it, Stelle, you know it. If I was giving her a chance to make my choice, I would tell her, I hope you do better than you can do this. That's exactly it, yeah. Saber believes that she can do better. And I believe she can as well. I believe she genuinely can, because this isn't a situation where, like, she can't prevent this from happening. This isn't a situation where she can't put things in place where she can't, you know, she could if she could do things differently, right? Oh my god. Master, you've had enough rest in your dreams, haven't you? Let's leave this place together. I love that Stelle saw, like, you know, March and Don Hong, because again, that trio it was the motivating factor for us to finish Amphoreus was the fact that the reason why Stelle, Dan Heng, and March found each other in the end and were able to help save the world, and make no mistake about it, if Dan Heng didn't find Stelle, if they didn't find March, all the things, like, the world was going to be effed, right? That trio's motivation to find each other is what saved Amphoreus. You know what I mean? And you think Stelle's not going to use the motivation of these characters to get out of here as well? Hell no. Come on. Of course.
You'll regret this!
No, they won't. I hope she realizes. I have faith that Miss No will realize what she's doing is wrong. I have faith. I have total faith. Grab the bat. Yeah, it's right. It's on the nose. It's not even like a thing where it's like, yeah, it's relating to the sword, Excalibur.
I'll never regret.
Exactly. That's the opposite. What Miko said. That's the opposite of a trailblazer. The same with Saber. She can't regret what happened. We get these special animations. Oh my god. No way. This hero shot? That's so legit cool. Oh my god. So... that's so... Wait, what? We're into a battle? God, I'm sorry, that's...
Why do you have
unimpressive death.
blind courage? Don't you ever feel regret?
That's the opposite of being a trailblazer. It's the opposite.
Stand
I love that we already attacked already. Can I say as well, I'm going to talk about more after this too, that moment of them holding the sword over their head is a dream. Getting to relate Stelle's back to Excalibur, I'm in heaven. And getting to see this heroic moment where they both realize in that moment that they shouldn't have any regrets. As I said, like, you know, it's like what happened with Saber and like the prophecy and all this stuff too, what ended up happening. She couldn't know exactly what was going to happen, but she knows now she wished she would do the same thing because she thinks she could do better, right? Her heroic story, again, it's so freaking cool. And then Stelle, like, you know, seeing March and Dan Heng grabbing the bat just like Excalibur, they point the bat up to the sky together. We got to see Stelle as like a medieval hero for a bit. It's so sick.
Hold together. Resonate once more.
So cool. This music. They give you Saber here, which is good for the weaknesses, which is great, you know, because usually we'd have Kafka. Let's try a blast here. We don't know what it's going to do, but just in pure... Oh my god, it's sick. Oh my god, it looks so cool. That was so sick. That was so sick. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having Saber, but I want to just like make sure I'm saving all my stuff for I'm saving all my wishes for high ceilings.
Tonight.
I know people will be like, Calvin, there's no way you're not going to get high ceilings with all the wishes you have, but like I don't trust any gacha game guys. No more time. The dice have been cast. It's so... I understand why they do it, but every time they do it, it hurts. Bust. I understand why they cut Robin off, but like it sickens me. It makes you want to install the game. It's like I have to understand why they do it because it makes sense, and it's like you can't have Robin's song playing in the most like epic. You know, it'll be like we're fighting Iron Tomb, and it's like well, and like I understand, but it still like sickens me. You know what I mean? It still sickens me. Look at this. Saber's so cool. Saber's so cool. This is so sick. Oh, Saber's ultimate. I'm sorry, but she's so cool. She's so cool. Ah, Jesus Christ. We kind of need... Oh my god, we need Saber. We need Saber. This heroic... Jesus Christ, what the... What happened there?
I can't become a fool like you. And I won't agree with your choice.
Oh, Miss No, I have faith in you. No! What the hell?
That breathing sensation. Remember it.
That was... sorry, I just got so like stun-locked by what happened with Saber's move. But, again, the idea of like, I won't agree with your choices. She thinks everyone else is a fool. She thinks her worldview is the only right one because, again, she's gone through so much pain that she can't see any other avenue to help herself out here. I don't even think they have DOTs on them right now, but like, again, what can you do?
Time to say bye.
Hope she says boom.
Boom.
Goat. The absolute goat. What damage we did there. That was incredible. She's doing so much damage. It's insane. Oh my god. I'm sorry, but this move is so cool. Look at this. Look at her scream. That's what we'll never actually have like the scream, but like you know, because we won't have the the voice acting, but still, I still think it's like it's a cool move. So that's what we'll do. We'll wish her Saber after we get Icy Lands.
The dust has been cast.
Honestly, sickens me. It makes me feel like I've wronged a best friend or something. Like it sickens me.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
It makes me want to cry.
Watch your head.
Tears of blood.
Can't lose this one.
Relax.
Get him, Kafka. Oh my god, the AoE. We haven't done this move. Oh my god, she's so... Guys, no, I have... Oh, no, I have to wish on her. Do you think I can navigate down and get her right now?
Just like how I failed in life.
Stop.
This is a fitting end for a traitor.
And of course, everything is related to, you know, her past life. Of course it is. That's because that's who she was, right? Like, that's how she felt. Like, even now she's thinking, I failed to do what I came to do. Just like in life, she probably feels like I failed, even though it wasn't her fault. Jesus Christ, it wasn't her fault. She legitimately, like, worked so hard. And it was some bullcrap scandals that got her, like, you know, her life taken away from her. You know, there's no way in hell. There's not even a world where I would ever even try to blame her with this, or even anyone should.
The performing arts had given you so much pain, Miss Note. Why did you choose to remain on Penacony's stage after leaving your prison?
Because I still remember how the rough prisoners fell silent and the crying children smiled whenever I started to sing. Those small moments made me feel free, even in that iron cage.
It made her feel good. And again, Robin can relate to this idea of, like, Robin is that symbol for a lot of people too now. You know what I mean? Again, they've done such a good job of, like, having Miss Note being able to relate to a lot of characters, even in small ways, you know?
But Penacony has changed. After so many Amber eras, it's become almost unrecognizable. And now, I am locked in this newly forged prison.
The voice actor's so fantastic, by the way, as well. But, like, again, imagine that, like thinking that when you come back to Penacony, maybe, like, the world is better. Maybe, like, the feeling will be better. But she feels trapped again.
Anyway, it's time to end this. A servant who betrayed their master,
Miss Note,
has no right to exist.
I'm going to tell you this right now, Miss Note. It's a quote from one of my favorite shows. I won't say what show it is just in case I spoil it for anyone, but it's a quote from one of the villains in that show. And they said, if you still think this, that Robin would do this, that Robin would lead to your end, or want your life to end, or want your existence to end, then you this is a paraphrasing, but then you still don't understand Robin.
Then, as you wish. With the first command spell, I return your name to you.
Oh my god, I got a heart attack there for a second.
Asna.
Asna?
Even if they have trademarked your name and stripped you of everything, that does not make you an unknown failure.
Oh my god, she's amazing.
Hold your head high, Mother of Iris.
Mother of Iris?
With the second command spell, I return to you the testament of your existence as a heroic spirit.
Look at this
Your
artwork
death
as well.
was what made singers and artists realize the need to reclaim their freedom and dignity from merchants.
Wow.
You are not some forgotten shadow. You are the founder of the Iris family, one of the 5 major lineages of Penacony.
This is...
That's why you chose to borrow that name, isn't
Stop.
it? A figure shaped by your students and friends.
This music.
By Maven and the Watchmaker. Miss Note, the one who sang freely in Dreamville.
No more.
I don't want to hear it.
Oh my freaking
With the third
god.
command spell, as your junior on the stage,
Junior.
I return to you your freedom as a person.
Incredible. So she was the head of the Iris family? The mother of
You
Iris?
will no longer be controlled by anyone from this moment on.
Incredible.
You will now only dance for yourself.
That is so amazing. And the way she said that she also inspired other people. When she died, she led to other people wanting to like be free from the shackles of like commercialism and to have their own freedom artistically. In a similar way, how when the king died, he made more heroes. You know, when the Trailblazers died, they influenced new Trailblazers. Like, it's so fantastic how they do this. And again, I was so worried when Robin said, "As you wish." I was like, is Robin just gonna destroy her? I was like, is Robin gonna like kill her? But obviously, like, you know, that doubt should never like slipped into my mind. It's so amazing. You will only dance for yourself from this moment on. Holy freaking hell. Even the scene as well of like her like literally like again I definitely like will, you know, I might like screenshot or maybe like look back in this as well here as well. But she's the mother of the Iris family. She chose the name Miss Note for a very particular reason. When she died, she inspired many more people to like take their freedom as well. She's not someone that should be forgotten. She's someone that still had such an impact in this world. And now she no longer is in that cage. She's no longer controlled. She's no longer the servant of anybody. She's no longer working for, you know, a company that took her name. She is herself now once again.
This farce is nearing its end. But I hope you can step out of the Grand Theater before you disappear and meet Penacony's artists.
Oh my god.
You are still a hero to them, no matter the slanders your name bears.
Isn't that beautiful that like the celebrities still love her, right? Like not celebrities, the artists in this world still love her. I think that's a really amazing idea as well. It's a really amazing idea. Meanwhile, the master and their servants, free from their dreamscape, step into the heart of the Grand Theater. I sense a powerful force similar to magical energy. It seems the Holy Grail's holder is about to complete the ritual. So that's the thing with Otis. So she allowed it. So she's saying as well that like it's not just about you being forgotten. It's not about you like being erased from history completely. Which I don't like. Again, I think, you know, maybe we, you know, I wasn't totally sure on how that worked as well. It's about like the idea that you can like, which happens a lot. I feel like too. They're usually the forgotten art. It's usually the one that a lot of like people who like are into art and music and all this stuff do remember. You know, that's a really beautiful sequence. The two last servants are left are Rider and Berserker. Which one will face us, or will it be both? With the enemy already in possession of the Holy Grail, it looks like we're in for a brutal fight. 3 against 2, the advantage is mine. I'll once again say too easy in the next survey. I'll lead the charge. Master, I swear on the sword that I'll protect you no matter the cost.
Boothill and the others got out too. Should I go check on them?
So the next whole thing we actually have to do is just chat with the actual people around us as well. Chat with the masters.
A different life? Penacony's dream bubbles are pure cancer. The Charmony Festival nearly killed me. And that servant's fantasy almost finished the job.
Honestly, I love he's just like, he's like, this place just genuinely sucks. he's like, this place just generally just suck.
So, where did she put you?
I had a dream where I could never win.
Oh?
I got to live as an obedient serf and gave up on even the thought of gambling.
That's really interesting. So there's no gambling in his life anymore, and no gambling his life away, but he's still an obedient serf.
Darn right. Quit gambling. That's quite the educational dream you had there.
And you? Where'd she send you?
Me? I had a long-awaited reunion.
Yeah? As he talked, Buddha had already loaded his gun next to the final battle with the Mastermind. So we talk to these guys as well. Interesting, like that he became a surfer. I wonder if it's just because she believes that life is easier for him. You know what I mean? Because it's not about what he wants, it's what she believes is the easier life for them, that they won't actually get like hurt, I guess. This is the first thing you hear after God. Darn it, my head's killing me. I feel like I've been through a long and thrilling adventure. Not sure why, but I think my enemies all of that had fish heads on their necks. Jesus. The enemies on the way, the two servants were more than ready to fight. So it is a matter of we're about to like settle the score with Oti here as well. Yeah, this has been so amazing. This has been legitimately one of the best. Oh, we still have Saber with us, which again, I wonder if like we can get her as a character just by like if I go into the menu and scroll down, or maybe I'll just wait until next because she'll still be on the banner, right? Because I definitely would love to have her, because I love the idea of just having this purely like medieval character with us. You know what I mean? Like this heroic medieval character who like wants to be like king of England. You know? And then her move is literally just her using a sword in a heroic way. Like it's really, really cool. But yeah, it's I do love the idea as well, like with the way Robin like came to like know the way they kind of like had Robin in the end give her back her freedom as someone who was like a junior, someone who knows what it's like to maybe be a commodity and so on. Again, I know like artists have more freedom now, but like I won't, like that's not bullcrap. I will stand by everything I said, that Robin like still is like in somewhat used as a commercialism, but it's not the same. As we said, it's not the exact same, but she does know exactly maybe how that feels in some respects. But artists have like clearly taken back their rights and have been more supported, I guess, or had the inspiration to at least take back the rights because of what happened to her. And that does happen throughout history too, where like it takes someone dying to bring up questions of like, is this the right thing to do? And that, let's just be honest here, guys, that's freaking stupid. It's stupid that that's how it happens, but it is how it happens. Like, let's not lie here. It's how it happens. It takes someone dying usually to go, oh wait, maybe we should change this. Isn't that terrible? That until someone dies, it never and nothing ever changes. It's crazy in that sense. It really is. Do. So this is all gonna be one big video, I decided just now, and the reason is just because I think, like, I don't know, there's sometimes when I have more time, there's sometimes where I'm way ahead of stuff, right? And then there's sometimes when I'm not way ahead of stuff. And so, like, and that's just how things go, right? Like, I'm making lots of YouTube videos, sometimes you're ahead, sometimes you're not. So it's one of those situations where I have no problem, like, making this one big video this time around, but then obviously sometimes it won't be that way, because, again, I've taken my time completely with this whole event. But it just lined up where, like, I haven't even released the first video yet, and I already am, like, about to record the last part. So the next parts of it, from the first part to the second part will be the final part. And I think it's, like, pretty okay to do that, you know what I mean? It won't happen all the time. But then I don't need to ever like explain like what I put into chunks and parts anyway. Like if I want to put one part into a 20-minute pod, I'll do it. Now, my patrons and YouTube members might be like, well, I'm going. But that's a different story altogether. But yeah, this has really been really fun so far. I've liked this quite a bit. I think that they've made it so that like, you know, non-Fate fans can enjoy this. You know? And also we've gotten really attached to Saber. We understand her story as somebody who like wanted to become queen, or king, sorry. And had to, like, you know, pretend to be like a boy at one point, Artorias to become king as well. But then was, you know, given the idea of this curse or this prophecy that if they failed to, that if they did pull the sword of the soul, it would end up like with people hating them and like ended up in a battle and people's, you know, I think it was violence and stuff like this as well. And relating it to the idea of like us knowing Stelle as a character, thinking the way it's like, yes, if Stelle does pick up that bat and go on the Astro Express, it will lead to like some dangerous situations, some horrible moments. But the positives and the things that you can do for this world outweigh the negatives of your life as well. I think it also relates to the idea of Note as well, right? Someone who believes that she should be erased from existence completely, when in reality her existence made her life a lot better. I think the whole theme of this thing has been the idea of people's existence, thinking that they made the wrong decisions, but really their life has been, that world's been made better by their presence in it as well. Look at Oti over here. Can we just kick him? Like, here's the thing, right? I don't get it, right? Villains like this who sit with their back to me, I'm going over and kicking your chair. Like I am literally going over and kicking the chair out under. You know what I mean? Like, why not? Because like the thing is, like, he could still have this ultimate power with whatever's going to happen here. Because again, I saw 2 boss fights on the thing, right? We're going to have a second boss fight. But you know when you have the preview boss fight thing. But yeah, like embarrass him as well. Like just do a little kick. Like he can still do like whatever like thing he's going to say to us now, but he'll be on the floor. You know, you finally. Oh, oh, what the hell? Why'd you do that for? I had a speech planned. You're not doing any more speeches. No, it was a whole speech. I wrote it down. I wrote everything down. Look, it's a piece of paper right here. I wrote it down. Like, just kick the chair. Kick it. We know he's not doing anything good. Kick him. Kick the chair.
Looks like Lady Osner's failed.
Kick the chair.
What a shame. She was just one step away from tearing the flame of dreams off the servants and tossing them into the Holy Grail as fuel.
Tearing the flame of dreams, by the way.
But that's the business world for you. No matter how capable your collaborator is, you gotta handle the most critical parts yourself.
Man, it's so sucky that he's doing this again. Like, he's big part of taking advantage of her once again when the Alfalfa family was already such a big part of, like, taking advantage of her originally.
Oh, fudgehead. It's time to tell us what kind of stinking pie you're cooking up with this Holy Grail war.
We could just end his existence. That might be fun. You practically have one foot in the grave. Don't tell me you're gonna wish for immortality.
Oh, I've lived for 10 Ember eras already. As long as I give the word, my medical team can squeeze a few more years out of these old bones.
Not if I kick that chair. Then why are you trying to crush your business rivals? I heard there's some bad blood between you and my master.
What a great misunderstanding. There are no enemies that can't be made into friends in the world of business.
Good point. But I'm still very curious about your little scheme.
Yeah, 100%. Mr. Oti, surely you wouldn't be like the mages I know, willing to forsake both life and humanity to reach the root of all things.
Miss, what you're talking about is something only the Genius Society.
Then tell us what it is. Tell us what the real reason is. Because I thought it was just for entertainment.
I've been very clear about this from the start. The Charmony Festival met a hasty wrap. And Penacony needs a fresh economic boost.
Right.
We need to create a business venture that will
That's what I was thinking, because he said this at the start, right? But he didn't say this to us directly. He said it to, like, Skott and stuff, right? Like, because that's what I was assuming that he wanted to do. But I thought it was also he wanted to make a wish at one point, but then I was like, maybe it's actually just he wants to, maybe it's like more just literally just the business side of things, but there has to be something else, right?
A holy grail that grants wishes is just the golden goose we need. If this ritual works, then Penacony will own a glorious show to keep the money rolling in for 10 more Ember eras. A carnival that even the Charmony Festival can't compete with.
And there it is. He just wants to create a big, massive event, which again, it's one of those things where, like, I think even like when I was thinking like, oh, is it just a wishes? But then we went on the idea of like it being like, no, it's probably money, right? Is because like they've been very clear with what his personality is like. But again, there could be something else. There could be something different here. But it makes sense because we were even thinking along those lines too of the idea of like, if you do have like this idea where you can grant all these wishes, it will attract more people. What, the Holy Grail? Did you hear about the Holy Grail? We have to show up to the Holy Grail stuff next year. We missed it last year. We cannot miss it this year.
Even if I do have some personal objectives in this first ever Penacony Holy Grail War, that's not
so there is something else. Tell us what else it is. Why don't you just ask the Holy Grail for cash? And yeah, just...
What I like is watching people swarm into Penacony, spending their entire fortunes just to buy a chance to enter the Holy Grail War. I like having alfalfa credits pour out of the Gilded Hour, entering the Cosmic Exchange. I like seeing my business rivals being crushed and manipulated, and then lose everything in the end. I like to acquire companies that I've never heard of, fusing them into my empire with a mere wave of my pen.
Man, kill this guy. Like, he's sitting here doing, like, I'm doing legal crimes, you know? Like, I am doing legal, like, immoral actions. And I'm saying legal because a lot of this stuff, like, generally is, like, technically in this world legal, right? The idea of, like, crushing his rivals and then, like, you know, acquiring companies that and then, like, you know, it's like, it's all, like, trying to create, like, this, like, weird monopoly, and he's rubbing his ring like a weirdo, too.
The Golden Hour will set the prices for goods based on my desires. And the Blue Hour will craft Penaconian fashion based on my whims.
I want to get rid of this guy. I've wanted to get rid of this guy, like, since the start.
Do you honestly believe Penacony was built on empty ideas like dreams and wishes? No. What truly underpins and supports the city is what you deem crude. It's the unending flow of money. On this rock called money, we have built the planet of festivities.
I know someone's gonna be like, Oti makes a lot of sense, and like, you know, he's actually like in a lot of ways the other characters are wrong and he's right, you know? That's nuance. It's nuance to say bad guy good. No matter what your plans may be, there can only be one victor in the Holy Grail War. Your actions in this farce have already placed every servant squarely against you. Now we stand together before you, shrewd merchant. I just want to finish what I didn't get to do a few hours ago. I'm sick and tired of the fish heads. The head of this old desperate fogey with his broken dreams are what I call a real trophy. You see the evil man's old head as a trophy? I thought you had better taste than that, Lancer.
It seems you're all eager to prepare for my demise. But since there can only be one winner in this game, how do you plan to decide the victor after I bow out? Why don't we discuss a collaboration instead? Whoever can eliminate the others shall have the chance to make their wish to the Holy Grail. See, I will give you that right.
Do you think, and again, this is really well written, but I want to make this clear, like someone like who's like the head of the Alfalfa family, right? Like the idea that he does value money and business and commerce more than anything else, right? It's a great character writing. It's great. And I think also at the same time too, like the way he like looks at every character in here is like, yeah, wouldn't you want to like betray them? But like I can't see anyone betraying each other here for that idea. Even Aventurine, right? Like he's not here for the Holy Grail. He's not. He's here to make, you know, like again, it would go against Jade's wishes for what Aventurine's doing, which is to make friends. And like right now, Aventurine standing side by side with Boothill, Archer, Stelle, Saber, and Lancer is more beneficial than getting the Holy Grail even. Because again, that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to make more connections, more friends.
We can even formalize it with a contract, using precise logical language to word our wishes, ensuring the Holy Grail fulfills everyone's desires. After all, isn't this the very moment you've all been fighting for? Masters and servants?
No peaceful resolutions, please. This is far into show. Are you trying to make me laugh? See, the thing is, though, as well, though, like, it says peaceful resolutions, but he's talking about, like, defeating each other, right? Eliminate the others, shall have the... Yeah, so whoever can eliminate the others, so we still have to eliminate other people as well. A Holy Grail that sullies everyone's wishes is just counterfeit for us to smash to pieces, isn't that right, Master? So, he's trying to say, like, hey, like, you can make your wish, you know what I mean? You can do this, like, and we can decide it there, so, like, it doesn't have to get any uglier, right? But, like, from the perspective of, like, you know, again, the Fate characters, one of the reasons why they were even brought here is because the Holy Grail has been used for it's been misused. And we see here now he's using it as a commodity. So, and again, they talked about how that fuels it anyway. The idea of like the attention and the event itself is fueling it also. But like it's definitely being used in the wrong way.
Nah, we need to whip this fella's hind end, then smash it to pieces.
Because I think even the Fate character said like even in their own world, the Holy Grail is like kind of like always the wishes that you get from the Holy Grail aren't always like wishes that you would like want to have. Again, the monkey's paw type thing. I wish for $1 million, $1 million land on your back and crush your back, you know? Our opinions are rarely aligned, but I'm fond of this idea. What do you think, Mr. Aventurine? It's nice to play as the hero of justice now then, isn't it, Aventurine?
Well, I've already been the scapegoat once today, so I'll pass this opportunity to Mr. Oti.
To be the scapegoat? My master, it seems I won't be able to claim the Holy Grail for you. You made the right choice. I must thank Miss Note's dream for showing me the truth. What truly matters is not the ending, but the journey we take to chase something and deliver from destruction. I do think this is a really beautiful note as well. My perception of the entire story, and again, maybe it's just my interpretation, also is like how, like, you know, but again, it's not just saying that's not what it is, but like, this is beautiful too. Like the idea that, yeah, it's about the journey, because that's been a big thing in like Honkai Star Rail anyway. It's about the journey that you take as well, right? And the people, it's not about always like what the outcome is in the end. It's about like your passion throughout your journey. I also think it's absolutely beautiful that we have a character like Saber that can relate to Stelle in so many ways, as I said, with the idea of like, you know, understanding your place in this world isn't defined by the ending or the bad parts. It's also like, you know, the good parts you bring to life too. I don't need the Holy Grail. The wishes I did not fulfill will end here.
If you are all so keen to make me your enemy, I suppose I'll have to become the final challenge on this variety show. The rules said a master is supposed to summon a historical figure as their servant to enter the Holy Grail War, but who should I summon? This question has haunted me for quite some time.
So you're saying he wants to summon a master as well? Or a servant, I guess, sorry.
Should I get the washed-up director I sponsored? Or the legendary star whose name I purchased? No, they are not worthy of being my servant.
Man, speak. Tell us who then.
That's when a thought crossed my mind. Why not summon myself? The person who's still standing strong after 10 amber eras of business intrigue? Isn't this living legend staring back at me in the mirror?
I always think it's so funny where it's like you'll have like the most manipulative, like abusive, horrible businessman in the world, even in our life too, and they're like, man, I've lasted as a businessman for 10 decades. I've been around for 200 years. And you're like, but yeah, but you had to like literally like do everything but kill people to get where you are. Yeah, but I did it. It's like, okay, cool, dude, great achievement.
I used myself as the catalyst. I wanted to see how the business magnate Oti reflected in the history of Penacony would respond to my call as a servant. I wanted to see how people truly view me in history.
And you got your answer. But the problem is there's a lot of propaganda about the family too, right? Like, you know, they make sure that people like admire them and adore them, right? In a lot of ways too.
The answer really hurts. To them, I'm nothing but a parasite, sucking out the sap of Penacony's oak from the top.
Interesting. Because again, then I definitely got like a part of this wrong then for sure. Because like I always thought that like when he's saying that like I want to see how people truly viewed me, but I wonder if it's a thing where like I come from the idea where they use Sunday and Robin as the figureheads that people loved, but people maybe had a natural. I think people, maybe I'm misremembering. I think people probably did have a natural distrust towards some members of the family. Maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe I was wrong about that. Especially people down below in the other area before, like, you know, the darker, I forget what the name is. But like, yeah, so there are people there that obviously don't like the family as well, of course. But I was just, I guess, thought that, like, you know, maybe the family were using, like, they're kind of like, which I think they were, but it was more just Robin and Sunday, I guess they were beloved. Yeah. I guess I should have thought of that aspect. But yeah, that's really cool. I love that people see you as a parasite.
Madly devouring.
I love that people see you like this, because that's what you are. Yeah. Oh man, the cutscenes in this have been so great that every time a cutscene happens, I'm just like, ah! What is he doing? Oh, he's gonna turn into a bug? No way. Actually, a great idea. Because here's the thing, you know what I just thought in my head? Oh, this is like a swarm boss, right? Not a great number of weaknesses that we can do this.
The person we've been talking to was old Oti's servant all along?
Ah, so this is so it wasn't Oti, it was his servant that we've been talking to. That's interesting, and he summoned himself throughout history. I actually think this is really great, and I'll tell you why. I was so ready in my mind to be like, oh yeah, but they're not gonna like have like if you're gonna have an Oti boss battle and you're not gonna actually have Oti there. It's always one of my biggest gripes is like about Honkai Star Rail is like they'll be like, get ready to fight. You know, this main character that you has a model and a character design and everything, and then it goes, but they're the manifestation of a monster. The monster appears for them, and it's like again they could explain it story-wise, so I'm not always like complaining about it, but like it's always something that always like irks me a little bit. It's like, man, you have these great character designs, like make a boss battle from them, but this time around it's like, oh, that's actually sick. The idea of Oti being like, I'm seen as a bug in this world, a parasite, and he becomes like this bug parasite. That's great. That's creative. That's so creative. Music, man! What the hell?
The harmony will soon play in unison.
This music is wild. Oh, like with the blood falling as well. Wait, is he getting shield back? Is that what I saw there? Okay, he gets 35 turns. This is gonna be a problem. He gets like 35 turns. This music is actually sick. I love Saber's move so much, man. It's so... Activate your command spell. Wait, is this the...
Stand still.
Where's the command spell? Oh, we have to wait for them to have their turns.
I order.
The command spell is fully charged energy Saber to unleash... Oh, awesome, okay. I love the way they call the ultimate the Noble Phantasm. She's so cool. She's so cool. She's so cool. I am gonna be wishing on Saber. Obviously, Heistlands comes first, but like we can wait to wish on Saber. But Saber will be like, I definitely want to wish on Saber. 110%. She's so cool. Look at that! She's so sick! Wait, did she have voice acting there? So maybe she does have voice acting. Love this music, man. Man, she's so cool. Like, again, maybe it's one of the reasons why I love Su Shang so much as well. It's just like a freaking RPG hero with like a sword, you know? It's so cool. Decay Eulogy. Love this stuff, love this stuff. Of course, one of the 85,000 turns they get.
May as well kill them all.
May as well. Yeah.
Good times never last.
This music is wild.
Time to say
It's so
bye.
wild.
Boom.
Lovely stuff. Bastola, here we go again. I adore her so much. And again, more of the Noble Phantasm, I guess. I kind of want to make sure I'm paying attention to the back of her splash screen as well. Man, he has so many turns. He supersedes. I didn't get to see it there because I was talking like an idiot. Look at her, watch. Ah! It's so sick. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely stuff. Your own bugs got you, bug boy. Lending his servants meet us while he stays behind the scenes. We must break the Holy Grail and lose the war of attrition against these. Okay, I'll leave behind the visitors and do the king's rounds face around the army, aren't they? Leave Aventurine alone, maybe? Yeah, this one I'm talking about. I know he doesn't have 25 turns, but it feels that way because he's just constantly doing stuff.
Hedge your bets. Going all in. Tabs on me.
Lovely stuff.
The dice have been cast.
This music feels like a,
or
you know,
maybe
an absolutely crazy, you know, indie final boss, you know?
All in.
Lovely stuff again. Again, another turn.
May song bring us victory. All together.
I know they're gonna cut off the song again, which is so funny, but you know, we gotta deal with it. We gotta live our lives. So freaking cool. Look at that move. She's so, even the stance she has is so cool. I love her. What? World-ending move here?
Watch your head.
Stand still.
Tonight, souls shall live tonight. The stars echo because of me.
It's sickening.
Crush it, Saber.
Again, it's needed, but it's sickening. It's needed, but we need it. You know, it's needed, but I don't need it. She's so cool. Look at, oh my god, she's insane. She's insane. More bugs. Oh, look at this. They're like fighting back to back here as well. Aventurine with his finger gun. What the hell? I know he clicks his fingers, doesn't he? Oh my god, the visuals of this. What the hell? Oh, I'm back to back Boodle. Huh?
With the command spell, I command you
No
to
way.
unleash your noble phantasm. Shatter the Holy Grail.
Saber. Oh my god, all of them together. I love they're letting all the fake characters do their thing here. That's so sick. Look at her, she's so sick. It's Stelle. Oh my god. She's so great. Imagine seeing that in the distance as well. No, she's the best. She's so freaking sick. Do you think I can navigate, like, okay, like, I think we have enough to wish on if we wanted to and also get high ceilings. We're here? Okay. We just warped out of there. No, she's so awesome. And again, maybe it is because, like, I think, you know what it's kind of like? You know what, if everyone's wearing a black suit, it's like, wow, all those black suits look gorgeous. And then someone's wearing a gray suit and you're like, oh, you stand out. And I think in a lot of ways it is like kind of one of those things where it's like, everyone's moves are so crazy and powerful and gigantic and like sometimes world bending and creative, and I love them, right? Like I love Aventurine like standing over as all the chips fall down. You know, Boot Hill going through the country western scenery is so awesome as well, you know? These are great, awesome moves, right? Like Robin walking down the stairs as she's saying, this is great. But I think because Saber's move is so like simplistic and just like, hey, pick up a sword, powerful sword, whack, you know, power stance as she does it. It makes her stand out quite a bit. It's like, oh, she's just like this heroic, like medieval character. It's awesome, you know? And again, it's one of those things where like it doesn't make any character lesser than it. Just make like, you know, get characters to stand out, you know? That's awesome. It's like the way Lucas stands out because his move is this, I'm punching you with a flame fist.
Is this grand theater ever gonna see a day of peace? I'm starting
This is awesome. That was really
for
awesome.
The Bloodhounds and the Dreamweavers.
No need to feel bad for a heritage building insured with hundreds of different policies.
Yep.
Old Oti would never allow himself to lose a single coin over that.
What's really funny is that Aventurine understanding this is so great. You know what I mean? He's like, dude, yeah, don't feel bad. Like, now he's not, now we would feel bad. He's like, buddy, this guy's insured, you know? But like, at this point, Oti wouldn't be allowed to keep going, right? I feel like at this point, like, there would be like a meeting to be like, hey, maybe we should like get him out of here. Like, there's no way we can like, I understand sometimes we let people just go away with stuff, but like, we can't let Oti away with this. Right? So we dragged him to this Holy Grail War, we're hiding in the shadows, and none of you are going to make him pay. Exactly, right? We should give him a good thrashing, 110%. We should.
Unfortunately, no master was harmed in the making of this show. Even if we tried to hold him accountable, he'd probably just brush it off with his usual tricks. The best legal team money can buy, and sky-high compensation.
Is this Honkai Star's way of just being like, bah, we get rid of Oti? No, I understand what Aventurine's saying. He's like, this game is so realistic to real life. It legitimately is so realistic to real life. Because again, not only talking about like, oh, he has insurance, so it doesn't really matter like what happens to his place as well. Talking about all the business acumen he has. Like this guy who has more money than like we'll ever see in our freaking life. Of course he has a freaking team of lawyers that will get him off everything. And here's the thing, you know what's so funny? And a lot of times, like if I played this game as a kid, I'd be like, there's no way that they'd let him off with that. The police should come and arrest him, and they'd take him in the cuffs, and they'd bring him to the prison, and he'd be all gone out of society. You know, I'd be like that. But now as an adult, I'm kind of like, ugh. This happens every day in our lives where like the richest, most powerful people just get to do stuff. So it's like one of those things where like while I'm frustrated and I feel like I'm never going to do business with him again. He shouldn't be part of the story talking to us ever again without us getting to beat him up. But like, it's like, Aventurine knows this world. He knows the seedy parts of this world, and he's 100% correct in saying that like, he's like, hey, like I just did a game here, proved that I was trying to kill people. Who died? Who died? You know? Now, the best thing we could do is like get that council together that the Astro Express is part of, that the IPC is part of, and like replace him. But I don't know if like people won't even like go that far.
And I fear the Holy Grail War has already given him returns.
Oh yeah, people are already
beyond
talking about it. And they just saw a big explosion coming from the theater. Like, it's gonna be talked about forever.
The silver lining is that this little spectacle will serve as the perfect excuse during negotiations.
Yep.
For Madame Jade to pry open an even bigger opportunity in
This is the issue as well, though. It's like I don't want the IPC to have their foothold in other places either. I want to make that clear. We said this at the time when the IPC got like their foothold in Penacony. It's legitimately a thing though. Like, yes, as you said, they're gonna have a meeting with like maybe Jade, the IPC, and the Astro Express, and like if the negotiations go down where it's like, well, look, you did this thing here, we can't trust you. We're getting more of a percentage in this, or we're going to start a whole thing here. And again, I'm sure Penacony doesn't want to start a war with the IPC either. And the IPC obviously doesn't want to spend time going through their lawyers either, of course. But it's one of those things where it's like, I'm pretty sure Oti might just be like, yeah, I'll give you like another bit of percentage. I'll sell a bit more percentage here just to like, you know, keep everything, you know, like as long as I'm still making money. So really, I do think that this could lead to like IPC getting more of a foothold in this place. Which again, it's like, who wins? Everybody loses. It's one of those things. You know?
Oh, don't say it like that. This is a good thing for Penacony shareholders.
Legitimately, I'm not I know like we're shareholders, but it's also like a thing where it's like, I love you, Aventurine. I love you with every bit of my heart. I love Topaz, right? I've grown so you know, fond of Topaz. In terms of like, you know, adjacent IPC members in the, you know, adjacent like Dr. Ratio, I love him. You know, we love individual characters here, but like there's no thing in this world that would ever make IPC like intervention in a place not be at the baseline scary. Like, yes, 100% we can make deals with the IPC like we did with Topaz to help out Belobog, but if it wasn't for that deal we made there, the IPC was owning Belobog.
These Pentaconian rules, stinking of money won't keep me down. Lancer, let's go take care of that old butcher.
Let's go! Master, while I'm all in on the suggestion, time's running out. We're at the Holy Grail holding us up. Our servants need to go back to where we belong. Are you leaving already?
Such a shame, brother.
Oh, you liked him.
If we ever cross paths again, I'll take you to the finest honky-tonk in the cosmos for a drink.
Finest in the cosmos. That's something to look forward to. Alright, no need for a tearful farewell from us bros. Let's not ruin a good thing we've had together till we meet again, buddy. No, I love a tearful farewell. And you two, seriously, why can't I never get a proper fight with you? Is that so? I distinctly remember beating you. You know me, just a humble archer. Let's call this another loss for me on me. I'm done arguing with you lot. I'm gonna take another peek at Pentaconi's views before leaving for good. And so it's time to say goodbye, Master. I have to admit, you had your fashion sense because usually it'll work. Aventurine never... Actually, I do agree. You could open up the heart. No, it's not, I know it's not a heart. It's like, what? It's a spade or whatever. Open it up a little bit more. Like, if you made it all the way down here, take the jacket off, take the shirt off, you know? Maybe, you know? Just a little bit, you know what I mean? Just a lot of it. Just a lot of it. Just everything. Just, you know? Just a... Thank God Adrilla can't see me at all times. Actually, she might be like, no, you're appreciating beauty. She's like, I look to my God Adrilla and she's like, yeah! All your guys' gods, they look down on you. My God sees me like, you know, drooling over Aventurine and goes, woo! Hell yeah, you get it. Yeah, in real life, I don't believe in gods. I'm not religious. In Honkai Star Rail, I am religious for Adrilla. But it's really sweet. I've genuinely got to have fought side by side in the Holy Grail, but that's sweet. That's so sweet. I still can see the determined heart of a child you once were underneath all your grand speeches. Oh my God, an extravagant fair. You know what would feel pretty good to be a hero just once. This is so true. Beyond all Aventurine's like gambling and his like, you know, his sneakiness, like we felt that too. Like he has that like still the younger self inside of him always.
Let's skip the last minute psychoanalysis, all right? And when it comes to fashion, you're not much better than me, guardian of humanity.
Legitimately, Aventurine does dress better than you, and his hair is better than yours, and he wears a really cool earring, and he has like a really cool bracelet. That brings up a good point. Why would I, guardian money, get summoned to a world without the counterforce? You should know that why you were summoned here. You were summoned as a heroic spirit. A hero, huh? I'll chalk it up to a beautiful dream. A faint smile tugged the man's cold face before it vanished from sight. Soon only the final pair of master and servant remained. Saber and Stelle. Wow. Great boss battle. Great moment. Great reasoning as to why Oti's not gone. Because again, like I am one of those people who would be like, get him out of there, get him out of there. But like again, as I said before, it's the same reason why we didn't tell the world about Cocolia. It's the same reason why in other games, I'm not going to say what it is just in case I spoil it. In other games, we will have stories of characters where people are like, she committed so many crimes, you should get her out of there. But it's like, getting a political person out of power or a leader out of power has so many different strings attached to it. Like, Honkai Star Rail, once again, is like so real to real life. They get factions so correct. They get ideas surrounding religion so correct. They get ideas surrounding like, you know, even like, corporations so correct. And I love once again, Aventurine is the one that like acknowledges it. He's just because he deals with this stuff all the time. It's just really smart writing. Saber, I'm glad I was summoned to a strange world and got to experience with you. Saber, you have no idea how you've become like a character that I just appreciate like every other Honkai Star Rail character. Like, it's crazy to me. I'm not great at farewells. I saw your fears in a dream, Master. Don't be burdened by the emotions that come with being a human. The fear of the unknown, the dread of loss, and the regret of what you couldn't achieve. Every Heracles, even Heracles, was just a child. Heracles. Even Heracles. Hey, Heracles. Hey. It changes completely when you say, hey, Heracles. Hey. Hey, Heracles. Hello. It's very different. Was just a child before becoming a hero. Yeah, it's like, people grow into him. You may not be strong enough now, but I have faith that you'll eventually become a star that illuminates their entire cosmos. Like you did. You know what's so cool? Like, about this as well, is that this is another theme as well. The idea of, like, leaving behind a mark that allows people to, like, guide that too. And I do think Stelle is going to be the person for future Trailblazers. Not just future Trailblazers. Look what she did for Finon. Finon is so inspired by her. You know what I mean? Like, it is 100% a thing where, like, she is a star in the sky. Where she is a star in the sky that is beloved by many, that people look to for inspiration as well. We could say who's Heracles, because maybe, but Heracles is like from my memory, is a Greek hero, right? Yeah, it's like a I don't know if you call them a they're not a god, they're like a demigod, right? They're a demigod that their papa was Big Daddy Zeusy. But yeah, we can say ask in their context who Heracles is, right? Okay. Master, please send my regards to the person who will become in the future. Oh, that's so lovely. Whoa, as the most did, a valiant girl night faded, vanishing just as she had arrived. At the same time, in Dreamflux Suite, the host of Holy Grail War is sitting elsewhere watching this scenery with interest. Wait, Oti?
The Holy Grail broke. What a shame. People have pursued it, fought for it, made sacrifices for it, and died for it. Much like they did for our own Penacony.
Why is he sitting here, by the way? This is so weird, right?
They poured their dreams into Penacony to shape the planet into what it is today. But the question is, has Penacony ever answered their dreams? Look at this Memoria singularity. 10 Amber Heirs have passed. And out of those who once came here to build Penacony from the ground up, only one despicable old man is left. His friends, his enemies, they're all gone. I must confess to both of you, my wish has been granted. No matter how you see me, no matter how deeply we hated each other in the past, the Holy Grail has recognized your achievements and brought you forth as heroic spirits.
So it's Grady and Note, right?
Don't you think this is a rather unique reunion of old friends? It's unfortunate that Mikhail, that old rascal, couldn't be here to join us.
I don't know. I don't think you should be allowed to call, these people old friends, in my view.
Mr. Oti, your wish truly moves me.
My opinion.
If I didn't know you better, I'd almost be swayed by your sweet words. A reunion of old friends. No. It's just another part of your business deal.
I totally agree with Grady here.
Grady? Or perhaps I should now address you as Mr. Rekka. Is the editing of the footage complete?
I've cut out everything related to the participants' privacy and kept only the most thrilling parts of the Holy Grail War. It may not be an artistic masterpiece, but it should meet your commercial expectations.
So they're still making a movie out of it. So yeah, this is real life, The person who is like the corrupt person who started this whole thing is going to get the benefit greatly from it.
That'd be enough for me. You artists always aim to carve your names into art's annals no matter the cost. Too bad those who actually succeed are as rare as the winners of the Holy Grail War.
Yeah, maybe if you didn't excommunicate someone from their freaking, artistry job.
I'm not like that. What else can truly measure the effort you've put in apart from cold, hard cash?
The memories of former heroic spirits are also worthy compensation.
It's so weird that this isn't Rekka now, I guess. Or is it? Like, what's happening with this? Like, why did he use Rekka? Just because Rekka's like an accomplished filmmaker in modern times?
Memories of a flop director like Greedy? Do enlighten me. What worth do those hold?
Oh, don't start with that. You have no idea how much people appreciate, like, average directors in modern times. Like, it happens.
His memories are indeed positively worthless as a filmmaker, but when it comes to him as a person, those memories are treasures beyond compare. He has had his struggles, disappointments, and defiance, only to be reduced to another nameless nobody. That man is a symbol of the Penacony of his times, a most ridiculous clown, and a most genuine hero.
This is a great shot for Rekka's face here, honestly. Really good looking.
How could I ever miss out on a memory with as many facets as a veritable diamond? But now, I'm more curious about you, sir. You've spent so much money, only to create such an unsightly mess. Aren't you worried you'll end up in disgrace like Greedy?
A merchant at my age who still cares about dignity would be an absolute failure.
Oh, in that case, my business here is settled.
That also makes sense, by the
I'll
way.
take my leave.
You know, like a lot of again, businessmen, while they have fragile egos in our time as well, like a lot of people who like are unbelievably rich, right? They have the most money in the world and they're still the most fragile people in the world in terms of their perception of themselves. Yeah, they don't care about dignity. Dignity isn't like the last thing they care about, you know?
All right. It's your turn, Miss Hasna. I'll sign the declaration to renounce the trademark on your name and all rights to your creative works. Are you happy with that?
This is not even a gift. This should have happened like long ago. This is literally like slapping someone and then giving them cream afterwards for the mark on their face. It's like, you know, it's like a, I don't know, it just doesn't see, it's not a gift.
Happy? Never. But if you don't carry it through, I'll squeeze your puny neck with every ounce of my strength until I disappear. I'll watch you take your last breath, even if I know it won't actually kill you.
That's so sick. She's so sick.
Goodbye, Penacony's most successful merchant. There's some.
I know I didn't skip her. If anything, no, my trigger finger. Yes! Tell him. But she also said, there's something I always wanted to say to you. That's awesome. That's so sick. He deserves way less. He deserves way more horrible things being said to him, honestly.
Now that's a heartfelt confession. Hasna, I do hope your wish comes true one day.
Same. At the same time aboard the Express. Okay. I'm happy to be here, happy to be on the Express. We love being on the Express. Far from the hard heated battle, the servant summoned on the rider class stays on the sidelines for the very beginning. Okay. As a rider, he once built an unsinkable ship, a little ship named the Compass. As a rider, he once was a nameless who rode the stars aboard the International Express. Centuries have passed now. Now, heroic spirit of the young man finally returns to the place where he once worked tirelessly. As an old friend awaits him, my son, oh my god, my son.
March 7th is always bringing back bizarre and curious things.
Oh my god.
One time she even brought back something called a raiding pistol, and it only gave Pom Pom a single point.
Oh, and like Pom Pom getting to talk to him as well is so sweet as well.
Also, watch out for Himiko's coffee. It's the most terrifying beverage Pom Pom's ever encountered.
Pom Pom's so happy.
Don't ever tell her that to her face.
Of course. That's so sweet. I'm sorry, but like him getting to talk to Mikhail like this, I'm so over the moon.
Is it worse than the tea from Granholm's hometown?
Oh my god, he's so traveled for being a baby. Calvin, he's Ashley Mikhail. You said it just a second ago. You can't trust what I said 2 seconds ago. That was 2 seconds ago. This is a baby, and he's our son.
100 times worse.
Oh, this is very sweet. It's so sweet. Oh, his laugh.
I'd love to have a try.
Oh?
And that person is always dragging March 7th into trouble. Pom Pom had such high hopes for Don Hong, but even he started to follow along now.
I love it. Don Hong is also getting into trouble with us. I love it. Oh my god. He never was Mikhail, by the way. In the lore, he actually, it says it in the lore, he's a baby. That's what it says in the lore. Give us back Misha, okay? We don't need him as some ancient being Mikhail. You know? He's a fragment of Mikhail. Fragment of a baby.
You passengers are all the same. Mikhail, you're spacing out again.
Who's Mikhail?
What's going through that head of yours?
And here's the thing, I want to make a side note. I'm gonna break my my whole thing here. Side note: it is amazing that Pom Pom gets to talk to Mikhail right now. It is absolutely amazing. It is such a fantastic idea for a scene as well, especially with Pom Pom being so excited. Okay, back in Honkai Star Rail. That's a baby.
Conductor, looks like it's time to say our goodbyes again.
Pom Pom. I'm learning that Pom Pom is such a beautiful soul as well as time goes on too. You want them to be happy also, right? You really do. Oh,
Will
Pom Pom.
you be returning to the Express?
Maybe. I'm just happy to hear that so many people like me have boarded the Express over the years.
That is amazing again. Again, we talk about the stars in the sky that have inspired people from the future. Mikhail being someone who like is looking now and being like, oh my god, look at all the people that are here Sunday. You know, Black Swan was here, you know. People just show up randomly just to hang out. It's so cool.
The nameless come and go. Some find a place they want to stay, while others keep moving forward. Just like the silver rails that never stop. That's the Astral Express. I'm sure the conductor's future will never be lonely.
This is the passion I have for this scene, right? For someone who, like, as I said, like, you know, tries to ignore as much as possible that, like, this is not just a baby. You know what I mean? Like, they make it so hard because, like, this is an important scene for Pom Pom's story and for, like, the Astral Express in general. Having Mikhail be, like, just not only say all this stuff, but to talk about the idea of, like, how, like, you know, a Trailblaze's journey is so different. As I said here, like, some will stop, some will keep going. But you'll never be lonely. You'll always have people here. Because again, Pom Pom accepts so many people in here. Oh, Pom Pom. Oh my god, man. It's so beautiful.
The Holy Grail War is coming to an end, and wandering souls must return to their rest. I need to go back to Penacony.
Aww.
Mikhail, remember, whether you leave or stay, the Astral Express will always be the home of the Nameless. Pom Pom will always be here, waiting for your return.
This is so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
It's a deal then, conductor. The next time the Express stops at Penacony,
Jeez,
please sound
dude.
the horn for me, Rosalina, and Tiernan. If we can hear it, then we'll definitely come visit you.
Man, I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown. Because then also at the same time too, there's people who probably didn't do the fake collab, right? I'm not saying, again, I always have to say, I'm never saying like you play the game how you want to play, but like then this is like one of the most important scenes for the Astral Express in general. This is like such a, like, it's a solidification of, a solidifying scene that shows like all these like things that we believe about the Astral Express, you know, like are like still, you know, ideals that Pom Pom carries with them. and that, you know, the love that Pom Pom still has for Mikhail is like seen throughout the entirety of their journey throughout the Express too, and what they give to the Express also, the welcoming nature, not being alone because they accept so many people, being happy there's so many people being accepted in here as well.
It's a promise.
Amazing. Oh, the smile, Pom Pom. Oh my god, that's my son. Gather your thoughts to the present. If there really is a chance to fill a wish, what will be yours, Stelle? Make a silent wish.
You see, wishes lose their power once spoken aloud.
That does sound like something you'd say.
You are so pretty. Like what? Like. Okay, save some for the rest of us. Save some pretty for the rest of us, Robin.
Anyway, the first Holy Grail War orchestrated by old Oti ended up being the last one.
Good. I love that this is all just us remembering this, right?
But the Dream Bubble movie, co-produced by Mr. Rekka and Dr. Edward, became a huge hit. Not only did it fill up movie theaters in Epsilon, it even created a new dream-chasing trend throughout the stars. Mr. Oti and the IPC's Penacony branch made quite the fortune from it.
I'm so happy to know that the IPC and Oti made money. Oh my god, I'm so happy. What about my... Yeah, exactly.
As Mr. Aventurine guessed, Oti simply brushed everything off as entertainment when questioned about placing family heads and shareholders in danger.
It's crazy how realistic it is. I want to get so frustrated, but it's so realistic. It's so realistic.
While compensation and lawsuits are inevitable, I suspect he already knew exactly what was coming, even before the Holy Grail was activated.
Yeah, like we can call Oti a lot of things, but he's not an idiot. You know what I mean? We can call Oti everything under the sun, but he's not stupid.
Now, old Oti did say he planned to give you some money, but even he thought that was too crude.
I'll take, again, here's the thing, like, give me the money, you know? I'll smack him with it.
So instead, he gave us the most valuable thing from this Holy Grail War.
Yeah? Too crude, no crude's good. This is his apology. He's not apologizing. Again, I think Stella would ask for the money as well. Here's the thing, you'd be like, I wouldn't want the money off this person, but if someone puts you through some really horrible things, right? Like, I think if someone asked for compensation for that, I'd never look down to them. You know, like we have that in real life when people go like, oh, so they asked for money? It's like, yeah, they went through something horrible. Let them get money out of it. You know what I mean? That's like at least a consolation of some kind, you know?
There's something inside the Holy Grail. I think this is a note for you.
Hey, sister. Since you all look pretty busy, I headed out with Hook. Big thanks to Mr. Oti for buying this rare trinket I got my hands on. That's how I could afford this spontaneous trip.
Sample?
By the way, aren't you curious what old Sempo's wish to the Holy Grail was?
No. Whatever, let's give him something.
I knew it, sis. You're still thinking about old Sempo.
We gotta give you something.
And I won't lie, the audience is waiting for it too. All right, folks, the show's over. But if there's anything still out there that can hear and fulfill my wish, I wish for everyone in the world to be happy, joyful, free, and have their every desire fulfilled.
Okay, Sampo. That's pretty nice. Oh, there it is. Great. Okay, great stuff. I always say Sampo's just an amazing person. He's always... Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. We get the stuff with Asuna and also the stuff with Saber as well. Yeah, great stuff, right? Just absolutely great stuff. And the thing is as well, it's one of those things where I think they did an absolutely stupendous job. Wait. Wait, are characters from the Fate Club just going to continue to show up here now? Is that what's going to happen?
Just like...
That girl said you're not the Holy Grail. Oh, shorty Oti, he sure knows how to do business. He only decided to pass the problem off as a favor as the Holy Grail stopped gaining wishes or summoning heroic spirits. Isn't it just like stealing jewels from a treasure chest or tossing like an empty broken box? I wouldn't say Asked, why haven't you disappeared? Yeah, I thought he was gone. Who knows? It's probably just some excess magical energy in the battle continuation ability. After everyone else vanished, I was left behind. Since I won't be heading back to Throne of Heroes anytime soon. I'll consider these extra life hours as a gift and mercy from the Holy Grail. Okay. So yes, the Holy Grail remains, but its core has merged with the nature of this dream world and what you call Memoria. But that Skrull, I'm not sure what tricks he pulled, but he somehow extracted part of the ritual and turned into a special simulation device. Okay. I have to admit it, the world is such a truly some incredible mages. Layman's term, please. Anyway, this modified Holy Grail carries the original competition's logic along with the lingering data of the Pentaconian 12 hours. As long as you connect, it's still hard to get. As long as you connect, it's still hard to get used to modern terminology. Anyway, as long as you connect the Holy Grail, and you can relive the Pentaconian Holy Grail War, and it's but dream bubble. Okay. According to him, it will fill the simulation data with past starter using the user's memory as medium, so we can do the quest again. You may meet old friends of the Holy Grail, but honestly, I'm not that interested. The Heroes Arena and the Temple of Valhalla. Not ready to visit it just yet, just though I suppose it might fit me more than the peaceful Elysian feels. Anyway, I've delivered Mr. Skrull's message. It's time to waste the rest of my days outside. As for the rest, go and look for yourself. Okay. Cool. So there's a new mission as well. You can do another Holy Grail mission. Okay. That's cool as well. As I said, I know that there is a banner character that's a spoiler, so we can't go on the banner, but I do think I'm going to put Saber on the list of characters that I definitely want to have as a character as well. Yeah, my whole thing with this whole thing is I'm going to review it and talk about obviously I feel like it's obviously it's not like a gigantic big bout of lore, so we're not going to be I don't think we're going to be here as long as we would when we're talking about because some days we were talking about Amphoreus, so much stuff is happening, we were here for an hour because again, you needed to talk about this stuff. But I do think, let's go to the passenger cabin. My review on the quality of everything, just as a quick summary of my review of this, is that this was very good. I think parts of it were fantastic. I think that the introduction of new characters is really well done. I think that the part with the movie stuff, was... I enjoyed it, but then at times it was also man, this is going on for a while, right? And I think it was very long, right? It definitely was long, but I didn't really feel... at the end, whenever I started to feel bored, they did something really interesting, if that makes sense. So I didn't really feel too much of that as well, but I still liked it, so... I played this over the course of a few days and stuff as well, so it's obviously a little bit different as well. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things as well that I actually quite enjoyed it. And I think, again, as I said, the biggest testament I can say to this as well is that they introduced 3 new characters into the story that were from different franchises, and they didn't feel out of place. And not only that, but Saber became one of my favorite additions to this whole story as well, The lighting's so weird sometimes. You can see that it goes dark and light. Maybe that's just maybe my console is just absolutely broken. Maybe. It's good to have her out of the bed, right? For sure. All the pom-pom outfits. But yeah, I really thought this was great. It was really great. Let's talk about this, and the whole event, I guess. To summarize what I think this the story is, again, it's not like it's a big deciphering thing, but here what happened was Oti created this Holy Grail, or brought this Holy Grail to this world, or used the Holy Grail in this world in the improper way in order to attract people to Penacony, to invest more in Penacony, to create more of a spectacle in Penacony, so Penacony will make more money. The more people that come to Penacony and spend money, the more money Penacony will make. It created a whole new trend in the end for the Holy Grail and the dreams and chasing dreams. So in the end, he actually did achieve everything he wanted to achieve. Let's just be honest here. Oti succeeded. He got everything he could want out of this, and probably more as well, He created this whole situation where he put all of us in danger, all of us in a very terrifying situation in order just to make Penacony more profitable once again. And it already was profitable, he wanted to make more money. And that's a big part of his character. He's a character that genuinely wants to make money off of commoditizing and commercializing things, even in the most dangerous sense. And we know this because throughout the story, we have a character like Asuna, who was the head of the Iris family, who had their name copyrighted from them and taken from them, eventually leading to them, their death eventually as well. And we saw there that, like, even in that sense, the Alfalfa family and Grady was involved in the idea of shunning, and the whole society was involved with shunning her as well, to the point that, like, they were able to easily, take her away from her art and her work and all these things as well. And in her sense, I think she said at some point as well, like, there was like a big commercialization of, like, her name, and she no longer could actually own her name, but they still, like, had the rights to her name, which means they're probably using it for, like, commercial benefits as well. While, as we said in this episode, like in this whole part, that, like, yes, it was used for commercial benefits, but at the same time too, it was like very clearly a thing that drained on her, as it would, because she put her whole identity into her performances, into her music, into her art, into helping people, into singing for people. That's what she wanted to do. And they said in this episode, like, she could have, like, left for a different place. She could have left for a different world and probably made a better life for herself in a different place other than Penacony. But the problem is, just like in a way that they related to Robin as well, she loved performing for people. She loved making people happy. But she lived her life in suffering, trying to make other people happy over what the Alfalfa family did. And as I said, like, Grady definitely had to be involved in this too, even if it's not involved in it, right? It's one of those situations where, like, if a big, massive company shuns an actress or an actor, let's say, I'll use, like, an example. I'll use, like, Winona Ryder, who's, like, one of my favorite actors of all time. If a company takes Winona Ryder's job and tries to excommunicate her from the industry, they take all the rights to her production, her movies, her history, everything like this as well, and other companies, other bigwigs, other actors stand idly by and let it happen. And they're aware of it, they don't speak out, and they are very okay with not casting her ever again as well. To me, that is a thing where they are also complicit. And you could say, well, Calvin, like, then they'll lose their job too. And it's like one of those things where it's like, yes, but they're all, like, millionaires. They're all, like, making crazy money. So it's not one of those situations where, like, oh my God, he lost his video directing job and he's going to be, like, on the streets. No, it's like, he might not be able to make a movie again, but at least he stood up for something that was right. And people might say, well, Calvin, that's a very selfish view, like a very, like, narrow view. I don't think it is. I think it's one of those situations where we see more and more actors and movie stars over the history being like, I wish I was stood up for this person. I wish I said something. And it edited them for their whole lives. They've regretted it. I do think Grady does regret it. I think Grady does feel like, I wish I didn't, like, I wish, like, I maybe treated her better. I wish, like, I, like, because even in the no, he said, like, I was responsible for it as well. I will all bear the responsibility. And as I said, like, most actors, when you find out about, like, scandals or things like that as well, where something happens to, like, an actor, they go, like, yeah, I wish I said something at the time, which I think is, like, a really powerful thing. But it's the truth. It's like, but at that time, it's probably, like, too late. And so I'm not saying that, like, because there are people that are victims of that stuff as well that can't say anything and they're too scared to say anything, and it takes a while to say stuff, and they don't have the voice to say stuff, or they're drowned out by, like, money and power. But it is one of those things where, like, that's what happened to her. She had her life taken away from her. She had her name taken away from her. She had all of this stuff taken from her, to the point that she was just like this tortured soul who died trying to perform for the needy and people who, like, actually needed her to perform for her, but that she died. And again, it's one of those things that Grady admits. She died in a place that she shouldn't have been. She should have still been performing at a grand level and those things too. And we know in Penacony they do commercialization of a lot of things as well. They've commercialized, like, the heroic figures of our time. The Watchmaker is a cartoon, and all this stuff too. Like, we have, like, Hanu is like a cartoon, and, like, there's, like, everything is turned into, like, an amusement park, because that's what Penacony is. It's one big commercial hub. While it is a place of dreams, it's also about making money. There's a big gigantic Soul Glad bottle when you walk into Penacony, one of the most noticeable things in the world. It is a commercialized hub. It definitely is. But on top of that, with the Asuna story, I really love what they did with the Asuna story, because they took an NPC character that we didn't know anything about, but we could feel for them right away. We felt the emotions in them right away, and it was easy to fall for their character and really like their character quite a bit. And it related to the other characters in, like, a really strong way also. Like, I think, Robin could relate because she was inspired by this character, and, like, all performers were inspired by them as well. And that relates to the idea of, like, the star in the sky, the shining star for people to, follow in the future. And we saw that as well with, like, Saber, and we saw that with Stelle as well. And Mikhail as well, which they are considered, like, these stars in the sky that we follow also. Which is, like, inspiring future generations to do something. And that's what, like, in the end, we found out Asuna actually did do. She wasn't forgotten about. She wasn't someone who people didn't care about. She was someone that, like, inspired future generations, just the way that Stelle will inspire future trailblazers, just the way that Robin will inspire future people as well. and just the way she inspired Robin, and just the way that like Mikhail inspired Stelle, right? It's like this. There are these shining stars in the sky that you can follow as well, just like the king inspired Saber. Like it's a big theme of this, like the idea of inspiration and like, you know, getting the motivation through these type of things as well, which is like really, really powerful also at the same time too. But yeah, the Asuna story is heartbreaking. It's painful. And I kind of like think that what they've done really well with this, and even at the end of the story, instead of like, I do think weaker stories would have her be like, Oti, I'm just going to forget about it now. You know, it's all got done. Hating you won't do anything. I love that they have her in the end being like, dude, I hope you die. I hope you die. I would love to strangle you. I love that they let this girl be angry. Because Jesus Christ, if there's someone who deserves to be angry, it's her. You know what I mean? They did a really good job of like showing an absolutely broken and hurt person come into this world of this like new Holy Grail mission and making her into a character that like was like in absolute agony in real life and was sold off as a commodity and lost her name, but now she's back in like a figurative cage again, in a way fighting the Holy Grail War once again too. And her story also having this thing where she believes that trying anything and moving forward and trying to like, you know, make something of your life and pulling the proverbial sword out of the stone leads to something that could be more horrible, despite all the good parts too. And again, if someone's going through an absolutely horrific time, right? And let's say they had a breakup with a person that they loved, or I'm using a bad analogy, but like they had a breakup person with someone they loved. The first thing they say is, I wish I never met this person, right? Or they lose their job of 10 years and they say, I wish I never even applied for the job in the first place. Well, you know what I mean? And that's such a natural way to feel. In this sense, it's like her saying, like, I don't want anyone else to go through the same pain as me. So Stelle, you live in a world where you never went to the Astral Express. Saber, you live in a world where you never took the Sword of the Stone and you never like moved forward and became like on a campaign to become the king and with Camelot and all these things. It is a way of saying that life would be better if you didn't take the leap of faith. What we find out though is that yes, Dan Heng has gone back to, you know, the Xian Show, and yes, Welt has gone off in his own separate directions as well. But we know for sure that, like with Stelle's story, and I talk about this like in this episode a lot, if Stelle didn't go off, if Stelle didn't pick up that bat and pull her sword out of the stone, the world is worse. Like the world is legitimately worse. Penacony is worse. Xiancho is worse. Belobug is worse. Amphoreus is dead. There's no memories of Amphoreus. It's dead, right? It is gone. They die then and there. If Stelle did not show up in that moment, right, you know, as I said, right person, right time, Amphoreus is gone. There's no memory of Amphoreus even. It's just wiped away, and Iron Tomb is summoned. The world is destroyed. Stelle taking, and again, you could say, well, comment that's other characters too, 100%, but Stelle is literally said in Amphoreus, her showing up as the hero changes everything for Amphoreus. Like, if it wasn't for Stelle, the world is gone. Like, and that's what we have to look at. If she didn't get on the Astral Express, the world is gone. And that's why I think it, and again, that's the point. It's like from the perspective of someone like Asuna, she's like, well, this world will be better, like you won't have to go through so much pain. But the problem is with that is that the pain is coupled with like glory and succeeding to the point that you are saving other people's lives. Factually so, Stelle getting gazed upon and Belobog helped save Belobog from the Stellaron crisis. You know, this is just a factual statement. You know what I mean? If Stelle did not board the Astral Express, the world dies. And that's just the truth. And again, you could say, well, Calvin, with Saber, all the bad stuff that happened to her too, but I love the way they framed her story as like, well, yes, bad stuff did happen after that with Merlin's prophecy, but they framed it as being like, well, she still wants to fight for her people, and she would love to do it in a different way and still try to do it. It's not about like just the bad things that happen, but the journey that you take as well. And she doesn't regret taking the Sword of the Stone because she would fight for England once again as well, you know? I'll fight for England, yay, you know? And to me, that is like a very compassionate and passionate view as well. We look at then also at the same time too, Asuna's story. She wishes she never became a singer. And here's the thing, she's totally 110% in her rights to be like, I wish I never even got this celebrity status, because look what happened to me. She was absolutely emotionally brutalized. right? And she died. She died, like being a performer, right? In the kind of like lower level worlds. I don't mean to say lower level. I mean lower level in terms of like the status that they would consider in Pentaconi. I don't want to say like, oh, they're lower, they're less than. She was doing it for people that like really needed it, but that's where she died, right? Even Grady says that. But again, factually so, as this lady, this lovely lady, Asta, inspired people to fight for artists' rights in the future. And that does happen. Again, Honkai Star was so good at doing stuff about real world things. It's so good that they do this thing where it's like, oh, someone dies and people start changing their ways. It's a thing that happens all the time. If I can get, I don't know, maybe that's a bad example, but I was going to say like, maybe a wrestling example, but that's like kind of very dark and I don't want to just like even like, talk about that stuff either. But I'm saying that like when, just we don't need to give an analogy. When someone dies, actually, let's give an example actually. Like when someone gets, this is vague because since I don't know American football, but like when people started getting more and more brain damage in American football, they started looking at CT and the effects that this can have on people's heads. But it takes someone getting severely injured for people to do that. It's the same with boxing. Boxing becomes more regulated. The more, like, if you ever meet a boxer who like has like a terrible win-loss record at like 40 years old, they can barely speak because their brain is mush. There's a reason why Muhammad Ali was so like wise up until the point where he got ill, is because like he had a great win record. He didn't get a lot of punches to the head. But that's what I'm saying. It's like it takes tragedies and horrible things to happen for people to regulate things. Let's make sure this never happens again. Even though like someone from a mile away, someone could tell you why this is wrong. It's so freaking. It's horrible. That's the way it goes. But again, once again, Honkai Star Rail relating things to real life. It takes tragedies for things to change. But she did change her life. Again, it's horrible to be like your death and what happened to you changed, people's perception of artists' rights. And it's like, it's a consolation, right? But it is true that she did change the future. She did, right? And she did also inspire a lot of people too. And people didn't forget her name. People loved her. People did love her, but she could only see the bad parts of it as well. It's a really great way of doing that kind of like thing of like, the pulling the sword of the stone. The symbol of pulling the sword of the stone is not just like I'm becoming like the hero. It's like I'm taking those steps to the future. They have Stelle and this, put her bat up to Excalibur. And it's a beautiful moment of saying, not just them saying we're the kings of this world. It's them saying that we are taking that step forward and we are going to take that leap, even if it's something that can be something that could be horrible. We're taking the leap. The symbolism is fantastic. The way they related to Asuna, Saber, and Stell's story. It's Asuna with the king dying and inspiring her, Mikhail inspiring Stelle, and those things, and Asuna inspiring future generations also too. They did a great job of using this analogy of the star in the sky as something that's shining bright to inspire people to the future. I think it's really well done. Super well done. Super well done. They also had a really great addition for the fake characters, as I said, in general. I think Lancer and Archer weren't as introduced as well because I don't really have a connection to them, but I think Saber I've grown to have a connection for, again, with the story of the king and relation to the actual story of Stelle as well, how you can relate to the idea of Stelle jumping on the Express to her taking the sword of the stone is a really great idea. Saber's also a character that I just really think is a beautiful character to be around. I love how they're so heroic and really like this classic medieval hero. And in a world where again, she is a complicated character. I want to make that clear. She has so many things that she has pent up inside of her, that she has this pain inside of her. But I'm saying in terms of just having a clean kind of heroic character, it's very rare, right? It's very rare to have that. Again, we said I love the story of Finon, where Finon, I was not as connected to him when he was the pure, golden boy, But when he became the darker Finon as time went on, it's this character is incredible, right? And you could see it, his hair got a bit messier, his voice got a little bit lower. And again, it's sad to see, but again, his character became more depthful. But still, I love having this kind of just heroic character. But also, you saw it there too. The way they did the master and servant thing was really well done. Having them while it was a thing where they had to do what the master said, in the end they all became equals, where they kind of were even though the Saber's is this okay with you, all the fake characters made their own decisions, and then everyone kind of went along with it as well, which is really awesome as well. It's a really great addition with these characters. I actually think it was really fantastically done with the fake characters. I think, one of the biggest, fears that I had when it came to the Fate character stuff is that it would be very easy for these characters to not mean a damn thing to me. Very easy. And again, I'll be honest, Lancer and Archer, I don't care. I don't care about them, but Saber, I care about. I care about their story. I care about their journey. I care about their relation to the story. And the way they implemented all this stuff was so fantastic by having Saber go to her home world and see how peaceful it is and wonder if this was the best choice for her. Having then the relation to Stelle going back to the become a researcher. She's getting paid. She's doing well. She's making a lot of money. But again, she has something missing from her life as well when it comes to the Astro Express also. It is a great way of showcasing that through the story itself. And it's also as I said, to make me care about a character who wasn't in this story already is really, and you can say, well, Calvin, they do it all the time, but no, I'm talking about a character from a different world that doesn't have the advantage of being I know this character from this world. I know this character. Oh, this character's from the IPC. Oh, they work with the Penacony Institute or whatever. It is a character that is fresh from a different world, And in real life, England is a different world anyway, so it's crazy. And so is Ireland, I suppose, too, because Ireland is now canon, and so is England in HSR, canon countries. But yeah, it's super great. It's super, super great. And I really like that, the way they did this too. I really do like it. And even little things. I like the way they did Odie's characterization as well. Odie is just such a sniveling bastard. And I think that really helps out the story too, where this game isn't telling you that Odie is right. They're telling us, or morally correct. They're telling us Odie is financially correct. In a sense that everything he said here that would happen, it happened. He came out making money. And that doesn't mean, I want to make it clear, just because something is financially correct doesn't mean it's morally correct, and doesn't mean you have to agree with it. It's one of those things where I always really dislike when someone goes man, I hate the direction that this video game is going. I think it's really bad. And someone goes, well, it makes more money anyway. It's making money. And my thing is okay, that's cool. I'm glad they're making money, but at the same time too, it's what, it's the same thing when with wrestling, when someone goes I didn't like this week's show. It was really awful. And someone goes, the ratings were up. And it's why should I give a damn if the ratings are up? I didn't like the show. And in this sense, it's I think, he's absolutely evil and what he did was absolutely horrible. So I don't really care that it's financially, but it is financially correct. But at the same time too, I can call him out morally. He's such a sniveling bastard. He really is. And again, as I said at the end of this, Aventurine doing the whole thing with why he's going to get off and why he's not going to actually get arrested or going to get in trouble. It's painful but so accurate. And I loved again the utilization of Aventurine. This was really fantastic also. Showing Aventurine he really knows about this stuff, the financial aspects and why someone would get away with this is a really smart thing to showcase as well. Because again, I wanted to scream. I wanted to be no, don't get him. Then I was oh, that makes so much sense. It's I hate it. I really hate it, But it's one of those things where legitimately we can't ever make a deal with Oti again. Oti can never. And they also made the thing was a note to say that IPC will get more of a foothold in this company now. The IPC will now get more of a percentage probably in Penacony, which again, in the end, the IPC and the Alfalfa family winning somewhat, a lot. It is not nice. But once again, whether it be factions, politics, religion, social power dynamics, all this stuff, Honkai Star Rail says it doesn't feel good, but you have to admit it's accurate. And even for the time where Belobog was subjugating the underworld in Belobog, it's this stuff happens. People are fighting over resources down below. This stuff happens. Honkai Star Rail isn't telling you that this stuff is going to be pretty. It's telling you this stuff is accurate to real life. And there's not, and it's one of those things where you'd want to sit here and be oh, please, can we do something about them? It's in real life, people don't do stuff about this stuff. You know what I mean? Yes, we've done amazing stuff. I want to make it clear. We fought back against horrible, annihilation and brutal, fascism and all this stuff. So we fought against that in this story. but there's always going to be like, you know, a rich person who gets away with something. There's always going to be someone who gets away squeaky clean. And this is a real life situation as well that happens. And Honkai Star Rail is very good at like, you know, mimicking those real life stuff as well. I love the Oti boss fight. I love the idea of making him a bug, a parasite, because that's how people view him. I know, like, because I always thought, like, oh, maybe the people love the family, but I think it's one of those situations where not everyone does. Like, we knew people in the kind of, like, in some parts of Pentagon didn't, but people love Robin and Sunday, obviously. That's what they love. Again, another very commercialized aspect of the game as well, but it is, like, again, as we said, always part of it too, right? It is like a commercialized world. It's a commercialized, you know, thing. I also talked about all the other stuff like the video world. I also had an ending discussion there in the end of the last video or the first video we did, which you guys probably saw it as one big video. I might release it as just one big epic because, you know, we rarely get to do that where I have like the time to do this because, again, coming like very soon I'll be back to doing like, you know, whatever. We might do it as one big gigantic like, oh, here it is, you know, just for fun. But it is like one of those things where it is I'm going to keep in the ending discussions at every single endpoint because I feel like it still adds to the story, and if there's anything I forgot, I still have it back there as well. I can talk about it also. But yeah, it's summary of like all the other stuff about the original stuff. Introduction of the motivations of each character and the actual usage of Skott was fantastic. Loved the way his motivations were just to get back at Stelle. Great stuff. The use of Grady as an old filmmaker who was like a person who was around the time who like really failed in filmmaking and wanted to like do something like better this time around was a great, again, motivator. Also, I loved the dynamics of like Aventurine, who's like really financially savvy and like is able to understand all the different seedier parts of this world as well. Boot Hill kind of being a bit more aggressive but still being very morally drawn here as well to protect this place. His relationship with Robin was on full display once again. The movie world, as I said, I think was very long, but every time I got a little bit bored, it drew me back in with some amazing stuff, so I can't really like complain too much about that. The battles were great. The locations were fantastic. The revelations about who each character was, the emotions that were on display from each character, and like, you know, as I said, the motivations and the stuff with the star and the stuff with Asuna. Like, it's crazy to me that at the end of all this stuff here as well, it's like Asuna and Saber are like were the stars of this. Like, I know it's like that's their story, of course, but I genuinely feel like at the end of this, I feel like drawn to these characters the most, which is it's crazy to say that in a story with Aventurine in it. You know what I mean? I'm sitting here being like, I'm drawn to them as well. And of course, one of my favorite moments throughout this whole story was Stelle pulling the baseball bat out of the stone figuratively. And the motivating factor was seeing March and Dan Heng. Because, again, as we said, like March and Dan Heng and Stelle motivate each other greatly throughout this entire situation. They're really good at like, you know, being this motivating factor for them to move forward. And what's great in this is that we actually got to see two amazing things with that as well. Us seeing those characters and being like, oh, I want to be with those characters again. That's a motivating factor for Stelle, is Dan Heng and March. But then also talking to Himiko motivated us too, because that's our mother. That's our stepmother who was like so great to us. You know what I mean? We're very lucky to have a beautiful stepmother and a beautiful mother who love us so much in Kafka and Himiko. But it was another motivating factor for us to want to move on as well. And again, as I said, Asuna's story is so tragic because it's a character that truly does care, but her care is shown through the wrong means. And we talked about it so many times how like you can have a great intention, but your intention isn't good. Your intention doesn't matter if it leads to something that is, you know, is going to lead to something horrific, and you know you can't change anything about it. But as I said in this episode, I had faith in Asuna. I had faith. I loved her relationship with Robin, the way she saw Robin as this like too good of a person. And Robin kept responding to everything that she did with empathy, showing that Robin like knew exactly how to deal with the situation, even if she wasn't doing it strategically. She's the perfect person to have around Asuna, because every time Asuna like pushed back, Robin pushed with empathy, and that's why Robin is such a strong character. That's why she was the only person that could really save Sunday. Whenever I truly believe that she would be an amazing character. I think that Robin would like melt Dotori in Genshin. I think she would, because here's the thing, right? I don't think Dotori deserves empathy. But I do think that like Robin would melt him with empathy to the point that like you'd hard cut, like just like what's Robin doing? She's talking to Dotori, and Dotori comes over to us. Who wants pancakes? Like, wait, what? I genuinely think that's what she could do, because again, it's a real thing. It's the type of friend that you need in your life. Someone that you push and you push and you push and you push, and they respond with empathy all the time as well. Yeah, this is a great event. This is really great. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I know I enjoyed it greatly. It was really fantastic. A really great story addition to this as well. I had a lot of good fun with this as well. Great stuff.